So good morning to everybody, and I am happy to be here in presence to introduce this workshop after the pandemic. I think that we have all been very deeply affected by the COVID pandemic. Well, of course, first of all, at the personal or family level, at the level of our working conditions, at the level of our institutions. And I think now it is time, we are hoping, of course, that the worst is forever behind us, to assess the effects of the pandemic at more general levels. And I think this is the goal of this event, where we'll share here about and discussing roundtables about the social, political, economic impacts in a broad sense, including, of course, science, communication. Well, this event, as you know, is organized by the Istituto Ciampi. The Istituto Ciampi is the only research center of the Scuola Normale transversal to the three classes, scienze naturali, scienze umane, humanities, and political science. And let me remind also on this occasion that this center has a very generous funding from the Associazione Amici of the Scuola Normale, and we should also thank the association in this occasion, which is also funded by several institutions. I wish also in particular to mention Banca d'Italia, Intesa San Paolo, ICREA, Allianz. So we have an important group of sponsors for this and many other initiatives of the Istituto Ciampi. So I wish you a nice meeting, and I leave the floor to the director of the Istituto Ciampi, Professor Pianta. Thank you.
Ambrosio, and welcome to this post-pandemic return to physical presence conferences. During the pandemic, Istituto Ciampi promoted a number of postdocs research focusing also on the problems of the economic, social, communication dynamics and literature aspects of the experience of the pandemic and its impact on society and people. So this is a conference which wants to sum up some of the research results that different research investigation by colleagues from the Scuola, in particular here in the Faculty of Political and Economic Science have been
Eccoci. Adesso ti sento meglio, sì, sì.
Eccomi. Sì, dimmi.
So you're very welcome to this moment of sharing with this international and interdisciplinary perspective some of the interesting parallel results that have been coming out of our work and our research for understanding what has been the legacy of the pandemic, how our economic, social, and political dynamics have been evolving as a result of it. Just a piece of information, the Istituto Ciampi will have another important international conference in May on with the political and historical perspective. The conference will be organized by Donatella Della Porta and Silvio Pons, and the focus will be on the heritage of the Soviet space, the post-Soviet world, exploring the dynamics of failed democratization, nationalism, the war in Ukraine context, and so on, with a deep historical perspective. So we try to combine interdisciplinary perspectives with relevant topical issues of our lives. Finally, we are very happy to, thanks to the work of the director and the staff of the Scuola, we have launched a new program of international visiting scholars, which is starting in the next weeks. So we will really have in physical presence a number of renowned international scholars from the next month on, which will be a concrete enrichment of our staff, teaching, dialogue with PhD students and postdocs. So we are very happy now to be able to take off in a variety of directions. Thank you very much.
Welcome also from myself as Dean of the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences of Scuola Normale Superiore. We are the youngest and smallest faculty of Scuola Normale Superiore. In these few years, we have developed a large program of studying, teaching, and researching in political affairs. We are based here in the center of Florence, which has been a good place to think about politics for a good 500 years. From our window, we can see the symbols of political, economic, religious, and cultural power, and we can compare them all from Palazzo Strozzi itself is a symbol of the conflict between economic and political power. Just one word to say that we are recruiting our new cohort of PhD students in our doctoral programs, which are the flagship of our work, both in political and social sciences and in transnational governance. So if you know anybody who could be inspired by the kind of discussions that we are holding today, please let them know that there is this opportunity of a number of grants for our doctoral programs. Now, I will chair the session today. I'm very pleased to introduce three very important speakers and one very important discussant. In this first session this morning, we discuss about society and politics. We have Colin Crouch, Professor Emeritus from Warwick University. He's a good old friend of Florence as well, because he worked at the European University Institute at the top of the hill. And Colin is a leading economic sociologist. His reflection after the financial crisis of 2008-2009 has been central to debates about what may happen in politics and in the economy after a big crisis like the financial one. And today we can go back to those reflections and see what may happen after a different kind of crisis like the pandemic one. We will then have Professor Chiara Saraceno from the Collegio Carlo Alberto in Torino, who joins us from online, who is a leading expert globally of social policy and family policy, and we'll talk about the social problems that have been exacerbated and to some extent redefined by the period of the pandemic. Thank you, Chiara, for being with us, even if in this new mode of communication that we have become so accustomed with during the last 3 years. And last but not least, among the speakers, Donatella Della Porta, who is the founding dean of this place, of this faculty, and we'll talk about political participation and mobilization during and after the pandemic. And finally, as a discussant, I'm happy to welcome Calypso Nicolaidis, who does join us now from the top of the hill in Fiesole, from the European University Institute, Professor of Global Affairs at the UI. Thank you very much for being here. So I'll start with asking Colin if we can start his talk. We'll have the 3 talks, then the discussant, and then it's a long morning. We'll have a lot of time for debate. So please, if you have any questions, note them down, and there will be time for you for asking questions. Thank you very much. Welcome here in Florence.
It's always a pleasure to come back to the Institute here in the Strozzi. I'm mainly talking politically now, which means I need to start by a few definitions. I'm going to be talking about left and right politically, and I'm using those 2 words in a particular way. I'm using the political right to mean political forces that are primarily concerned to reserve rights and privileges for certain groups. Therefore, they have an exclusionary strategy towards those defined as outsiders from that group. And then the left then is the challenge from outsiders who seek inclusion. Now, whether or not they seek universal inclusion or only inclusion for other privileged groups is not for today, right? But so I'm using left and right in terms of inclusion and exclusion. Struggles around this are often seen as being, well, we can analyze them as two separate things about economic issues or about cultural issues. That breaks down that distinction because usually they appear together. You do not get groups saying, we represent the bottom decile or the bottom quintile of the society. We are the bottom quintile. No, you say we are the working class. We work together in factories. We belong in certain communities. So the economic always comes with a cultural. And the cultural usually has economic implications. If you say, well, we're defending the rights of Catholic people, it's also because you're supporting certain social policies. So the economic and the cultural come together always, but it is useful to separate them. Now, there's a very important moment historically, certainly in the Western world, after the Second World War, when the left and right reach a kind of compromise that meant that these sharp, stark conflicts between exclusion and inclusion are weakened and diluted. From the side of the right, there's an acceptance that there will be a market economy which protects certain economic privileges, but there'll be a welfare state, there'll be labor rights, and so the implications of market strategies will be diluted. Because the market is an inclusionary device and an exclusionary device. But we can all go to the shops, right? There's a famous saying, anyone can eat at the Ritz Hotel, right? They don't exclude you because of your race or something. But you can only go to the Ritz Hotel if you've got money. So there's an economic exclusion without cultural meaning. But so the market excludes, but if you have compromise with the welfare state and labor rights, that's diluted. From the left side, for most parts of the European left, there are exceptions for quite a while in France and Italy, there was an acceptance of the capitalist economy. Yeah, okay, so there will be inequality, there will be the role of the market. We know this means certain people are privileged. We'll accept that in exchange for a welfare state. As I say, French and Italian communists didn't really accept that for a long time. So that's how we set off with post-war compromise. It defines the area of agreement. It defines the area of debate and conflict. And elections are fought over more or less welfare state, more or less market. The cultural issues are really left quiet. Everyone knows who they are. If you're a Christian Democrat, everyone knows who you are, right? You're defending a certain religious identity, if necessary, against unbelievers, or a Catholic one against a Protestant one. If you identify, a party identifies with certain social classes, it's implicitly supporting that class. But gradually over the years, that all gets quiet. And the real political debates are nearly always cast in economic terms, not cultural terms. This changes quite sharply from the 1980s. By that point, the organized working class that had been the sort of vanguard of the left across Europe is declining in size, and its organizational capacity starts to decline as well. And it's then that we get from the political right the assertion of what we've come to call neoliberalism, meaning strong insistence on the market and a residualization of the welfare state and collective spending. Now, the welfare state really has, or the policies of the sort of social democratic left have two parts. Everything I'm doing today has got two parts, and then I'm saying how you can't really see the two parts, but you do see the two parts. Here, the two parts are individual redistribution, reduction of inequalities, which affects individuals, and then there are a need to look at a collective and not just individuals. They're not the same thing. Right? You can have a redistributive policy that still says we're not interested in collective goods, or you can have a strong stress on the need for collective goods, and you don't really care about distribution. But they do go together in a way, because with an idea of universalism against exclusion. So neoliberalism challenged both individual redistribution, because it asserts the importance of the inequalities that come out of the market, and it is hostile to collective action that requires the role of the state. And this is where, from the 1980s onwards, the political territory shifts, and the egalitarian redistributive agenda declines. Interestingly, neoliberals are not interested in cultural discrimination at all. It is only the market. They do not want other forms of discrimination interfering with the market. So neoliberals are hostile to the exclusion of women, the exclusion of racial minorities, the exclusion of gay people. There's only one form of exclusion, and that's the market. And something like disadvantages for women interfere with the market. So there's a new kind of consensus develops. The old consensus is declining, the old welfare state consensus. Instead, there's a consensus between the established left and neoliberals about the importance of getting rid of non-economic forms of discrimination and inequality. An interesting shift. And that's the world we've been living in for the last 40 years. And then I'm finally going to get to the theme of the morning. Another 3 minutes, I'll be there. Then there are three major things happen that ought to have disturbed the neoliberal hegemony. One was the financial crisis, 2008, which suggested that unregulated free markets not only produced enormous inequality, but produced eventually crisis of the misbehavior of banks. So here it really was a hole in the side of neoliberal hegemony. It hasn't turned out that way, though. Partly because we had become so dependent on the banks that the first priority of resolving the crisis that the banks had caused was to save the banks. Everybody else had to suffer. The people who caused the problem had to be saved first. I remember when Guglielmo and I were both at Warwick Business School together, I remember the year after the crisis, a colleague saying to me, we've got a decline in applications for the MBA from all sectors of the economy except the banks. They're the only ones with any money after this crisis. So the banks weren't challenged. So the financial crisis did not produce the hole in the side of neoliberalism that it should have done. Second issue, which anyway comes first, but it's only really been experienced politically afterwards, and that's the climate crisis. And this is, the market economy is absolutely unable to deal with the climate crisis. Capitalism plays a part in it. I mean, the development of products for the green economy require research, usually jointly between universities and corporations. So there's a role for capitalism in combating the climate crisis, but the neoliberalism, the idea that only the market matters, that you don't need collective goods, that collective intervention is a bad thing, simply cannot address the climate crisis, which is why you usually find neoliberals are climate change deniers, or certainly a lot of climate change deniers are neoliberals because they can't cope with it. And then finally, we had COVID. The political implications of which ought to be very similar to those of climate crisis, because here you get something that you cannot solve with the market alone, and which requires collective action. Also, we discovered, as with the financial crisis, it has produced extraordinary inequalities. Globally, it certainly produced inequalities because of the inability of African countries to fight the virus, because they're too poor. But also, at home, there was that wonderful I can't remember who said it. Someone said, during the COVID crisis, the middle class stayed at home and the working class brought them things. They went shopping for us. So in a way, the way in which different economic groups were affected by the crisis was quite severe. The poorer you were, the more likely you were to get the virus. And also, the more likely you were to suffer economically because it was more difficult to continue your normal work. And then following that, there's something else has happened, it seems to me, that there was that interruption in labour contracts. In a lot of countries, there were subsidies to help workers survive, but there was an interruption of the economy. When it starts up again, many firms take the opportunity to casualise their workforce. This was something that was already happening, right? The kind of the Uberization of the economy was already happening. But it seems to me that the COVID crisis has made that worse or intensified it because of the interruption of labour contracts. And so the COVID crisis, it produced a challenge of collective action, and it produced a challenge of inequality. These should both have been, like the other two things, the financial crisis and the climate crisis, a crisis for neoliberalism. And I wrote, and this is why I suppose I've been invited here, I wrote a couple of years ago that there was a COVID moment, that there was in the wake of the crisis, there was a general awareness of like you get in wartime, of the wholeness of society. People became aware of the importance of people who emptied their rubbish bins, cared for their elderly relatives, normally very low-paid people. There was an awareness of that shared fate. We were all together in a shared fate, and we needed social care policies, health policies, and public health policies. So there was an awareness of the need of collective services. So both collectivism and egalitarianism should both have become, there was an opportunity to stress both of these. Now, was I right? Has that happened? It seems to me the answer at the moment is no. I think at the level of international organizations, like the OECD, the International Monetary Fund, to some extent the European Union, I think there has been a COVID moment. But at the level of national politics, I do not think that centre-left parties have really responded in the way I thought they might, of saying, aha, this means we're right and the neoliberals are wrong. Looking at recent general elections in major countries, the German election, there wasn't really a debate of that kind. There was, however, in Germany, a very strong stress on the climate crisis, because Germany had just experienced some dreadful weather conditions before the elections. And also in Germany, the German-speaking countries in general have an awareness of the climate crisis that's not shared so much elsewhere. So I'd say the German election did feature the climate crisis debate, but not much about COVID. France, Italy, and we haven't had an election yet in Britain, but in the politics of Britain, the debates over foreigners, over xenophobia, have been far more important than debates about the welfare state and COVID. The French general election, or presidential election, should we say first, was a very classic example of politics in the neoliberal era, in the Macron movement, the République en Marche. It is very much neoliberal in the way I was describing it. The market, residualize the welfare state, accept more inequality, but combat all cultural distinctions. And it's very internationalist and very pro-European, for example. And so, and that's the main enemy of that is not the Socialist Party. It's Le Rassemblement National, as it's now called. It's the far right, nationalistic right, which has adopted a welfare state ideology in very recent years. But it stands mainly for issues around migration, to some extent relations with the European Union as well. The Italian election was very much about the rise of different political forces, all advocating different kinds of hostility towards immigrants. And the Partito Democratico, the heir of the old centre, the old left in Italy, really doesn't know what it is saying. It hasn't really developed a strong political identity at all. And in Britain at all, for a while we were dominated by, well, we're still dominated by Brexit. just we're not allowed to mention it anymore. And it's the main thing in our lives, but zitto, zitto, because you mustn't talk about it. And we talk about immigrants, though, quite a lot. We don't like them. So something else has come in, something has interrupted my COVID moment, and it's the xenophobic moment. And that has become the other force that has entered into political life in the last decade or two, I suppose, especially the last decade. And is surpassing in many countries political debates, both the climate crisis and the post-COVID crisis. And that, interestingly, produces a problem, in theory, produces a problem for neoliberals, certainly neoliberals of the Macron type, because in theory, anyway, neoliberalism is globalist. A lot of the attacks on it from the left are because it's globalist. And so a nationalistic, xenophobic ideology is very hostile to neoliberalism. And yet something strange is happening, which is what I'm coming to as another part of the post-COVID political world. Something else is happening, which is strange, and I think is going to become increasingly important. And that is the role of conspiracy theories in discrediting the state. This was out there already. Well, conspiracy theorists are always around. They're usually seen as loonies. They're on the marginal fringe of people who might be in a mental hospital, but instead are in politics. So but with social media, enables conspiracy theorists to multiply their voice. And if some extremely wealthy, powerful interests decide to adopt them and provide them with very high technology for the use of bots in social media, then they can reach very wide audiences. Now, why should very powerful, rich interests be interested in providing a megaphone for conspiracy theorists? And the answer is interesting, that the aim is to discredit the state. The COVID crisis produced two things. It produced vaccinations and it produced lockdowns. And these have been very fertile ground for many conspiracy theories. And so the conspiracy theories have been able to enter the COVID debate. They've been able to reach to very wide publics because everyone understood lockdown. Everyone knew what was going on, and everyone understood vaccination. And it was possible to discredit the state by claiming all sorts of crazy things about what it does. And this has now joined a more general group of anti-state, and therefore anti-collectivist conspiracy theories that are overlapping with centre-right political parties. This is kind of, they overlap at the margins. Just give another example of something which is outside the COVID debate, but it joins it. We have, I think you have it in most countries in Europe now, something called the 15-minute city. This is the idea that you ought to be able to find within 15-minute walk of your home a chemist, pharmacia, the doctor, food shops, perhaps simple clothes shops. You ought to be able to find these in a walk. So you shouldn't have to use your car so much and pollute the atmosphere of the city. This is being used to argue that this is part of a plan by the political left to trap people so that they're only permitted to move within 15 minutes of their home. The second part of the strategy is, you've got your 15-minute city, now there are going to be barriers around you and you're allowed to move. This, the city I live in, Oxford, we've got this problem because our city council is committed to a 15-minute city. And there was a huge demonstration in the middle of Oxford 2 weeks ago for people against this issue, and all the anti-vax and anti-lockdown people turned up as well. They're all the same people. And in a way, therefore, there is a new COVID politics now that my expectations there'd be this COVID moment, I think have been overwhelmed by COVID joining a whole set of conspiracy theories, which mainly come from the United States, which discredit the role of the state. And it seems to me that that's where we're reaching now. And that's a new stage of, you see, this solves, this solves a certain problem for neoliberals, and I'll finish at this point. We usually see neoliberals as sort of rather intellectual, rationalistic economists. And that's been the problem of neoliberalism. It's never been a very popular ideology, actually. But if it could link up with conspiracy theories, it can acquire a new popularity. So I think that might be the next stage of post-COVID politics.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colin, for this inspiring presentation. This second speaker is Chiara Saraceno, who joins us from Turin online.
Okay. Good morning.
The floor is yours, or the screen is yours in this case.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. I'm sorry not to be able to be with you, but it's life. So we have to do what we can. I will try to share my finestra. Ok. Condividi. Ok. Sì, ok. Can you see? No? Okay. Yes.
Oh, see.
Okay, thank you. So my conversation will focus on what happened in Italy, on the impact of the two crises on Italy. So I will just specify or detail something that Colin has approached more broadly and more comparatively. The first thing to say is that the succession of two crises strengthened old inequalities and introduced new ones in Italy, both in the labor market with regard to unemployment risk and social protection, between men and women, but also between mothers and non-mothers, as we shall see, between generations, among children, between and within regions, the standing problem of geographical territorial inequalities in Italy. You could say that both crises were a stress test, but at the same time, a litmus paper of the long-standing weaknesses and inequalities of the Italian social system at economy, labor market, welfare arrangement, gender and family arrangements levels. Very quickly, the impact of the Great Recession. The most affected, as we can remember, was the manufacture, involving mostly male jobs. And actually, in that crisis, in Italy, but also elsewhere, there was an increase in female breadwinner households, so much so that there was some opinion that the gender gap was closing and there were an increasing inequality within the households, and actually the reverse of the male breadwinner model. But actually things were a little bit more complicated than so, because it is true that more women became household heads because they were the only or the main breadwinner in the household, because men lost their jobs. But women usually had lower wages and more insecure jobs than the previous male ones. So if there was a narrowing of gender inequality in the labor market and in the household, it was more because there was a lowering of the male condition. So it was a equality towards the bottom, not because women improved their situation compared to that of men. At the regional level, jobs were lost proportionally more in the south, quickening a process which had already started. The South was already losing jobs, but this with the Great Recession, this process was strengthened and quickened, enlarging therefore the interregional inequalities and differences. Recovery after the Great Recession initiated earlier and stronger in the North, but when the pandemic started in the 2020, employment rates had not yet reached the 2007-2008 level, particularly in the South, and the incidence of temporary contract increased. So all the recovery in the, not a large part of the recovery in employment have occurred not through long-term contracts, but through temporary jobs. And the young entering the labor market during the crisis were affected more severely than people in the central age brackets, because they were already involved in the precarization of job contracts already since the second half of the 90s, and therefore their contract were terminated and were not renewed, or there was no chance to have a new contract more easily in their case. And the financial crisis further weakened, because of spending cuts, important public sector institutions and policies, particularly the health service, which had already become very fragmented and regionally differentiated, and the public school. Absolute poverty increased constantly from 2011 until 2018. In 2019, there was a very small indicator of decline, but then the pandemic broke out and there was another jump in absolute poverty. So the impact, this was the context in which the pandemic crisis broke out, and the impact was to some degree more sudden and dramatic, but also different, because the economic sectors were hit in a differential way, and much less the manufactured compared to 2008, and much more the service sector. As in the financial crisis, the young and foreigners of both sexes were the most affected negatively, but differently from that crisis, women were affected much more than men. And it's not only true in Italy, but everywhere, because women are more concentrated in the various articulated service sector. The problem was highly severe, more severe in Italy than in other countries, because of the already low women's employment rate in Italy. And as Colin mentioned in his presentation, the lockdown plus the recourse to work at a distance created new forms of inequalities and reinforced old ones, because the manual jobs were those which were either cut down because of the lockdown and the impossibility to perform, to go to work, or were more exposed to the pandemic risks. The jobs which were more exposed to the pandemic risk were not only, of course, those in the medical sector, all the jobs within the medical section, from the less specialized to the most specialized, but also in the in the supermarkets, the shops which were open, in I don't know the word in English, but in transportation, in all those who did the services while people were in the lockdown. So either you lost the job because you or you were exposed to the risk, to the COVID risk to a very high degree. While many non-manual jobs, clerical jobs, intellectual jobs could be performed at a distance. Colin was mentioned, the middle classes were less affected. And to some degree, they also made some savings because consumptions were very limited. The possibility to consume were limited. I mentioned here in my presentation that the Bank of Italy estimated that 90% of jobs that were not convertible to a distant job were located in the 20% lowest income percentile. Also, gender inequalities increased because not only because of more female jobs being lost or discontinued, but also because, contrary to expectations, being compelled to stay at home, to work at home, did not reduce meaningfully the asymmetrical gender division of labor within the household, a labor within the household which was highly increased, particularly for households where there were children, particularly underage children, because of the lockdown of schools and because of everybody staying in the home. The research done in Italy showed that while between 40 and 60%, depending on the study, of men increased slightly their work, their family work, and with children and cleaning and so on and so forth. The large majority of women increased it, and much more than men in terms of intensity. So the gap increased, and also much more mothers and fathers took the extraordinary leave, which was introduced to counteract the impact of the pandemic, losing part of their salary, their wages. And here I show that what was the impact of the child penalty for women, which was for all women, but much more for the lower educated, and much, yes, for the lower educated. So there was not only an increase of differences between men and women, between mothers and non-mothers, and between well-educated mothers and low-educated mothers. And the South, which already started from a very low women's labor employment rate, lost more jobs for mothers than in other regions. Looking at the recovery, we have different trends in 2021 and 2022. I don't know about 23. In 21, employment recovery was quicker among the young and women, who had lost more than men in the central ages. But this recovery was characterized mostly by temporary contracts. It was also quicker in the South, but where the 2008 levels, which were already low, was not reached. In 2022, women's employment went from overcome finally the 50% threshold. In Italy, I think the employment rate of women is the lowest or the second lowest. In Greece is lower. But it reached finally the 50% threshold, but to a large degree through temporary and part-time jobs. Involuntary part-time increased both among men and women in this period, in proportionally more for men than for women because they started from a very low level, but the large majority of involuntary part-timers are women. Foreigners also recovered faster than natives, but without fully recuperating the pre-crisis levels. And in the center north, recovery picked up faster than in the south, so the divide strengthened and increased, the regional divide. The impact of the, in addition to impacting differentially on employment, also inflation impacted more on low-income households. Again, the Bank of Italy estimated that 20% lowest income percentile suffered a loss double that of the richest 20%. And in 2021, Istat surveys on consumption, on which the estimate of poverty are based, found that an increase in consumption, there was an increase in consumption compared to 2020, but still at a lower level. So not also the consumption level was not reached of 2019, and the increase was much larger in the richer, among the richer households than among the lower, the poorer ones. And inflation, which recuperated in 2001, impacted more on poorer than on richer households. And for these reasons, also absolute poverty, contrary to expectation, did not diminish in 2021. So the poverty, which had jumped up from 2019 to 2020, did not diminish at all in 21, notwithstanding the recovery in employment and in consumption. And actually, also the regional distribution of poverty was different, increased, or let's say in 2020, the jump was greater in the north than in the south because of employment being affected more in the north, given the higher level it started from. But then the decline was sharper in 21 in the north than in the south. And therefore, although absolute poverty remains high also in the north compared to the pre-pandemic years, the decline was more substantial. There was also an increase involving the working poor, not at the individual level, but at the family level. That is, households with where at least one member is in work, while the poverty among the unemployed households remained stable. It affected working age adults and underage children than old people, because they were more protected by the pension system, and both it impacted both on the Italian and foreign households, but with the latter having a much higher incidence. It's extraordinary, the difference in the incidence in poverty between foreign household legally resident in Italy and all Italian households. And this also explains partly why in the north there has been an increase in absolute poverty, because foreigners are more present in the north than in the south. So here shows the trend in the 3 years, in 2019, 2021 by region, what I just said. And this figure shows the in-work poverty, the distribution of in-work poverty. And there is about, in 2021, about 7% of households with at least one employed member are in absolute poverty, but it is about 14% in household where the worker is a manual worker. And you see that there has been a growth from 2008 to 2020, which are the last data I had. Of course, the percentages are much higher in the households where nobody is in work, but I think that the 14% in the household with the manual work are very telling. So it shows that having a job is not always enough, enough to not be poor. Absolute poverty in Italy. Italy is one of the countries where children have a much higher risk and incidence of both relative and absolute poverty than adults and then the old. It was not only true until the mid-90s, the old were the age bracket most at risk of being poor. But since the second half of the 90s, children, underage children, have overcome the old as the age most at risk of being poor. And in more recent years, the old have become the age group less at risk of being poor because of new generations of old people entering in the pension age with a stronger contributory history and with better pensions, and also because pensions are more protected than other forms of income in Italy. For this, and given this situation, which was already present before the two crises, and particularly before the pandemic has magnified and increased inequalities among children and the young, particularly during the lockdown. If you think that 41% of underage children live in overcrowded setting, which is a much higher percentage than adults, because poverty is particularly high among families with 3 children or more. So this is why there is a higher incidence of poverty and also of overcrowded settings among children than among adults. And during the lockdown, over 12% did not have any access to digital devices, which meant that they were excluded from learning at a distance. Education and school dispersion increased, And summing up the early living school and training, those who do not achieve the competences expected for their age, in 2021, there was a 23% of young adults who were out of school or did not achieve the minimum competence threshold, increased from a very high, already very high 22% in 2019. And the percentage is higher among foreigners and among those attending professional schools. So there is a very clear class and ethnic divide.
Chiara, we
are running. Closing. Yes,
we are running out of time.
Yeah, yes, please. What I'm. It must be said that differently from what happened with the Great Recession, the government in Italy, as in other countries, increased its social expenditure and increased its social protection, but did not change the fragmented nature of social protection in Italy. So there was really a positive impact of social spending and of the different redistributive measures which were set in place, but without changing the fragmentation and therefore also the different inequalities and the inequalities in the kind of social protection offered. The rationalization, universalization of social protection system entered the agenda in the public debate, but then we had policy and political change, so we do not know exactly what will happen now. And also the gender divide, the gender inequality and the generation inequality and the regional inequality entered the debate and were part of the framework of the PNRR, the Recovery and Resilience Plan, but in a very awkward, they say, and with the implementation problem. So here we are, we have this new problem, old problem, which finally entered the policy agenda, but with no clear indicators of how they will be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chiara, for this very comprehensive picture of the social trends after the pandemic, during and after the pandemic, and the implication for social policy. And now I let Donatella La Porta add her contribution on the political responses to these problems.
Thank you all. I will, I think, talk a little bit also about the left and right positions that Colin anticipated in the beginning of his presentation, and also say something about how society organized in order to address the growing inequality that Chiara has documented. When the pandemic started, as social movement scholars, we were expecting that everything would be frozen, and that also movements that need to move, that need to go around, not to be in lockdown, would either collapse or for a moment being put on hold. What we notice instead is that pandemic time have been times of conflict. Not all the people were in lockdown. There have been strikes in several of the sectors that have been most hit by the growing inequalities. And all the differences in the positions that people had towards the risk health risk of the pandemic, but also the risk of losing jobs connected and wages connected with the lockdown policies emerged in different ways. So in trying to be very concise, what I want to present is some ideas from two research projects. One on the progressive side of the protest during pandemic time in what Colin called a momentous time. And on the other, and it is synthesized in a short book with Cambridge University Press, in which I considered the mobilizations of actors that were on the left in Colin's definitions, that were progressive in terms of exposing, empowering of excluded group, and that's where, as Norberto Bobbio said in his definition of the left for equality. On the other hand, in another book that is forthcoming with Oxford University Press, I looked on the other side at what I considered regressive politics. And here there was also a need to deconstruct the image that had emerged on the so-called anti-vax movement that had been presented in the beginning as a movement that put together libertarian inputs from different sides. But what I suggest in my book is that the ways in which they approached the issues of health equalities rather put this type of protest clearly on the exclusive side. First of all, for both books, what was important was to locate the COVID time within broader conceptualizations. We didn't have research on this type of pandemic, but we did have research on similar times, war times, for instance, times of quick catastrophes, typhoons, and so on. And they are times of crisis, of course, as it's been mentioned by Chiara and Colin before. There are times of critical junctures, at least in the expectations of a moment, but also in the fact that immediately things changed. So, and there was a perception that the type of policies that had been implemented have, if not created the pandemic, at least had an impact on the effects of the pandemic itself. So there were what new institutionalists call critical junctures in the sense of imposing, at least for some times, conditions that were characterized by a rapid change, not a gradual change, and a fast change in the ways in which the pandemic was addressed. There were times of emergency, as Jonathan White had studied, for instance, for the financial crisis. There were times characterized also by a very specific form of politics. So the impressions that there was no alternative to the policies that had to be imposed and implemented, but at the same time, these impressions was accompanied instead by the important decisions that made losses and winning groups. And so I think that in history there have been research done on the ways in which plagues or other type of contagious disease had a social and political impact. The last one was the research done on AIDS, which had a different form of contagion, so also affected different groups. But I thought, what can we draw from all this research in terms of how to address pandemic time? And I think that the definitions of eventful temporality of a moment by Sewell, of a moment in which events challenge structures and impose some sort of transformations, was particularly relevant. And what was relevant was the fact that, as I mentioned, we saw a lot of conflicts, so in different forms by different actors. I want to briefly summarize the different characteristics that this conflict had on the progressive and on the regressive side. They all happen in times that had been also impacted upon long-term transformations like individualism, liquid society, increasing political mistrust, post-truth. My colleagues in the afternoon are going to talk about this. But they have been characterized by a lot of conflicts in the streets, and a lot of conflicts also in other less visible type of arena. So the impression was that the momentum that Colin mentioned was also fueled from below by the participations and mobilizations of different actors. What the research on those types of phenomena like wars, like catastrophe tells us is that usually in this time you have the mobilizations of contrasting type of interest. So you have sort of Gramscian interregnum in which the old is dying and the new is not born yet. And you have situations in which conjunctural elements, agency, open-ended type of developments are particularly relevant. So it seems that you didn't have to see protest, but you saw a lot of protest in different forms, adapting to the circumstances of the lockdown, immediately starting again after the first measures of reopening. And to be short and sharp, what's the research on the progressive side tells us is that in order to see the type of interventions of the society from the progressive side, you have to go beyond what the actors did in the street. So what we found is that, like in wars, catastrophe, and so on, there was a mobilization of solidarity. It was not the only one, but it was an important type of response that came from, we have been studying with Daniela Chironi, Riccardo Chesta, Andrea Felicetti, and others within a research project financed by the Tuscan region, the ways in which many different actors mobilized in order to bring help. Poverty, Chiara said, increased sharply. People were unable to be in lockdown, and many groups mobilized in new forms in order to provide for support. So there was innovative protest, but there was also new forms of mutualism that had developed already in response to the financial crisis previously, and that created new type of networks that we see are resilient also beyond the crisis. And what was important for these actors as well was the attempt to collect knowledge on a phenomenon which was new and on the unequal situations of the people that had to face this type of phenomenon. So a lot of productions of knowledge by progressive actors in order to, overcome the limits to transparency that developed in emergency situations, but also challenging the type of conspiracy that Colin was mentioning. In this type of groups, the organizational structures was very decentralized. People intervene basically at the neighborhood level, mobilizing also very local type of solidarity. And there was the emergence of several new groups that then converged in networks, also with other actors that were there in a more stable positions, but that paradoxically had been more blocked by the type of anti-lockdown measures. So the big charities, for instance, had difficulties in performing their actions, while more spontaneous groups were able to mobilize from below. So there was a emergence of decentralized groups that tended to form at a very local level, but there was also remobilizations of social movement organizations and practices of networking. What was interesting in this, on this side of the progressive type of social movements was also the attempt to reframe what the pandemic was. So, of course, the definitions of the pandemic was at the center of a very strong type of symbolic struggle, but also trying to construct the moment that Colin mentioned. So trying to develop the type of concerns around public health and social inequalities. The opportunities for this type of groups was in the development of solidarities within communities, innovation of communication channels, the opening of the discursive opportunities in the momentum itself. And just at the end of the very first lockdown, the Black Lives Matter protest tended to demonstrate how the outrage about inequalities in pandemic times had been politicized and had addressed those who were suffering more. On the other side, however, there was a regressive, what I call a regressive mobilizations, increasing inequalities, tended also to produce stigmatizations, to produce scapegoating of some groups, migrants from Germany to Italy, to create fear and panic, and to create various type of remobilizations of right-wing groups that tended to challenge the established truth through the development of many type of conspiracy theories. So forms of actions on this side were more visible. So that's the impression was at the moment that only anti-vax were in the street. This was not true, but it was true that there were mobilizations on often promoted by the radical right. So there were decentralized marches. There were very radical type of protest, radical also at the symbolic level. The Black Lives Matter protesters took masks with themselves. The anti-vax also challenged all type of anti-contagion measures. At the level of the organizational structures, they remobilized right-wing groups going from the anti-European Union groups, the so-called sovereignist groups, to the anti-gender protest, and through a sort of new age movement that had already mobilized previously, but that had been, I think, mistakenly understood as part of an environmental movement, but that in reality had already moved towards very commercialized forms and very individualistic forms of art. And there, the argument of the inequalities was very central. For the anti-vax groups, those who needed to be protected were the strongest one. So lockdown measures, like in the Trump discourse, in Boris Johnson positions in the beginnings, was considered as hampering the rights of the strongest. Those who had been elitistically considered as able to improve their own immunitary system. And this, I think, was very clearly a type of right-wing type of positions. Plus, anti-state and conspiracy type of argument develops. So why regressive? Think at the organizational level, you have a remobilizations of the fragmented far right, from national sovereignty to religious freedom. First image that you get about the anti-vax protest is national flags. But also the commercialized new age with extreme individualism and libertarian form of anti-statism that Colin mentioned was also very relevant. And in terms of the framing, individual freedom against solidarity for the strongest, in terms of those able to protect their own type of immunity system, for sovereignism against cosmopolitanism was important. And what was very important was this conspiratorial thinking that Colin mentioned in the beginning, and that those who studied it point also at some specific characteristics of conspiratorial thinking in pandemic time, which is related with the various definitions of the QAnon type of conspiracy. A very politicized type of conspiracy, clearly oriented to the right spectrum. Trump was the savior, Clinton was eating blood, drinking blood from sheep. Millennialist type of forms, but also a sort of crowdsourced type of conspiracy that was supposed to develop on different type of media channels as an open narrative that allowed for the participations of conspiratorial groups and the sort of adaptations of these conspiracy, different characters. The evolutions on this side shows also quite clearly why most of the organized anti-vax protests tended to align with right-wing position. Immediately, the Nazi sanitary dictatorship was linked with denialism in terms of climate change, as Colin had mentioned before, but also very strongly anti-gender positions, and then the pro-Putin support during this, I can say, lunatics type of frames against communism and against fascism that found a rationale in this crowdsourced understanding of the pandemic conspiracy. So concluding, I think we can say pandemic time as a time of conflicts have produced movements on the different front with very different understanding of what became essential rights, health rights. On the one hand, egalitarian and solidaristic concern, on the other hand, the survival of the strongest. They had similarities, so the pandemic created localized actions, decentralizations in terms of organizational structures and emergency frames. But then the similarity stopped here. And what you see is a very different type of organizational format on the progressive and the regressive sides, with more networked capacity on the progressive side, more crowdsourced type of perspective on the regressive side. That is the attempt to create online forms of mobilizations without broader rootedness in the structure. And as I mentioned, distinguishing very clearly progressive and regressive, solidarity and care, which became central frames on the progressive side, and instead individual freedoms with the survival of the fit on the other side. On the development of these groups after the pandemic, we will talk at the next conference. Very much.
Thank you very much, Donatella. I would like to ask now Calypso Nicolaidis to kick up the discussion with some comments.
Thank you, Guglielmo, and thank you very much for having me here and enticing me to come down from the hill. It's always a great pleasure. And see again Colin from Oxford and Donatella and all of us here today. And I'll try to be quick because, first of all, I'm really glad that we are asking this question at a moment where is COVID? We're all talking about Ukraine. Well, and when it happened, we thought this was the beginning of a new era. But of course, Colin used the term moment. We often use this term moment, in social science. So I think underlying the three papers is really a question for us. Was this a moment? Yes, it was a moment, clearly. Things happen, stuff happened. You were all very clear about this. But how much is this moment still with us? Is this indeed the beginning of a new era? Are there trends that are here to stay? Or are we forgetting about this? And indeed, I would echo Guglielmo started by referring to PhD students. And I wanted to ask you, how many of you, first of all, are PhD students in the room? Can you kind of raise your hands? Okay, like half of them. And how many of you from the same group would call yourself the COVID generation? Or think of yourself as the COVID generation? How? Because you've been so affected. Really?
It's younger people. It's
Yes.
people
Okay,
in their
they're old.
teens.
You're old already. You're PhDs, right?
They
So
weren't at school during it.
wouldn't you say your little brothers and sisters or younger friends? I mean, at least my kids who are maybe a bit younger than you. I really think of them and their friends as the COVID generation. So in a way, in that sense, it will stay in your kind of social DNA. But that's, I think, a common question underlying all of the papers and indeed the conversation of today, of the whole conference. And of course, the other point preliminary is that COVID, what we're talking about is both the impact of COVID in and of itself on our socioeconomic structure and the impact of what we tried to do about it as states, as individuals, as social movements, as groups, so those two things are quite different. In a way, this moment is a moment where we kind of put democracy in the broader sense on trial, or this little COVID virus kind of put our democracy on trial and the resilience of our social contracts in Europe on trial. And has it succeeded? I'm not going to answer this question, but in a way, that's the question to all of us. Has this little virus and the way we dealt with it succeeded in putting our democracies on trial? So let me just then very quickly come back to your three papers. Colin, all your work on democracy and post-democracy is in a way has to do with this redrawing of the boundaries of our social identities. And one element that you spoke about today is how COVID, first of all, of course, you reminded us of your profound argument that we've all kind of taught and used and that has enlightened our understanding that ordinary citizens have progressively in our society lost their traditional social identities that were once really easily translatable into political identities. You were part of what we could call with Colin, circles of recognition in your neighborhood and your trade union and the parties linked to your jobs and where you were. And all of this has become much more fluid in this kind of post-industrial society. That's kind of Colin's, very highly simplified, story. But really, these very strong struggles of inclusion and exclusion, dealt differently by the left and the right, have kind of disappeared in the old way. And in fact, and indeed even more if we think about the precarity of our societies, and we can come back to this with the second paper, but the organization of neoliberalism, not just creating a precariat, but making all of us more precarious one way or another at whatever state level. But Colin, aren't there two sides to the story? That on one side, it's not surprising that in this kind of fluid redefinition of social identity, one of the few that is left is the national frame, even prior to COVID. And this is, the kind of one of the only way that is left to have our social identity. So in that part of the story, then, what we witnessed, which was a kind of national furtism, distinguished from kind of national identity like the pride and culture, but just my nation first. We're attacked. Was that surprising? And you tell this really interesting story that neoliberalism that was supposed to transcend the state, nevertheless, actually underlying that was leveraging the state for its own purposes. The state not as the nation and exclusion, but the state as creating, rights, market rights, enforcing, in fact, the neoliberal contract. What would be the neoliberal contract if we didn't have states? Neoliberals needed the state. What happens with COVID is that state is renationalized. When the states conspired with each other to help the neoliberal project, now they kind of retreat. First of all, there is this question as should we be surprised by that when there is this impulse, it happens, because the state was always there. And then there is your variant on this conspiracy theory, that somehow neoliberalism, and it would be interesting to hear more on this, and I would perhaps rephrase this as asking ourselves, aren't we witnessing around COVID a kind of nationalist international? In fact, for both Colin and Donatella, we've seen that these anti-vax and more generally conspiracy theory again around COVID were very connected across nation. And Donatella, I was wondering also if you would talk about this at the end, which is very interesting. Exchanging, I had a student working on this, but exchanging arguments, mechanisms, social mobilization tricks, et cetera, et cetera. So it was in a way a retreat, an exclusionary retreat, but it was also inclusive among social movements. So what do we make of that? And Colin, isn't there another side though to this, to how COVID has affected and re-affected our social identities, which is, everything that Donatella was talking about. The fact that COVID created what I've called in my work, new types of circles of autonomy. Somehow, as individuals, we started discovering that we have, and thinking through circles of autonomy. My couple, my family, me and my kids, this neighbor I will include, but also in the neighborhood, we help each other, etc. But also in regions. Suddenly in France, we rediscovered regions, not just, the state level. And so instead of thinking vertically, you're part of overlapping circles that are more or less interconnected and within which you can be more or less safe. Now that's another form of inclusion-exclusion where exclusion becomes a progressive thing because you're collectively, and this is a term that I've thought through, all societies are watching the rate of reproduction. Remember this early moment in COVID when we all showed on TV There's a curve, and it has to stay under 1. And I was imagining, my social imagination, the whole of society watching billboards or watching TV, listening to the radio, and collectively trying to pull the curve down, almost physically. So when I'm not coming more than 1.5 meters close to Colin, we're together pulling R down and the curve down. It's like this collective mission on this one variable. And that was a kind of interesting moment. And you did that through these circles of autonomy by fine-tuning your social capacity to draw for appropriating these boundaries of inclusion and exclusion by many people and having conversation. Oh, can I invite you? But we will be 5 instead of 4. And you're all having this conversation, and so that it's a new relationship to inclusion and exclusion. And so that leads me to Chiara's paper then. Chiara, your amazing overview of all the different longitudinal and through time and temporal variations on equality. A kind of sad variation is kind of much sadder than a pop song variation, but there we are. That's what we are looking at and asking at the end of the day, again, democracy on trial, because it's Tocqueville reminded us what is the underlying condition of resilience of democracy. It is social equality. That is it. 4 minutes. So that your paper is about the very foundation of this social contract that underpins the resilience of our democracy. And I wanted to ask you, 3 clarification and 2 unfair questions. One, first clarification, the COVID difference, because you alluded to it, but you spoke the young, the foreigner, women, the child penalty, all of these existed before. You showed it very well. So where does and all of these were magnified by COVID, but where is the difference the most different, as it were, from COVID in terms of inequality? Something maybe about work at a distance, but maybe you could say something about that. Then it was interesting and puzzling why the worst affected were the fastest to recover. In all your example, women, young, South foreigners. And there are 2 hypotheses on the supply and demand of labor there. One, so on the supply, they're more flexible, they can come in and out. But on the demand, they're more expendable. It's an old Marxist interpretation of why this correlation. And last question on your data, the remedies. This is maybe a question for all of us, and other panels will treat it, but you say, hey, it didn't change anything. But at the EU level, of course, we have the recovery fund, the next generation fund. I always kind of make fun of this because I'm not sure it's the next generation who either controls it or benefits from it. But we do know that Italy was the greatest beneficiary, 145 billion. So does that make a difference, not just in the amount of the remedies, but in the framing of the remedies, short-term, long-term, etc.? I don't know if you've looked at this. My 2 unfair questions are, one is would be I would call it a Colin question. Do you think that this deepening social economic cleavages that you illustrate translated in political cleavages? So this is kind of, again, it's also a Donatella question, did it magnify political conflict, and how? And also just where you started, context dependent. Yes, path dependency of national trajectories, yes. But we're also asking, of course, is what you're observing generalizable throughout Europe? Now, you just studied Italy, so it is an unfair question. But in France, we saw a lot of what you're talking about too, low women employment, magnified child poverty, etc. So this whole question of generalizability seems very important. And finally, Donatella, as usual, asking brilliantly the Tocquevillian question of the resilience and adaptation of civil society and what happens there. And you're not just content to examine the 2 sides of the political spectrum, progressive, regressive, but you're giving us 2 books about the 2 sides. Totally recognize you there. And indeed, this whole, for us, I think you talked about your early expectation frozen, but isn't it true that your 2 sides of what you study is all of us, we had the utopian and the dystopian in our heads, like you have the little good angel, bad angel, on your shoulders, in a kind of dented type of way. And is this going to mean we're reinventing ourselves as solidarity, Or is it going to mean, more aggression and conflict and separation? And you're saying, hey, guys, hey, what's new? Both. That's the point. That's it's exciting to do what I'm doing, right? And I myself must say that I concentrated on the progressive, because I always like silver linings, and on the Castoriadis, reinvention of civil society. And, on that, I wanted to push you a bit more about space. You said it wasn't necessarily in the street, indeed. And so how did, in the progressive side, how was the relationship between protest, struggle, and space? We thought, yes, there were, but there is the kind of at a distance, there is the windows, there is all of that, but there's also the global, and the global of civil societies watching each other. So it's not just that we became like a collective 5 billion consciousness, but an awareness of that. It's like the definition of common knowledge. And what does that do to the local? All these new social relationships to space, I'll drop it. But finally, on the regressive side, I was wondering, it is clear that there is a difference between at least two, I would have thought, very important, distinct one. I would have thought one is more progressive, perhaps, within the regressive. And it is the distinction between the conspirational thinking and conspiratorial thinking, the right of the strongest, anti-solidarity, etc., yes. But there is another side to anti-vax, which is the whole tracing side, not getting the vaccine itself, but the tracing. And of course, the tracing goes back to Zuboff and surveillance capitalism, and how the left itself has had a very, very long struggle against any type of power that risks becoming arbitrary power, whether it's corporate power or state power. And of course, that whole tracing, don't get me wrong, I'm not defending anti-vax, right? But it connects to something very deep and very important for the 21st century, is how are we individuals, maybe connected individuals, not individualistic individuals, but can fight back against these powers that can control us. And don't we need to recognize that at the end of the day, the COVID raised that question too. And finally, then, the differences between the two frames, underlying what you said, for me, is this deep difference between the theater of care on one hand and the theater of war on the other hand, whether it's the warrior me or the war of my country. And is that a kind of relevant contrast between the two? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calypso. I really like the fact that your very varied questions, they spoke nearly always to all presentations, which I think is a sign of success of this session. Before I give the speakers the opportunity for a quick last word, I wanted to ask whether there is any question from the audience. There isn't much time, but there is a little bit of time. I see two. Let's see whether we manage to diversify a little bit more. I managed to diversify a little. Yeah, okay, great. I managed. So I take. You said yours is not indispensable because you asked an if question. So I take 1, 2, and 3.
Hi, Jonathan Zeitlin from the University of Amsterdam and the Schumann Center here in Florence. So my question is primarily directed towards Colin, but also a bit towards Chiara, and it has two parts. I'll try to be very quick. I was struck and maybe even a little surprised, Colin, by the point that you made that you thought that COVID had contributed to the further casualization of employment relations. And I wondered first what the evidence was for that and how it fits with other contrasting trends that we see now: labor shortage, labor mobility, and upgrading, but also policy responses in some countries, at least, which are very much aimed at promoting transition from temporary to permanent employment. In Spain, for instance, there's been a 7% increase in permanent jobs, or which is very much a result of policy. And that's my second question. You framed your whole presentation in terms of the, let's say, the arc of neoliberalism. And I wondered really, and I mean, Chiara mentioned a little bit how the, let's say, the Italian National Recovery and Resilience Plan marks some departures which principles start to address some of the different inequalities that we see. And it also, Calypso referred to the recovery. So I think I wanted to ask you, if we think about the policy response, and we're going to hear about the economic and industrial policy responses, but if we think also about the social policy response, especially in Europe, to what extent could you say that the assumptions of neoliberalism, whose resilience and continuity you've emphasized, are really still in place? Haven't we moved really a long way away from that? For instance, through the EU.
No, 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you very, very much for your presentations. They were extremely interesting and stimulating. I have a question for Colin Crouch, because in your presentation, you were saying that the pandemic opened a window of opportunities for a new consensus over public policies, but this eventually didn't happen, and you were wondering why. Well, I do believe that the issue at stake here is the fact that in our post-democratic society, public opinion is, at least up to a certain extent, rigged by economic elites. But what I wanted to ask you is that if you think that a psychological explanation could also be part of the answer, namely the denial that usually follows tragedies. Because I mean, in the same way as in our personal lives, we don't want, for example, to go to a place that reminds us a big pain from our past. It might be argued that there is a similar mechanism at place here, namely the fact that we are not so keen right now to talk about health policies, for example, because they are semantically linked to the pandemic and the pain that we suffered. So, I mean, I'm not necessarily buying this explanation, but I just wanted to ask you what you think about this possible psychological explanation as part of a bigger answer, of course.
Yes, now, thank you so much for this brilliant panel. And I think it brings us with all these legacies that Europe has of neoliberalism, of sexism, of racism, well, many more of this denial of the issues about climate. And so I think my question would be more then what makes Europe more prepared? What potential do you see for a response that can address these legacies in a better way? And so I do not see very much hope in what Colin was saying, but maybe do you see any possibility in these new left parties for making a change? And for Donatella, I like that you bring both of these forces that are there, but I'm also concerned about the lack of balance between these forces, because if the right-wing forces are much more better funded, let's say transnationally, than the progressive forces, then here the material counts. They can be better connected and do networking, the progressive ones, but then, you know, what brings us towards authoritarianism is also where the funding is going. So anyway, what possibilities are there for redemocratizing Europe, and what is there that pushes us towards democratic backsliding? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will have 3 more sessions, so those who haven't had the time to ask questions, I'm pretty sure there will be opportunities to continue the discussion anyway. So I would ask, maybe in reverse order, the speakers to say last word. You can be creative and selective in the way you recombine all these questions in the most important messages you want to.
Especially being fast. So all very good questions that cannot be addressed immediately needs other 2 books forthcoming, I guess. On the issues of what is left, what is resilient. It is the questions usually of critical junctures. You have abrupt and broad changes, but then do you have path dependency? And there I think that there is a broader reflections to do about the momentous type of approach, because often they give the impression that you can change things quickly and radically. While I always remember the answer of an Egyptian activist after the Arab Spring, who said, we thought the revolution was a moment, we realized it is a process. And I think that this holds for also the other type of changes. So they open conflicts, and we saw some resilient elements. For instance, on the left side of the progressive group, the pandemic has broadened the social base, but also imposed some types of concerns on how to implement this type of new mutualism, how much resources you have to take out of other tasks and so on. So you have resilient things that you have to investigate, but probably talking about the momentous give the impressions that the change can be drastic and in one directional, while it opens conflicts. On the regressive side, I think that in fact what we saw is not that these groups remain very strong, but that they have an effect through party politics. So the groups remain very weak. Electorally, they didn't perform, they were defeated and so on. But many things have been taken over by the radical right. And here I always have a long-lasting debate with Colin about the neoliberal dynamics, because I think in ideal typical terms, maybe the neoliberal are not concerned with other forms of cultural differentiations. But in practice, those in government who pursued neoliberal politics often use also this type of divisions and a very conservative discourse. So it is not by chance that you have also this type of development. In terms of the better founded, yes, I think that the ways in which Quanon has diffused was not by chance, but it has been supported. Bannon was the tipping point. But at the same time, I think the type of mobilization capacity is limited by this very idea of crowdsourced that didn't work. So it is a movement that tended to flop quite quickly, but there remain the need to see these groups within broader conflicts with allies and so on. And the very last words about the what Calypso was pointing at, the type of dilemmas also on the left about what to do with the libertarian component. And there my impression is that faced to the challenge of the pandemic, most groups on the left went in the dilemma to the basic solidarity elements. So Italy had very strong type of policies, but trade unions, even the radical ones, remain quite focused on the main values is caring and solidarities. It created dilemmas. What I refer to in the book is mainly the mobilized type of movements, so not all the critique of Green Pass and other type of measures. But I think that the dilemmas in the pandemic was solved with support on the solidarity side. Thank you.
Thank you, Donatella. I see Chiara already ready to reply. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions and comments. What was the difference of the COVID pandemic with regard to inequality? Well, the first answer could be the impact of the digital divide, because it affected the jobs, the possibility to have jobs, but also it affected the possibility of learning at a distance. So it cut through employment opportunity or the continuation of employment opportunities working at distance, and it cut through the possibility to continue to some degree the schooling. So certainly this was different. Of course, the digital divide existed before, so what I said in the beginning, the COVID pandemic magnified and made evident inequalities and inefficiencies which were there, but maybe we were not as conscious of, or we did not focus as much. And one of these, in addition to the digital divide, is also the inequality among women, which is, this is a long-standing argument that I put forward, that there is not only inequality between men and women, but as there is inequality among men, there is also among women, based on similar but also different reasons as that for between men. That is, between women is certainly education, is certainly the kind of job they can do and so on, but this also interacts with being modest and non-modest, and having access to social, public and accessible care services or not. And therefore this magnifies the differences not only between well-educated and low-educated women, but also between living in the north and living in the south. So all this exploded, was already there, but exploded because of the pandemic, more than because than during the Great Recession. So these, you are right, these are not new, but they assumed a new form, let's say, or became more evident and assumed a new form. And yes. And why the most affected were the quickest to recover? Because of the sectors which were hit. The most affected were the young and women, not only because their jobs were more on temporary contracts, or they were just discontinued, while those who had the permanent contract were protected by the rule in Italy that prohibited any dismissal, but prohibited the dismissals who had a permanent contract, but those whose contract just finished, they were not renewed. But so there was an issue of having a permanent contract, but also that they worked more in the service sector, which was the most hit by the lockdown. So tourism, commerce, and so on. And with the end of the lockdown, those sectors started to reopen to different degrees. Many jobs and many shops did not reopen any longer and so on. But those were the sector that because they were most hit by the lockdown, were those who recovered faster. That is, they recovered what they had lost, and therefore more women and young of both sexes could have jobs which before were closed down. But then, I mean, this remains a weak sector, and with a lot of temporary jobs and temporary contract, often also in the gray economy and so on. And therefore, when the recovery picked up, was stronger in the more traditional sector than in this one. So it was a temporary, let's say, privilege or temporary luck, but it was just temporary. The Recovery and Resilience Fund, of course, Italy is the most beneficiary of it. And I think it's the only country which took all which could be taken, both in terms of free money and in terms of a loan which will have to be given back. I think it is a great opportunity, which to some degree has been lost in terms of initiating really a public debate about priority. Of course, there has been a debate around the three axes which go through the whole recovery plan, which are youth inequality, territorial inequality, and gender inequality. Particularly with regard to the gender inequality, social movements of women organized, prepared their plans, and so on. So it entered the debate. But there was not really a public debate, not even involving, let's say, the local governments who have then to implement the plan. And they were not involved in discussing the plan, in discussing the priorities, in looking what the needs were in organizational, administrative, professional needs in terms of in order to implement it. And we are seeing now what is the negative outcome of this lack of discussion. That is that many, particularly not only in the south, but many municipalities are not the organizational and professional resources to use or to apply for the funds. A lot of plans and projects are just very dispersed and fragmented. There is a great discussion about it, and then in some cases even there has not been enough demand for funds. For instance, I just give an example in the childcare sector, which is greatly unequally resourced in Italy, with the South lacking the basic services. Within the PNR, there is a rule which says that 40% of all resources must go to the South. But the municipalities of the South did not apply enough to fulfill all the funds which were available for them because of lack of resources, because of lack of political pressure, because of lack of interest, which means that if school, educational services, transportation, whatever is perceived as an important asset to rebalance regional inequalities, something should be done from the sense. It should not be left only to the local political decisions whether to grant these items to the citizens or not. It should be a responsibility, and therefore should be worked. Should have been organized differently, the whole system. But what let's say lets me ambivalent about this enormous opportunity which has been given with the Recovery and Resilience Plan is that all debate seems absent now. The discussion is whether we should renegotiate it. And actually now there is even the discussion about differentiated autonomy, which could even increase regional differences. So all the impetus which could be there in order to reframe and rethink the inequalities in our country has been left, and this is not the responsibility only of this government, of the present government, but I think also of the two previous governments.
Thank you very much, Chiara, and Colin is the last of our speakers.
Yes, Jonathan asked whether I've got evidence that there is increasing casualisation. I haven't got numbers yet, it's observation, so I haven't got evidence, no. But I do think one reason why, I do think employers are trying to push forward casualisation, as they have been for the last 15, 20 years. And one reason why we have labour shortages post-COVID is precisely because that's the kind of jobs they want to offer. And eventually this will mean a crisis of the casualisation system. The more workers that are in it, the more trade unions care about those workers and start to fight for them. And the more these people are organising. So I think, yeah, in the long run, I'm optimistic like Jonathan. I think casualisation will meet a real serious block with what's going on. I would share his optimism and yours about, I think Europe, the European Union, those of you who are allowed to be in the European Union, it is really trying very, very hard. I mean, the worst moment in the history of the EU was the way it treated Greece, Italy, and to some extent Spain and Ireland after the financial crisis. And I think in many ways they've been trying to come back from that. And I think they've used the climate crisis, COVID, has been able to be used to say, look, there is still a social Europe. Right? That there was an attempt to wiping out the social Europe agenda a few years ago. It's back. And I think that is a very, very major optimistic step forward. Now, I don't think that the idea of denial following tragedy explains what happened. My disappointment, from my personal position, my disappointment is that parties of the centre and centre-left did not use the COVID crisis to say, look, see, we have to spend money on various services. We do have collective interests, and this is going to cost, and we've got to accept that cost. So that's why I'm disappointed. Now, supposing I were on the other side, supposing I were some of the people that Donatella was talking about, the anti-vax people, the conspiracy theorists, would I be happier now? Would I feel, yeah, we've got through to mainstream politics in a way the left hasn't? If I was in the United States, I think I would answer, yes, we've made enormous progress. We've made people hate the state even more than before. If I were in European, whether Central or Eastern or Western Europe, I think I would say, oh, no, we haven't killed the welfare state. There are no moves to kill the welfare state. What the neoliberal compromise in Europe is we want a welfare state, we want social policy, we just don't want to pay for it. And so what we get instead is public debt and very poor treatment of public service workers and low wages for them. But trying to end on a note, I think that the European welfare state has resisted neoliberalism in a way that I think surprised many of us.
Thank you, Colin. So neoliberalism doesn't die, the welfare state doesn't
No,
die. That's all good
they go on
news. I
forever.
mean,
They go on forever.
eternity for all us.
They're
Thank you very
immortal.
much for this session. Thank you for those who followed online. We have a 5 minutes break to allow the next speakers to come in and you to stretch a second. And we start with the next session about other aspects of this big problem. Thank you.
So this is a sessions of Scuola Normale Superiore, because also Luigi Pellizzoni has started as professor of urban sociology and environmental sociology at the Scuola. And this is why I feel entitled to ask all the presenters to be short, because very short. We were very, very short. So we have Riccardo Chesta and Daniela Chironi, who will talk about scientific experts in public communication in the pandemic. We have Hans-Jörg Trenz, who will talk about communications and disinformations. And Luigi Pellizzoni will talk about nature, technology, and the pandemic. And we have as a discussant Sofia Werther from the European University Institute. Thank you very much for participating. So without further ado, yes, please, Riccardo and Daniela, I put the 15 minutes alarm clock. Okay.
Thank you very much for being here. So we are presenting the result of the COMPART project, communication and participation during the pandemic, that we have basically conducted together with, directed by Donatella Della Porta, with our colleague Andrea Felicetti and Stella Christou, and of course Daniela Chironi on my side. We start from a basic question. So basically, what are the relation between scientific expertise and public communication in the pandemic? The key problem here is that the paradox of the COVID-19 emergency has been a paradox of a crisis of communication in terms of both the scientific uncertainty and complexity that means also that scientific experts basically should play a key role during the pandemic. And the second one is that, of course, being public communication, something that takes place on the media and not in a purely scientific environment, of course, they are not an easy environment for experts to act, to produce communicative acts on the public sphere. Third, also, the paradox is that notwithstanding the scientific aspect of the arguments that can be produced in the public sphere, of course, the pandemic affects society as a whole. Indeed, scientific arguments can become politically relevant for the mobilization of interests, values, and so basically for conflict, for political conflicts, for partisan interests. The main research question driving our research is how then these relations between scientific expertise and public communication changed during the COVID-19 crisis. Can we assess basically more or less politicization or more or less technocracy then on the public sphere? And then the subsequent hypothesis is this growing or basically maybe less polarization takes place between science and the public? Is there a polarization between science on the one hand and public on the other hand? Basically, the literature we aim to talk is basically trying to bridge the sociology of expertise and media studies. Historically, there has been a debate on the public understanding of science in which basically what has been assessed is that there is no such a thing as a linear process between science and the public. There is no such a thing as scientists teaching, basically scientists who knows about things and that teach to basically a passive public that usually is the receiver of the key message that have been propagated by scientists. The key aspect is that in public communication, of course, mediatization and also the structure constraint that affects mediatization, so privatization, for example, or the specific media logic that, of course, are more apt to maximize audience, plays a key role. So basically, experts, when they become public, they have basically an adaptation problem. So basically, they have to adapt to an environment that is not a scientific environment, but has a more complex and contradictory, is subjected to more contradictory dynamics. So basically, how these conditions change during the pandemic, so those between expertise and media studies, the word to Daniela.
Our data. As Riccardo anticipated, these data are basically qualitative data that we have been collecting during the pandemic time. So we started in 2021 and we finished in 2023. We had more than 40 interviews with experts, so scientists, but also communication specialists, in particular journalists, and activists in the public sphere. Then we complemented the data of our interviews with some focus groups, 10 focus groups with around 50 participants in total. And today, for the scope of our presentation, we will focus basically on two of these focus groups, the one on expertise and the one on communication. We also gather media data, but we will not use them in this specific presentation. We perform a triangulation, which means that we try to match the perceptions and the visions and the representations of three categories of interviewees. These categories are scientific experts, so actors working in the scientific field with specific credentials, civic opinion leaders, so people active in civil society or even institutional representatives, and specialists of communication, journalists or other types of communication specialists. We ask them two types of questions which lead us to two parts of our analytical framework. We ask them the problems of scientific communication during the pandemic, so a diagnostic phase of analysis, and then we ask them the solutions they envisage for overcoming the problems identified. So our analysis is basically built together with the interviewees rather than us just analyzing the data. For what concerns the first phase, so the diagnostic phase, what has emerged is that, first of all, there are structural constraints in a moment of pandemic, because we are in a moment of so-called post-normal science, which proceeds through trials and errors. The problem is when, they say, our interviewees, these procedures of trials and errors migrates on the media, on the mediatized public sphere, and this creates a lot of confusion in the citizens receiving the message. I will read some quotations on this. Basically, the fact that they have started to make them on television, that says a journalist, so the conflict has been staged on television has been a problem. What else? The problem is that the media have also structural constraints, and in particular, their structural constraint is profit, so they look for profit. In this, they perform a selection of the experts, basically deciding who is the expert who has the authority to speak in that specific moment, and the way in which they select the expert is not the way in which science selects the expert. So they basically select the experts on the basis of this media logic and media criteria, which, for instance, I read another quote, it is better to have an almost expert, but who is not nice looking, than a full expert who is ugly. So this is an entire different logic than the logic that operates in scientific fields. What is more is that the conflicts, the scientific controversies staged in the mediatic public sphere become staged in a mediatic circus. This is an expression used by our interviewees, which leads us to spectacularization that makes COVID as an entertainment. This is another quotation. COVID-19 could easily be proposed as an entertainment. And also leads to the rise of stars. So basically here in this picture, we see that scientists became media personalities and that the communication focused a lot on their personal life rather than on their scientific trials and scientific contents. And therefore, this has created a lot of personalization and politicization of the communication. For instance, an activist told us that they have lost their minds and they have become histrionic personalities. In terms of politicization, what we see is that also politics is very personalized and leaderized. What happens is that conflicts emerge between the political sphere and the scientific sphere, so between politicians and experts, leading to a dynamic of competition in which the experts are weaker than the politicians and tend to be domesticated.
So basically, this was the first part, so the first set of questions that were regarding the diagnostic phase, so talking about, for example, a key concept from frame analysis, so what is the problem diagnostic phase. The other aspect was, of course, also to ask to our interviewees what was basically the idea of how this problematic interaction between public communication and scientific expertise, how it could be changed, basically, so what has to be done. And so basically we asked a set of questions that can be considered our prognostic side of the inquiry. And basically what emerged is clearly the need for more autonomy in the interaction between science and communication on the one side and, for example, the media logics and basically the logic of marketization of media and the politicization of media. So the first thing is, of course, the critique that some communication specialists mentioned regarding the fact that the political domestication of the communication of risk produced a sort of controller that is also the controlled, so a paradoxical conflict of interest. And the other aspect is how, and this links probably to the previous presentations on neoliberalism, the fact that also the technical skills, the technical structures at the regional level have been weakened in several decades of neoliberal cuts. And these have produced, of course, not only a reduction of the personnel, but also the impoverishment of professional skills and, of course, a lack of autonomy. And this, of course, creates some conflicts in the way we can have high-quality knowledge production in cases of emergency. The other aspect is that, of course, what can be done following the words of our interviews is basically that public institutions should really invest on not only scientific dissemination, but also on putting new resources on the social media. So basically domesticating a little bit with, of course, scientific aims, the new social media environment that is populating, of course, the new communicative environment. Another aspect is, of course, the fact that there's a clear lack within public institutions of professional figures that deal with scientific communications. And of course, this cannot be, of course, bypassed and given, for example, to a media sphere that is dominated more by the logic of audience maximization. So in this case, we have a first preliminary conclusion that we see clearly two trends of mediatization that negatively affect the communication of risk, so the scientific communication, and of course the way also expertise intervene on the public sphere. First, marketization being based on a key function of maximization of audience-produced sensationalism that negatively affect the expert credibility. On the other hand, also the rise of a star system, the virologists and the various figures of scientists that emerged on the public sphere creates a sort of new wave of scientific paternalism that become, of course, not only not credible in a new environment in which citizens aims at receiving a better scientific information. And this creates also polarization, so a sort of distrust toward the scientific expert that operates in the media. And also the other trend is the political domestication. So the fact that, as said by Daniela, the leaderization of politics brings in personalization of the communication, and this also negatively affects the scientific credibility, because when scientific information is domesticated or simply appropriated by political actors, it becomes less credible. And of course, the personalization of communication can also negatively affect the political consensus itself, because sometimes the domestication of scientific information brings also to some contradiction in which some politicians do not even understand which kind of scientific information has been rigorously produced. And so this can create some anecdotes in which this can even negatively affect the credibility of political actors themselves.
In terms of diagnosis, I have 10 seconds. The prognosis that has been underlined is the need for public channels and programs dedicated to a verified, clear, and unmediated informations on issues on public relevance. So an information that has to be independent both from politics and from the market.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is very difficult. Same treatment for Hans-Jörg.
Well, my proposal was
15
to skip lunch,
minutes.
but this was not very popular. And secondly, also, a question that was raised by Donatella of protest that we witnessed during and after the pandemic. And indeed, we were kind of overwhelmed by these exceptional or new forms of protest that we witnessed during the pandemic, which was first of all a moment of standstill. So indeed, we did not expect much protest to happen. And the first forms of both street protests and online protests that we witnessed were these kind of post-truth conspiracy protests, which is a kind of regressive movement. And this is a little bit what I wanted to look at in this presentation. What this is combined with is a kind of polarization around democratic values and also the contestation of epistemic questions of truth, which might be considered to be a kind of new or emerging phenomenon. So I want to understand this emergence of post-truth politics and to raise basically the question, how is the expression of protest at all possible in a situation of health crisis and emergency? And the response would be precisely that post-truth politics is one emerging form of protest under such restrictive conditions. To understand how this is possible, we need to look a little bit further at how information and news during the pandemic were shared by established media. And this is the phenomenon that a global pandemic also creates a global news space, global space where news were shared and also consumed by audiences. And this was a very single issue debate and a single issue public sphere, because the pandemic was kind of monopolizing all debates. And these were basically bad news. So audiences were confronted continuously with negative bad news that put them under kind of unprecedented levels of distress at the individual level. And if you look at how people read news during the pandemic, what you could observe is that the media habits of the populations changed relatively quickly. You all remember during the first weeks of the pandemic, we all became news junkies. We spent hours, if not days, in front of the television and on social media to find latest news. It was an exciting moment, so to speak, a moment of collective incitement in isolation, however, because people were locked down in their private homes. And this was the first moment. We also observed that people did not necessarily look for fake news, but there was a demand for information and to be informed. It was essential also to be informed. Many people looked actually for quality news, and quality newspapers, as a matter of fact, gained they sold. Many quality newspapers also opened their online sites to make quality news accessible for audiences. Precisely, there was this demand. This was the first moment that people accessed multiple news sources all the time, online and offline. And but then there was a second moment of being tired by these negative news, that people withdraw from news, and also the risk that audiences increasingly got stressed by the news and turned away from it. And then there was this idea that the pandemic could turn into what was called an infodemic. If this was the case, we need to look a little bit more careful. How did this happen? There was certainly a concern with fake news and misinformation that was expressed at a very early stage by the government, and also preventive measures were taken by government against this infodemic. And precisely also because disinformation in a pandemic can be seen as a health risk. So it was really risky to be disinformed during the pandemic, and government took action. And the infodemic, if it happened, was partly demand-driven, one could say, that there was an increased demand for facts and news that also offered then opportunities for people to mobilize disinformation. So there was a kind of struggle over public opinion in a way that was driven by information and by disinformation. There was an uncontrolled spread of disinformation, especially during the pandemic, especially through social media. In a way, this also can hardly surprise. We experienced this during previous pandemics, even at an age before social media, that there was this, that pandemics are in a way always a moment for the spread of disinformation, precisely because there is this moment of uncertainty about facts and about our available knowledge. This fear also of the insufficiencies of our knowledge. So there is this new salience of this information, which, however, as I would claim, does not necessarily need to have disruptive effects. If you are confronted with fake news, this might also kind of strengthen your resilience. You might even develop fears of being disinformed, fears of fake news, of fear of conspiracies. These conspiracies might convince some people who follow them, but they also trigger fears by the audiences, and they ask states to take protective measures. So states might even find this as a moment to regain control over information, to be to guarantee truth and to protect science. And we probably witnessed both. This is very much also context bound, I would say. It's very different in Europe than, for instance, in the US. So there is this new awareness of news consumers of the risk to be disinformed, and this is what I would call resilience to disinformation, which becomes relevant here in the way news consumers learn also to avoid confrontation with fake news or prevent the spread of conspiracies. There's also an interesting moment of the internationalization of news. Also, you might remember how we followed the pandemic. It was very much also looking at other countries. Italy, for instance, was very much at the focus of attention. I was at that time in Germany, and there was a lot of news about the situation in Italy. This was also a moment of learning from others, what others did wrongly, how we could possibly do it better. It was partly also a moment of solidarity, because people felt solidarity with victims of the pandemic in other countries. It was also a competition, who performed worse, who performed worse. You remember the statistics of the COVID cases in the countries that became very popular. People compared their own country with other countries. So how then does this translate into protest or into resistance? Here I have an explanation which you might find convincing or not. I think it has to do with the experience of privacy, that people in isolation felt almost excesses of privacy, and conspiracy theories or even fake news in this moment became attractive for some audiences. They used them as an escape from what could be called the tyranny of privacy. People simply experienced excesses of privacy, and a conspiracy then is a kind of return to public life. Through the conspiracy, you link back to a public life. You possibly connect to others who share same ideas, and this helps you to get out of these excesses of privacy. And so the explanation here that I would offer here, in short, is that because we are forced into this isolation during the lockdown in our private life, became a kind of cage which some people wish to escape. And this then leads to a kind of reappraisal of publicness, which again supports then the emergence of political movements. So conspiracy movements or post-truth movements were precisely meant to restore publicness, to claim back a publicness. And this then, interestingly, was combined by many protesters against lockdown with the agenda of civic rights. So they claimed back also civic rights and their individual freedom. And again, conspiracies were helpful there. They allowed individuals to turn these private experiences public. And it was also the fear to live under a surveillance by states or by companies. You could call this also a sort of a mass paranoia here to some degree. So protesters during lockdown claimed back their rights of free movement. And this was during the lockdown first. Later it was against the vaccination programs. And They expressed fears with regard to personal integrity, basic questions of health. This is my body. You remember the slogans of the anti-vaxxer movements, and also increasing expressions of distrust that were particularly amplified through social media. So to understand then the conditions for political mobilization during the pandemic, the internet also gives us many cues for how such escape mechanisms worked. And the internet allows also protesters then to build a kind of online public spaces where they could escape from privacy. And these are precisely the places then where conspiracies can spread and can develop. It seemed to be very much a bottom-up process of mobilization. Now, we could ask how genuine is that fear that states would enforce a far-reaching surveillance mechanism. And here it first comes to the attention that certainly these fears were not expressed by progressive civil rights groups, or for instance by data protection supervisors, but it became mobilized by what Donatella calls regressive movements who kind of occupied the civic rights agenda here in particular ways. Also populist parties partly took this up, but I would claim that that parties and their leaders played a more ambivalent role in this whole process. I would really claim that we need to understand these bottom-up processes of mobilization, that also populist parties did not exactly know. Some tried to appropriate it, others tried to take distance from it. So also here, the role played by parties and their leaders remained rather ambivalent. Also because it was risky for populist parties to take up this bottom-up conspiracy agenda. So populist parties did not entirely control this COVID resistance, and the protest was really amplified from a bottom-up perspective, and it also united very diffuse voices of citizens. It was certainly not a unitary moment. It could never be. It was very diffuse voices that found expression here. You remember public figures, influencers, partly people from the left, partly people from the right. So it was a very diffuse moment. And street protest was staged as a revolt almost. There were also moments of revolt. For instance, the moment that in Germany the Bundestag was almost taken over by a handful of protesters. So they staged it as a revolt, even though, in fact, they remained a small minority. And here also, social media certainly helped to gain salience, to be present, even though, as a matter of fact, they were rather marginalized. I see that also my time is over, but what I wanted to end up with is this idea whether these are sufficient indicators for that we enter a new age of post-truth politics or post-truth democracy. And here my response would actually be no, they are not. I would rather claim that, to the contrary, these movements, to a certain degree, reinforced state authority. They ultimately contributed to their own marginalization. So they did not polarize society, even though it is often claimed that a society was polarized and politics were polarized as an effect of COVID-19 contestation. But I would claim that this was not the case. These movements remained marginal, became even more marginal, and ultimately strengthened state authority precisely as a defender of truth. So this whole idea of post-truth politics, I think, is overstated. And if we want to kind of contextualize fake news and conspiracy process, I think there's no need to take it seriously, but there's also no need to ignore it. I think we should simply take it as part of the kind of regular contestations of democratic legitimacy. And they are a form of public sphere criticism to some degree. As such, this is a kind of a maybe optimistic statement. We should not be particularly concerned that they will anytime soon undermine our democracies.
Thank you, Hans-Jörg. And Luigi.
Identity building.
So, thank you very much. I also take. Yeah. So the topic is very broad. So just for the sake of this conversation, I decided to focus on a couple of major questions. So first one is it possible to place this emergency in the context of the evolution of the governance of nature and technoscience? And I will focus especially on the role of anticipatory governance. And then what, if any, is the lasting effect of the pandemic on the governance of the threats and even the very notion of nature, technology, and their relationship? So first, going back to basics, Foucault distinguished three main types of power or governmentalities. One is sovereignty. The means is prohibition and punishment. The target is individual, and the goal is repression. Then discipline, surveillance and direction. Individual target, but also with collective implication in this kind of actions. And the goal is normalization. And then security, where the control becomes dynamic, indirect, the idea of keeping threshold of spontaneous dynamics of population and territorial things, so nature, so to say, and the target is collective. And again, the goal is normalization. Then Foucault did not focus so much on time, the government of time, but time is implied in all these types of governmentalities. Then if you want to distinguish anticipatory approaches, we can just show different dimensions, different elements. I'm not going in detail, of course, on all these elements. But for example, if you want to distinguish discipline from prevention and precaution, they are being emergent anticipatory approach, we can see that the relation with the future is very different, deterministic, probabilistic, and worst-case scenario. The events can be understood in a different way, especially precaution as a measure because of uncertainty, the rise of uncertainty. What happens on the events after the action is also made different, in this case, deterrence, where the goal is not eliminating or averting the event, but deferring the event. So ways to increase the weapons, nuclear weapons. Also, the approach to the crisis and the logic of action is different because there is a decision, a resolution in all three, but again, deterrence is different because the idea is of managing and raising stakes. The time structure is different, linearity in all the three anticipatory approaches, but deterrence is still different because a kind of recursive dimension. And the model of power is also different because one side is surveillance for discipline, security for prevention because it's probabilistic estimation, so we have not proper deterministic control, surveillance for deterrence, and security for precaution. Again, a kind of estimation, not probabilistic, but still based on some estimation. Okay, I can very quickly, the approach to uncertainty can be different in the logical control, like prediction, because a passive approach. So I put out of the window what I don't know and control, and I focus on what I control because I believe that what I control is enough for the scope of my action. The prudence, like precaution, is different because you activate uncertainty in your decision process because you make it part of the process. What I know, it may be important in my decision. It can go out of control. What happened with COVID governance in Italy? I take just two elements of the approach. One is the zoning system, and the other is the state of emergency. The zoning system, if you remember, was kind of division of areas, of territorial areas, according to the level of this indicator of infection. And of course, the state of emergency has been established and re-established several times out of the evolution of the infection, of the pandemic. The interesting aspect of both strategies, to me at least, are this point. One is that the processes in the event has been chased rather than preceded. So both the zoning system and the state of emergency were going behind the evolution of the pandemic rather than anticipating it. Then this meant that it was undecidible that this strategy was successful or not, because basically you just say, okay, the air index changes this way, so I restrict the zone, I put a red zone, and then we see what happens, and then I change this. But you have no proof that any of this strategy was really affecting the evolution of the infection. And of course, the state of emergency was reiterated more times than the law permitted. And this was justified. This was why Agamben and many others may talk about the normalization of the state of exception. Because they say, look, we are stretching the emergency out of any legal requirement. And how this is possible? Agamben stretching in some direction, but he was underestimating the main justification. And the main justification was that the threat is not human. It's not another political force, another government, another state that is attacking us or whatever, but it is nature. And this was the justification of stretching the legal requirements. So my question is, are we still within a securitarian, usual understanding of securitarian approach, or is something different that I provisionally call post-security? Post-security would mean beyond security, so beyond the idea of a direct control and traditional normalizing goal, because you are managing rather than trying to resolve crisis. So in this sense, similar to deterrence as a cost, you are accepting and taking advantage of ignorance because you are just following up any evolution of the events. And so from an idea of robustness of approach, you develop an idea of anti-fragility. So the ability to stand unpredictability, total lack of control, and so on and so forth. And the approach becomes trial and error and total experimental, as has been also said, rather than any attempt of planning and prediction. So it is a very big difference compared to traditional securitarian approaches. Even if the normalizing goal remains, but understood in a different way, not in proper control, but in riding uncertainty and modifying your attitude time and again according to the evolution. So we just skip the active approach, so all the precautionary approach and whatever is set apart, and you arrive at an affirmative or anomic approach to uncertainty. Affirmative means that no knowledge becomes a constitutive unknowability. You don't know where new epidemics emerge, you don't know the characteristics of whatever, you don't know how long it will stay with us, and so on and so forth. And also these chaotic dynamics of overarching forces have just to be acknowledged and develop adaptation, resilience, quickness of response. So totally different approaches compared to traditional securitarian logics. So what is the typical approach of anticipatory approach of this new situation? Let us say preemption. Let's focus on preparedness, the last one, because preparedness was precisely the type of a response that has been set up by the World Health Organization for addressing this type of emergencies. And the interesting point is that the relation with the future is based on the idea of vigilance. So you don't ever know when a problem emerges, but the important thing is that you are quick in detecting the first signals of the problem. And you have to modulate, not properly resolve the crisis. COVID is still with us today. So we have to manage it, and to manage it in an experimental way. So you will never exit properly from the emergency. You will adapt and readapt your society to the condition. And the recursivity, I will show you a picture, is quite clear. And this is what I call post-securitarian. If you take the first graph, is the traditional situation of prediction and precaution. You have the past, the present, then you take a decision, the decision go to some direction, and then this direction that you take will realize the future, whatever it is. In preparedness, you have this recursive model where there is a latency of the threat, then you vigilant on that, then you detect things, then you try to modulate the forces to avoid that disaster occurs, and you promise to restore normality. But normality will never be restored. There will be a new situation in which you will never get properly back to the origin. And in this process, the recursivity of process, like think of this reiteration of emergency, the changes, the modulation of the meaning of vaccination, for example, that initially had some meaning, that it took another meaning, not avoiding, but just lowering the effects. It would be important to reread all the declarations on the newspapers to make a proper analysis, which I did not do, but it would be very important to do it, to see how the narrative changed along the way. And you redefine also the past. I will show in a moment why. How many minutes? 3 minutes. Oh, perfect. So let's go to SARS-CoV just to see this change of the past. So what is SARS-CoV? If you remember the discussion over the SARS-CoV, they say, oh, this is natural. So it's a part of, it's a nature, yes, not technology. So it's a manifestation of inner evolutionary processes, is a manifestation of human nature, in the sense that it's something totally disconnected with humans. You cannot negotiate with this kind of entity and so on and so forth. And the opposite narrative was, no, it's technology, is an accidental leakage from the Wuhan lab, so, and based on experimenting on gain of function. Gain of function means that viruses are modified on purpose to explore the level of mortality, of diffusion, and whatever. So they probably were doing precisely like this because this is something that is being done. Then they say, no, it's a combination of nature and technology. It's a zoonosis, so it's an effect, unwanted effect of the closeness of the transformation of nature and the closeness with the, let's say, the wild nature. And this is what novel nature culture interactions, because this is what is happening. And this also another narrative. But if you think the very subtle and emergent narrative precisely now is that any distinction is meaningless, because there is no difference between nature and technology. It's not a combination. There is no difference whatsoever. between nature and technology, because just because it happened, whatever is the dynamic that led to SARS-CoV, it means that it was in the range of the possibilities. So it's totally silly to go on discussing who is responsible of what. This is extremely, to me, an indicator of how also the past is remade, because after what happens, you are saying, oh, look, maybe SARS-CoV is nature, maybe is technology, or maybe it's totally indifferent, whatever it is, because if it happens, it is in the range of possibility. And it is the demonstration of the recursivity of the governmentality approach that is taking hold right now. I call it post-securitarian. We may find a better term, but it is a prosecution of an intensification of the original securitarian approach that emerged, according to Foucault, in the late 18th century, but is a kind of intensification that changed it qualitatively. We are entering a new era of governmentality. We are still to understand exactly the characteristic of this era. The meaninglessness of any distinction between nature and technology, in my view, is becoming a core part of the new narrative. I finish just to me, the main narratives that are taking hold, under which we are analyzing this type of stories of events, is this apparent contrast between the idea of planetary boundaries and Gaia. Planetary boundaries means that we are just learning about these overarching forces and learning how to control them, how to make a kind of, somebody says this global leviathan, that technocratic leviathan that will be able to control all these planetary dynamics, geological, biological, whatever. Another is that, no, this is Gaia, this is going, it is in human nature, it is going by itself. We have just to adapt it, be resilient, be quick to react, and so on and so forth. But are they really opposing, or are different ways to say the same thing? Because a global attempt to govern planetary forces cannot be other than experimental. So it is a real life experiment that we are all part of it. And a total experimentation, a reality made of day-by-day experimenting, day-by-day trial and error, which is the neoliberal mantra gone wild, in a sense, is a way to govern the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luigi. And now we'll ask Sofia Verza if you can, in about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. Also on behalf of the center I work for, the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom at the European University Institute. So first of all, I would like to give an overview of what I think are the linking topics between these three papers, which offered many inspiring tips. So I would say that foremost is the epistemological question of truth, of what is understood to be truth for citizens, for a strategic communication of the government, and for groups that polarized around this understanding. And linked to that is the question of information overload and of the capacity of either relying on experts to make sense of the complexity of the situation, or to choose a bubble, a reassuring bubble of opinions that could also, in that sense, help to make sense of what was happening. Another underlying point is that of the governance of this situation, both from the point of view of communication and public communication, and what happened in fact between legacy media logics and logics in the online public sphere. And here another dualism, I think, emerges, which is the one of requesting to the public sector to take better responsibility for public communication and to help citizens to understand better the situation, but also the privatization of this kind of communications in public spheres that are online, but that are still governed by private and commercial logics. Last but not least, the question of time. So the pandemic took, hopefully we are almost over it, but it developed between 2020 and 2022, and different steps in this time took place. So in the very beginning, I would actually not agree on the fact that there was always polarization on the question of the virus itself, but at the very beginning, a high consensus around the governmental approaches and what needed to be done was there, while with time and with the change also of social control policies like vaccination instead of just lockdowns took place. So, for example, in the paper, in the first paper we have heard today, the data were collected starting from 2021. And I think this a little bit led to miss out this point about the fact that at the very beginning, there was a high consensus also between political forces in Italy about what needed to be done. And then with the emergence of risk zones, zone rosse, etc., and the role of regional governors, etc., higher polarization emerged. And this is also then linked to Professor Strand's paper and question of polarization and conspiracy theories, where these conspiracy theories emerging in polarized societies, in already polarized societies, or not. Yes, so going back to the individual papers, I really appreciated the interdisciplinary approach of the first paper that also stems from the variety of actors that you interviewed. And I would suggest, in general, to refer to, for the emergence of the role of experts, also to the theories of Ulrich Beck and the management of risk societies. Then, well, you speak about the role of legacy media mainly, but I would suggest also to refer to the disintermediation of communications in times of pandemic, the fact that public institutions, even the Prime Minister, decided not to give usual press conferences, but to do, for example, Facebook Lives and to connect with citizens directly. And this leads me to the question of thinking about also the online public sphere and its logics, which are not necessarily that far from legacy media logics, and the fact that people tend to look for information that confirm their pre-existing opinions. You mentioned newsworthiness, and in this sense, again, the question of time comes back, because at a certain point, COVID became a continuous risk. I mean, of course, it was disruptive when it emerged and completely new, but at a certain point, we got used to it, and it was not new anymore. And newsworthiness bases itself on novelty. One of newsworthy values is novelty, and attention has cycles, as Downs teaches us. So when COVID itself was not new, conflict needed to re-emerge again. That's why I would pay attention between these differences in 2020 and 2021. Yes, then, going to Professor Strength's paper, I think these reflections are really inspiring in connecting what happened of new in this phase with old dated issues. Exactly, for example, when you spoke of news fatigue and news junkies, and as I was saying, I think this reconnects with logics of finding reassurance when you meet similar opinions than yours. I think the big absent, if I may, in this reflection is the question of artificial intelligence and bots and automation. You at a certain point mentioned about the paranoia that bots or some external power is controlling certain theories, etc. But I would not consider it a paranoia only. I mean, bots are big amplifiers, definitely relevant in the online logics. And we, for example, just a few weeks ago had this big investigation by The Guardian and many other outlets throughout Europe about Team Jorge's disinformation activities in elections, etc. So I think this needs to be taken under consideration. And finally, I like the fact that the government actions that try to manage disinformation. You referred to the fact that they themselves infringe some fundamental rights sometimes, like freedom of expression, and this would probably reinforce these conspirationalist groups in their conviction that the state is acting and surveilling them, acting against them. And in this regard, I would like to ask you which parallelisms you find between this emergency, the COVID emergency, and the situation with the war in Ukraine now. The possibility for voices that are not even pro-Russian, but not explicitly anti-Russian to emerge. Yes, and one last thing I found interested is this kind of shift of focus from the responsibility of those who are governed to the governors. So at the beginning of the pandemic, also in the forms of social control policies by the government, we had social distancing and also even peer control. The fact that you were saying this guy is going jogging, this guy is public enemy number one. And then instead, when the problem continued being there and the governance forms did not result to be that effective immediately, then it was easier to say, okay, maybe the problem is not my neighborhood, maybe it's the government. And this makes me jump to the last paper with some reference to the fact that I think here in the governance of the COVID pandemic, we had a meeting between also, let's say, from the point of view of legal studies, a meeting between administrative measures and criminal law measures, and then relative linked philosophical questions there. The question of prevention, the question of emergency. In this case, okay, the governments needed to convince the citizens to adhere to certain social control policies, and effective strategic communication was needed and probably was not in place. So as Durkheim says, social control policies, social control is what makes people adhere to laws. And in this case, well, you speak about post-security, and I find it really interesting, but I would like to recall some other examples when preventive measures are in place from long time, like in managing migration phenomena, in managing terrorism. So the so-called crimes of risk, the crimes that you commit because you put in place a potential danger, not fact that took place at the end of the day. So my question there is if you see some links between this kind of, let's say now, traditional policies and the ones in this field. Thank you.
As you may have noticed, we are very short on time, but if there are urgent questions that cannot be addressed at the table or later on, please ask. Encouraging enough. Otherwise, I will give the floor back for a short response. Order.
Yes, very, very quickly. Thank you for the comments and question. Of course, it's very much to be understood what has been changing, because we are witnessing, as I said to me, an intensification of ongoing processes and approaches that may be leading to some change. The combination of administrative and criminal measure, to me, is a confirmation that the approach to emergency or this kind of crisis is not of a resolution, but of a handling. So the basic idea is that it is here to stay and to impress a stable modification to society. So this combination is quite clear. It's a blurring of things that should be legally very different, actually. And the way in which, yes, of course, there are many other aspects and examples of attempts to handle dynamics like migration, whatever. But the main difference is that on one side, it's very difficult to disentangle different approaches, even in the formal definition of preparedness. Go and look at how they define it. It's a combination of traditional preventive measures, some precautionary approach, and this vigilance by way of science. So it's very different even from a definitory perspective. But then the main trick, the narrative trick, was that the origin of the threat is not human. And this makes a big difference, because you cannot compare the state of exception of the COVID pandemic with Guantanamo or whatever. It's completely different, and it is a major justification. Then you enter into the issue that I just touched upon, and on the nature of SARS-CoV, which is very, very important, because it is nature, but it is not. So it's again a blurring that I don't know where it is leading, but my sense it is leading into new ways of governing reality, or not governing it, or governing it in a direct way.
Jörg?
Thanks indeed, Sophia. It is interesting that you mention also this moment of consensus at the beginning of the pandemic, that there was, in fact, not that much polarization going on, but rather an overwhelming consensus. I would agree with this. It is also confirmed by many opinion polls. The interesting question behind, of course, is who constructed this consensus. If there was consensus, it surprises us as social scientists. You would expect this to be much more conflictive. But how can we explain it then? And I think there are a couple of intervening factors here. First of all, public communication during the pandemic needs to be understood as mass communication. So it was not so much fragmented into different bubbles or user communities, but it was a very hierarchical one-to-many form of communication that enabled also governments then to reach out and to convey their messages. This also explains then the salience of science. Science contributed to consensus. It was highly visible. The examples that you gave in your presentation about the prominence of scientists contributes to this. And then it has to do probably also with journalism. That journalism, after all, gained in prominence and maybe also did a good job in public communication. So in a way, it is a success story of public communication, almost. And the role of bots, I agree that this is relevant and needs to be taken into consideration. However, to understand these bots, we need to ask who stands behind these bots, and this is how the debate is going. It is perceived as a kind of, I think they call it hybrid security threats. So hybrid security threats, and you can target particular actors like foreign states to be responsible for this spread of conspiracies or fake news through bots. If this is the case, I would claim that also these bots, in a way, strengthen the regulatory authority of states. And this is precisely what we can observe now in the reactions to these hybrid security threats. For instance, the European Commission is very successful in taking a regulatory action and regaining grounds for state control against the privatization logic that you were also mentioning. So there's a kind of return of the regulatory power of the states also in response to this. Finally, this observation that there's a continuity between the anti-vaccine protest and what we observe now, these pro-Russian voices. Also, this is a very interesting phenomenon where I do not have the exact response now, but we are actually going to study this in a research project precisely to understand this passing, for instance, of influencers or public intellectuals from being anti-vaccine to being pro-Putin. So we should meet again in a year and discuss this.
I promise you will meet again. Riccardo and Daniela, do you have it?
I wanted just to thank Sophia for having been with us, for having read the papers, for her comments. I think that your suggestions are all very to the point. We didn't want to include, this is an analysis of mainstream media, not exactly of legacy media, but of those within the legacy media, which are much more mainstream. So we didn't maybe explain it well, but big newspapers, both at the national and the regional level, public television and the big channels of private television. And we leave the analysis of the online public sphere for another paper, because we felt like that we had too much data and we couldn't fit all of them in only one paper. So it was, I see why you say it and I agree, but it was just an attempt to make order and to make an analysis of what is mainstream communication and how this mainstream communication interacted with the communication of public experts. And as for your suggestion about including cycles, you are right. Maybe our understanding is a bit biased because we started collecting the data in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have, it's fine. So all the people who want to have lunch will be grateful to you. Thank you very much to all. We will reconvene in about 1 hour with a small change in the program because Alberto Quadrio-Curzio could not come and is not available online either. So we will start with Mario Pianta's presentation. Thank you very much.
Come back to this afternoon session. And as I understand, we will have two presentations in this session. So we will hope for 3. But didn't you say that Alberto because Mario is presenting, of course, yes. So Mario, yes. So we will have 3 presentations. Oh, funziona. We will have 3 presentations in this session, which is on economic policies. We will start with Mario Pianta, who was scheduled for the late afternoon, on the return of state intervention from fiscal policies to the recovery plan. We will then have Valeria Cirillo and Dario Guarascio from Università di Bari, Sapienza University, on changes in production, employment, and wages. And we will have Guglielmo Meardi on industrial relations, crisis, corporatism, and changing power relations. And to my right is the discussant of this session from University di Bologna, Arianna Tassinari. So I will be quite strict with the time management. You have 15, maximum 20 minutes presentation. Mario, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hans-Jörg. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to discuss the complex consequences in economic, social, and political terms of the pandemic experience. I bring you the greetings from Alberto Quadrio-Curzio, who fell with a flu pandemic, and so is unable to be with us, but has been working with us on a number of these topics. Let's start from a different type of pandemic. From the first week in June, the infection spread in a dreadful manner. Consternation was very great. The richer sort of people, especially the nobility and gentry from the west part of the city, thronged out of town with their families and servants in an unusual manner. I had 2 important things before me. The one was the carrying on of my business and shop, which was considerable, and in which was embarked all my effects in the world. And the other was the preservation of my life in so dismal calamity, as I saw apparently was coming up to the whole city. So in 1722, Daniel Defoe writes this Journal of the Plague Year. The plague is the same plague of Milan Promessi Sposi, arriving in London 30 years later in 1660s. And the dilemma facing the actor, the key character in the story, carrying on business versus saving life, was exactly the dilemma that faced the world as a whole facing the COVID-19 pandemic. So an interesting tool for addressing this trade-off has been, in fact, economic policies, and quite a successful one. But let me first put the pandemic crisis in context. Building on Colin Crouch's presentation, we had 40 years of neoliberal agendas and paradigm, which was shaken in 2008 by the financial crisis. In Southern Europe, we had the 2011 public debt crisis. Then the pandemic in 2020 becomes the most severe crisis of the world economy. Then in 2022, we have energy shocks, inflation, and Ukraine war with further negative economic context. So let's just look a little bit at the economic patterns and at how economic policies manage to address some of these challenges. Okay, this morning we had a discussion about politics as a whole or policies for addressing the pandemic or the communication or the surveillance. Now we discuss the different varieties of economic policies in this context. The mechanism that broke down the economy at the world level with the pandemic were the lockdowns of economic activity, the fall of demand of goods and services, the collapse of production chains and supply networks at the world scale, stoppages in world trade, acceleration of previous trends of reorganization of world production, and all these dynamics pose new challenges for different types of policies, and we have different countries reacting with different policy responses. We will focus here mainly on two dimensions. One is fiscal policy, focusing on the aggregate dimension of the economy. How do we prevent the aggregate slump of the economy and sustain both demand and supply? And industrial policies for specific activities. So this is the picture of the GDP change over the previous year in constant prices. The gray line is Italy, the yellow line is the US. So what you see here is the sequence of crises from in the new century with a particularly bad performance of Italy, which in every crisis performs much worse than other major advanced countries. Let's keep in mind the other context, the trajectory of stagnation of the West, the US and Europe, is in stark contrast with the huge rapid growth, not just of China, but of other countries such as Indonesia, India, and Turkey, who have been recording almost a doubling of their GDP in real terms from the 2008 crisis to the pandemic crisis, while Italy has been on the zero line. Europe as a whole has been with a minimal performance of growth, and the US have experienced a growth of less than 20% over a dozen years. So we have a global context of changing in the balance of power and in the relative economic performances. Why economic policies and fiscal policies have been crucial? Because after the pandemic, there was a continuation of the collapse of investment. Private investment had no idea of the possibility for future profit. Consumption was particularly slow in Europe, a bit less in the US. Exports were performing opposing trajectories, and therefore, so you see here the huge current account balance as a share of GDP in Germany, the orange line, more than 6% of GDP means that there is a huge demand for the country. The German economy, throughout all the sequence of crises, has been supported by this huge demand engine, which allowed the country economy to go on. What we see here is the continuing weak position of the US, which is in importing countries. And what is interesting is that Italy, the gray line, after the 2011 crisis, becomes more and more a subcontractor to the German economy, performing a successful net balance of the current accounts as a sort of driven by the German export engine. but the real novelty is in the crisis is the role of public expenditure. In a context where the private components of demand, except the case of German exports, have been extremely weak, facing the crisis, fiscal policy become a fundamental dynamics. What we see here is that in the US, in spite of the neoliberal rhetoric and so on, there has been, facing the 2008 crisis, a jump of 8.5 percentage points in the fiscal policy response, in the expansionary fiscal policies facing the 2008 financial crisis. And then there is a sudden jump of more than 10 percentage points in terms of GDP in facing the pandemic. The US response in fiscal policy terms has been huge. We will see that later. And what is interesting is that while in the period of the financial crisis, European countries were prevented from these expansionary policies by the Maastricht treaties, the stability pacts, the austerity dogma, the pandemic broke this dogma, and Italy was allowed to have a jump of 8.5 percentage points. So this is a huge change compared to the past 40 years of neoliberalism, and a massive return of fiscal policy reshaping our story. This has, of course, an impact on government debt. What you see is that the US share of GDP by the net government debt had already increased by 35 percentage points throughout the Great Recession and the crisis of 2008. And then there is a sudden jump of 20% now. What is interesting is that debt does not come down. So public debt is not a problem of Italy or Greece or Southern Europe, it's a problem of all advanced economies, because thankfully fiscal policy financed by public debt was a key tool used to overcome the shock of the crisis, but there is a complete lack of understanding that debt has to be dealt with in different ways in terms of its financing, and this is going to become a huge problem now with the new monetary policy pushing up interest rates and therefore making this large amount of debt unbearable. So this is the next crisis to come will have to do with all this set of stories. This is an interesting set of data from the IMF. Right at the beginning of the pandemic crisis, the idea was to understand what was the expectation of the collapse of GDP on the horizontal axis in a negative terms, and look at the amount of emergency expenditure as a share of GDP organized by countries. What you see here is not that the countries who are most hit by the crisis spend more. Is the most powerful countries spend more. The countries who have a lot of pandemic impact, but a little ability of political power to organize things, Greece, Italy, but also France, Spain, and Portugal, were facing dramatic collapses of GDP expected, less than 10%, collapse of 10%, but were able to move about 6%, 5 to 6% of GDP in extraordinary, in emergency expenditure. While the US was being hit by a more modest collapse of the economy and mobilized a huge amount of resources. By the way, in the US, if you look at the disposable income, there has been no fall at all. So the compensating mechanism set in motion by public expenditure have been more than accounting for the collapse in incomes. So all this money, which is huge, we are talking between ex post, it was around 8% of GDP, went mainly to subsidies to firms and households. We did a study for contemporary Italian politics on the Italian government response, and it was very clear that there was a timely, significant, relevant economic policy response, but the nature of the response was mainly focusing on subsidies. So not a different type of trajectory of development, not a direct public expenditure for health, for instance, but subsidies to firms to survive the crisis and subsidies to a household to continue consumption. What has been the outcome? Well, on the whole, what we can see that in terms of unemployment, even in Italy, there has been a fall of unemployment, even though what we see that with the gray line here, we see that each crisis creates a jump, a step up of the unemployment level, which is very difficult to bring it down. What you see in the case of Germany is this continuing slowdown of unemployment driven by the growth, export-led growth. In the US, there is the same trajectory with the jump of unemployment because there is no job protection. In all European countries, there was the prohibition of layoffs, which prevented a peak in 2020 in layoffs and a peak in the unemployment rate. In the US, the flexibility of the labor market meant there was a huge amount of layoffs, but then a falling back of unemployment. So this basically is some sort of success story of fiscal policy, a way of managing crises that have been significant in aggregate terms. But if you notice, there is a huge gap, which is increasingly widening between the 10% unemployment in Italy and the 4% unemployment in Germany. So divergence becomes even more structural, even more institutionalized, and after each crisis, Dario and Valeria will discuss later, this divergence within Europe becomes more important. So lessons. The return of government policy is clearly evident. More government expenditure in major countries was highly relevant, but not in the hardest hit ones. India was incredibly hardly hit, but was not able to mobilize public expenditure to any similar extent. There is increasingly a division between the fast-growing and recovery economies of Asia and China, and the stagnation of the Italian case and the European case. But an important lesson is that policies mattered. How policies were introduced. Just a quick summary. In 2020, Europe at last makes two good decisions after 30 years of wrong decisions. The suspension of the Growth and Stability Pact, the suspension of the ban of state aid. These are the two tools that made all this possible. Unfortunately, next year in 2024, both will end. So we are facing a situation where Europe is completely unable to develop new tools for facing economic policy challenges. The third important novelties of European policies was the beginning at last of a European level fiscal policy with the program with the Next Generation Europe and the introduction of Eurobonds funding these programs. But at the same time, Europe failed to address the challenge of research, production, and delivery of vaccines. So leaving this challenge related to the emergency of the pandemic to the big pharma monopoly power. So industrial policy faced an opening with the stop of the ban on state aid, but industrial policy was not developed in the major areas of challenge, starting from the vaccine production. So public expenditure mainly paid for subsidies to firms and households, effectively in the short term, easy to do, easy to implement, and bring some consensus, but this does nothing for the longer term growth. This is why we are at this divergence. If you have a good engine, the economy goes fast. If you have a bad engine and you give some subsidy, just like in Italy, the economy does not take off. And there is no coherence between what has been mobilized, all this amount of money, 10% of GDP, and the idea that we had to do the Green Deal, the ecological transition, climate change, and so on. So there is a total disconnect between different sets of policies. So it has already been said that Next Generation Europe, Chiara Saraceno mentioned this morning, is basically a lost opportunity in the case of Italy in particular, because there is no connection at all with the industrial policy trajectory for developing new production capacity for the longer term growth. But what is interesting is that this opening up for industrial policy comes after 10 years of small steps by European policies, which abandon slowly the idea of the single market capable of dealing with all challenges, and realize that there are not enough investment, realize that we have to change the ecological impact of our economy. So we have 1 billion, the amount of resources of the European Green Deal. Then we have with the pandemic, the introduction of industrial policy goals, including strategic autonomy and industrial sovereignty, which will be then linked to the Ukraine war crisis and so on. And then we have a further development. So the challenge now is to realize that in economic policy work, but that we can and should reorganize our priorities and the topics and the areas of our public expenditure, including new economic activities. And here we have basically an option between a green high-tech Europe on the one hand, but also the challenge and the risk of a military-industrial Europe as a result of the Ukraine war on the other hand. So the question is that we have learned some lessons from the pandemic. Economic policies work, fiscal policy, industrial policy work, but we are risking in Europe to stop this trajectory too soon and to enter a wrong trajectory, a negative trajectory for the future. So important lesson, new risks. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, Mario and Scuola, and you all for organizing this and for inviting us. Well, now we will switch a little bit the attention on the Italian economy, but I would say that we will follow up very much along the trajectory that Mario has already traced. That's why I will be very brief. So let me quickly put in context the analysis that we are going to propose and the analysis of the impact of COVID-19 on the Italian economy in particular. Well, we may say, and this has been already said, that crises are to some extent moments of truth. And in the European and in the Italian case, starting with the 2008 crisis, these has been moments where the fundamental flaws, the contradictions of the growth model, of the economic policy setup have been revealed. And of course, in the in the European case, we now know how much the economic policy model demonstrated to be deflationary, making crisis harsher and longer. We know that the European economic context is plagued by a core periphery divergence, which is both within and between countries, of course, and in the case of Southern Europe and in Italy, we have a problem of peripheralization, meaning structural weakening, an even stronger weakening of labor that we will discuss very much in this presentation, but also with the COVID-19 crisis and now also with the war-related crisis, we see how strong is the vulnerability in terms of import and technological dependency, in particular with respect to some key technologies and products. And this, again, firebacks on the growth prospects and also on the overall economic capacity of the area. However, crisis by crisis, the divergence and the relatively lag behind of peripheries and in Italy and of Italy in our case gets worse. However, we have also to say that the current crisis in particular, but most probably the COVID crisis already pushed along this direction, is likely to open up for new kind of divides. And for example, we see how the German economy is now having hard times, both in economic and also in technological terms to certain extent. And of course, this fires back on the situation that we observe in the periphery. Well, the main argument of the presentation and of the data that we are going to show basically is based on the hypothesis that the weakening of labor, namely fragmentation, precarization, stagnant wages, increase in the share of low-paid jobs, in a way mirrors the structural weakening of the productive structure on the other end. And this is really what we observed basically all across the southern periphery, but we think that the Italian economy is an archetype in this respect. Yeah, we can. And of course, the productivity gap is one of the typical examples of this divide, as we can see in this figure that basically is again a bit of context because it starts in 2000 and ends in 2020 and shows how much the divide in terms of labor productivity widens between Italy and the other major European economies. Of course, sectoral heterogeneity matters, as we know, and as it has already been said by Mario, if manufacturing tend to rebound and to be an engine of growth, in particular after crisis, services in the periphery in particular, and low wage and low innovation services are one of the major explanations of why there is this tendency towards productivity stagnation. And this is a figure more or less showing this. Of course, structure means also firm size. And here you see how even if Italy does quite well with respect to productivity of medium and medium-large enterprises, this is not the case concerning small ones, and as we know, most of the companies and of the employment in the Italian context is very much concentrated there. And as I said, there is a mirror, which is the mirror of the labor market that we can, in a way, grasp looking at how much wages and productivity Italian vis-à-vis European Union ones diverged along the quite long time span that is represented in this figure. Yeah. Another fundamental flaw regards internal divides and the north-south divide in particular, that, as we know, is a major handicap of the ability to grow and to experience structural upgrading for the Italian economy, and all across the recent 20 years and crisis by crisis in a worsening fashion, we had the increasing divergence in this regard. Okay, so please, Valeria.
context. And consider that one of the main difference compared to the other crises is related actually to the fall in hours worked that we experienced during the COVID with respect to the previous crisis. In fact, after the shock, employment rebounds, but actually worked hours don't. This is actually a proxy of employment quality, working condition, and increasing share of precarious work that I will try to document in the next slide. To some extent, this seems to confirm a previous trend that has been already highlighted by Chiara Saraceno this morning, but Burgess and Di Carlo as well. So it seems that the recovery, the Italian recovery, after the peak of the COVID crisis has been mainly related to growth in low-tech and low-wages services, while manufacturing stagnates. So this can be actually a proxy of poor tertiarization, prevailing of cost competitiveness strategies of firms, the creation and the deepening of a perverse linkage already existing, going from weakening of labor, weakening labor productivity, and so forth. Also, another important fact that we should consider, and we will try to document, is the loss in terms of wages with respect to profits. This is pretty much evident in this phase of inflation, which actually, followed the COVID, but we are still in an inflationary period, so wages are losing ground with respect to profits. And as a probably fourth element of analysis that we will try to document in future, having access to adequate microdata, is a growing dispersion in terms of productivity of firms, so increasing firm level segmentation as an additional source of inequality, meaning that basically you have a coexistence of high-paying and low-paying firms, as it has been recently also highlighted by the the European Trade Union Organization, and so in a sense deepening the neo-dualistic tendency that has been highlighted in the literature. So when it comes to the impact of COVID in terms of employment and hours worked, one of the first difference that we should highlight is that basically there is a large drop in terms of hours worked. As you can see, the black line, Italy, with respect to other countries, for instance, Germany, the same situation also for Spain. But there is, at least there is a flat, at least less drop in 1,000 persons in employment with respect to hours worked for Italy. Why this? Well, this can be due actually to the restriction in the dismissal that were imposed during the first phase of the COVID. So in this sense, we can say that compared to 2008 economic crisis, during this pandemic, there was greater variability of hours worked relative to employment. And then when we have a sort of recovery from the COVID here, we see that still the hours worked are slowing down compared to employment. This can be due to the labor use strategies of firms oriented toward fixed term contract or short time contract in the early stage of the recovery, so related mainly to a high degree of uncertainty. Similar figures come from data on compulsory communication of the Ministry of Labor. So basically, these data give us a picture in terms of hirings and separation, so job flows dynamics, saying that in this we should look in this part of the graph, which is the years of the COVID pandemic. What we see is that there is a drastic drop in terms of hirings. Hirings here have been computed without transformation, as also in separation. Then, when there is a slight recovery in 2021, we see that there is an increase in hiring without transformation, but still in terms of separation. In fact, we will see that in 2022, when the restriction to dismissal have been removed, actually there is an increase in terms of firing by firms. In fact, in 2022, the net balance becomes negative between hiring and separation. So there is a gradual reduction in activation and general increase in dismissal. Which kind of jobs have been created during, let's say, this recovery in 2022? So when we see this increase in hirings, we should ask ourselves, but which kind of position have been created? Well, This graph give us an answer to this question, because actually what we see is that the blue bar is basically the net balance for fixed term contract, whereas the green line refer to the permanent hiring. So to say that basically the type of job that have been created during the recovery phase are mainly related to fixed term contract. And these are data from the Ministry of Labor Osservatorio sul Precariato archive. So recovery, fixed term jobs, but also we should look, as Dario and Mario were anticipating, where these jobs were mainly created. And here we see basically an heterogeneity of effect in terms both of 1,000 hours worked and 1,000 persons by sectors. You see that in the first phase of the COVID, so here, wholesale and retail trade have been mainly hit by the crisis, and then there is a slow recovery. But now, when we see the aggregate figures in terms of annual balance of contract by sector, we see that actually the majority of activation are concentrated in services. So to say that services have recovered pre-pandemic levels, but with a stronger increase in hirings over termination compared, for example, to industry and manufacturing, which is still stagnating. Another issue that we would like to highlight concern, for example, the job creation in terms of occupation. Here we see that where in the first phase of COVID, so 2019-2020, there is a job distraction in the lower part of the occupational distribution, as is indicated by the blue line. We have also a recovery in this lower part of the distribution, to say that the creation of job has been mainly concentrated among low qualified type of profession, which are also those registering lower wages. In fact, well, this is a graph that just has the drastic drop in terms of employment concentrated in temporary employees that maybe we saw somewhere else, but this is just the drop in terms of temporary employees. So to say that when it comes also to see the condition in terms of wages, we are actually experiencing this phase, which is a phase where real compensation per employee, this blue line, is going down as well, both registered in terms of real compensation per employee and real compensation per hour worked, with respect to obviously to the nominal compensation. So from the hit of the COVID crisis till now, we are experiencing a falling trend in terms of wages. Obviously, in this sense, also the inflation makes its role. In fact, this is also registered by this graph, which is the trends in contractual wages and inflation in Italy. You see in the right panel, we have a flat trend in terms of contractual wage index per employee, whereas the consumer price index is mainly going up. So it means that there is an erosion of purchasing power of workers. And this basically led us to conclude that if we want to account for the low-paid earners, we should register a growing share of low-paid earners across all type of occupation. This is a figures that the Global Wage Report has highlighted. And just to also recap some of the information that this morning Chiara Saraceno was putting on the floor, this led us to a rising share of in-work poverty in Italy, or as well as in the other countries. But in Italy, I would say, similarly to Spain, the blue dot says us that there is a sharp increase between 2011 and 2021 in terms of in-work poverty, which is basically the risk of working but still going below the poverty line. So the work is not enough to guarantee to avoid poverty. So let us conclude saying that actually based on the analysis of labor market data, both compulsory communication as well as national accounts and labor force surveys, it emerged that the COVID-19 crisis has exacerbated some Italian long-lasting flows, such as further weakening of labor and productive structures, So there are also new sources of uncertainty, such as global conflict, now the global value chain disruption, inflation, which is affecting the wages differently among different kind of workers along the distribution. All these factors will affect the Italian economy in the futures, and so a number of questions remain open, but to some extent there are already some critical answers, in the sense that the National Recovery and Resilience Plans does not seem to revert this structural trend, both for the in sense of amount of resources, but also for the lack of an industrial policy. So far we didn't see a reversion in this kind of trend. And also, a last point, we really need to consider the evolution of the economic policy landscape, which means, what about the reintroduction of fiscal constraint in the future? Which kind of impact this would have on Italy? What about the interest rates keep rising? Weakening of the Italian protection system, and of course also considering the need for income support schemes and minimum wage policies. And now we are in these days assisting to the removal of one of the P's of the measure that allow people to survive during this year. This is the Reddito di Cittadinanza, one of the most known income support scheme. Thanks.
Thank you. And yes, sorry that I need to be a little bit strict with the time management. Now I need to be even more strict because our head of department is talking.
Thank you very much. Now, some of the content has already been explained very well by those speaking before me. I will focus in particularly on labor relations, let's say, at the balance of power and the form of the relations between employers and employees. Let's start from what we know from the studies in industrial relations historically about the effects of crisis. Well, there's been a lot of research on various crises generally in history. Most studies in particular have looked at the effects of the long waves in economic upturns and downturns, and tend to say that periods of crisis are periods of capital's counter-mobilizations. That is when the employers are stronger than the employees. And when some of the gains that the labor may have gained in the previous phase, in particularly towards the end of the upswings in economic activity, capital tries to take it back, take it away. Also, we know that in general crises have mixed effects on strikes and unionization. Mixed because there are two things going on at the same time in most crises. On one side, inflation has a positive effect on strikes and unionization because people realize how important their wage settings are. If inflation is 10%, well, that matters a lot. If inflation is 1% and the dispute is about whether it should be 0.5 or 1.5 wage increase, people individually may think, well, it's not worth my union fee or 1 hour of strike to care about these things. But when inflation is 10, 15%, well, that matters a lot and people become a bit more militant. At the same time, however, when unemployment is high, obviously people are more scared about joining unions, about joining strikes and so on. So the two things mean that the effects are a bit mixed. We also know that periods of crisis are very often opportunities for corporatist arrangements, that is, centralized agreements between employers and employees, mostly defensive for the employees. That is, the employees don't really gain very much, but at least they reduce the cost of the economy. So this is what, more or less, the knowledge we have. However, this doesn't apply automatically to the pandemic, because most economic crises in the history of capitalism are crises of demands. Then they structurally weaken labor because there is less demand for labor and there are more unemployed people, and therefore people are more scared. COVID-19 had a different effect than the traditional, let's say, endemic capitalist crisis. It was a crisis mostly of supply. Suddenly, we could not work. Suddenly, the supply chains were affected. Suddenly, factories could not get the workers, or the office could not have the workers to be at work. It could also become a demand crisis. To some extent, also it became, but as people before me have said, well, the state has intervened and has avoided at least this, that the crisis of supply didn't become a massive demand crisis. Okay, the economy didn't collapse. The aggregate demand, which actually was very high at the beginning of the pandemic. So the world entered the pandemic in a period where the economy was going very well. COVID-19 didn't turn into a demand crisis. After the pandemic situation is a bit different. We have what is called labor shortages, and we can discuss why it happens. We see work intensification. There is a more increasing evidence of work intensification, in some cases also with negative effects on health and safety, and obviously there is inflation. Now, I will review what the effects are, and I'll try to understand why it happens. First, on national level social partnership on the pandemic, and secondly, on the power relations between employers and employees. Now, on social partnership, already in 2021, Eurofound made a study looking at what happened in Europe, say what have been positive developments in Scandinavia. Well, you expect that, they are able to do that. Also in places where it's a bit more strange, like Spain and Portugal, but they had progressive governments, and a mixed in countries like Italy, France, and Germany. And let's remember, one thing that was important at the beginning of the pandemic was the experience exactly of Italy. The Italians might remember that there was, the crisis started, the pandemic started especially in Lombardy, where I come from, and there was a big problem about whether to lock down or not to lock down. We know it now because it came back into the news, and now the former prime minister is accused of having killed people because they didn't lock down fast enough. But at that time, the employers were very much against closing down. The trade unions threatened a general strike. The government had no clue what to do, and eventually the solution was found urgently by collective agreements tripartite agreements between government, employers, and trade unions that decided according to which criteria certain sectors of the economy should close down. So that revealed, after decades in which Italy had abandoned the idea that social partnering is of any use, well, actually, if you have a big problem like that, the only ones who know how to deal with such a big problem are employers and employees. The government had no clue, didn't have really the knowledge about which sectors are affected by a crisis like the pandemic and which one are not. The unions and the employers didn't have it. So actually we had, in the first period of pandemic, a time of re-legitimation of social dialogue, what Colin called the first COVID moment at the beginning, included that. And we saw it even in unlikely places. This is 11 Downing Street, not 10 Downing Street. And this is Rishi Sunak, who is now at 10 Downing Street, but at the time was at 11 Downing Street. That is the Chancellor, the Minister of Finance of the UK. And this is the picture of him announcing the job support scheme, something that previously also Mario mentioned, together with the leader of the trade unions, Francis Grady, and the leader of the employers, Caroline Fairbairn. What is interesting here is that 40 years before, the leader of his party, Margaret Thatcher, said never again beer and sandwiches at Downing Street, by which she meant never again the trade unions at the offices of the Prime Minister and the Chancellor. So that was a big change, let's say, for the Conservative government to find a way of announcing policy in a tripartite way. In Italy, after that, those initial agreements about the lockdown, there were a series, all a system was set up whereby every step in the policy about lockdown was agreed with the trade unions and the employers, all the health and safety protocols, the vaccination plan in the companies, and so on and so forth, when to reopen, when to reclose, and so on. And eventually, also at national level, tripartite dialogue was somehow re-legitimated, not so much under the Conte government, but more against under the Draghi government. This is the first thing he did, Draghi, was to invite on one side the employers and one side the trade unions, all very well distanced and with masks, but that was something new, that we had forgotten. It was a practice in the 90s, but not anymore. In Spain, as well, had a similar path with Italy. Social dialogue was abandoned during the crisis. And then a big agreement was signed. As you see, now we don't shake hands anymore in the new era of industrial relations. We shake the elbows. But this is actually the Minister of Labor, Jante Diaz, with the leader of the employers, Antonio Gramendi, on the agreements about the riders' law, which was a tripartite agreement. And in France, even in France, where for about 10 years at the end of the Hollande presidency, especially under Macron, social dialogue has become a disaster with a lot of demonstration and so on and so forth. In the periods of pandemic, some important agreements were signed. For instance, a very important one on health policy. And this is being announced, again, outside, not inside, and so on and so forth. Obviously here in France, the social partners are behind and the government is at the front. So it's not exactly the same as in the other countries, but more or less. The idea is the same. So with Arianna Tassinari, we wrote a piece last year where we call this crisis corporatism 2.0. In what sense? The idea of crisis corporatism was elaborated especially by German colleagues after the financial crisis, because Germany was very quick during the financial crisis to pass agreements on shortening working time. In this way, Germany managed to overcome the economic crisis very quickly without losing employment, because people kept their jobs. And as soon as demand restarted, Germany was ready to restart very, very, very fast. So it was a kind of success, let's say, of corporatist structure. So in a way, we see something similar, okay? Which is not a big innovation. Let's see that there is a bit of continuity with long-term traditions and trends. But some content innovation, so it's not crisis corporatism exactly the same as in 2008, 2009, but a bit, something new was there. For instance, there was much more attention to productions rather than only to social policy. So for instance, the agreements in Italy, but also in Germany and so on health and safety, on working time and so on. So it had, in a way, it was more articulated from the macro to the micro effect. There were some more power resources for labor, so they were less defensive, while the agreements of crisis corporatism, especially in Germany, also in other places, were only about limiting losses for labor. In this case, there were also some little gains. There was, importantly, more attention to inclusivity. That is to cover everybody. In Italy, even the informal workers were covered. Whereas in crisis corporatism 1.0, for instance, in Germany, they had completely forgotten atypical workers, agency workers, and so on. They were not protected at all. And now, because of the experience of the financial crisis, trade unions paid much more attention, also Colin said this morning. And finally, a bit more opportunity for transnational coordination and limitation. So there was something, but it was politically contingent. And how strong is this? We ended with Arianna with the question, well, at the end of the day, it will depend on what power labor may have. There is the risk that this corporatism is only in the crisis period in order to limit the losses for rainy days, a solution, but as soon as the economy starts again, employers don't want to share anymore anything. So the profits are never shared, only the costs. So that is the problem of crisis corporatism. It's something that it itself is only, it works only on one side. So let's see what is going on now, leaving a little bit of the pandemic. The point is, as I said, well, are power relations changing a little bit between employers and employees? Now, the recent literature about power relations distinguishes between 4 or 5 kinds of power relations, which are power resources, very different than labor and employers may have. The structural ones in the labor market, the associational one, their organization, the capacity to mobilize, and so on. The institutional ones, the established rights, the access to policy, and so on. And also, more recently, the literature talks about societal power, which is the coalitions, which is the discourse, which is the communication power. Something a bit more difficult to measure, but there is now much more attention to that aspect of power. Now, what effects may have the pandemic and the post-pandemic, especially on labor power? Well, structurally, unlike, as I said, the typical demand-side crisis, structurally, labor became more powerful because the employers needed employees more than the employees needed employers. for this strange combination of what the pandemic meant forward. There were constraints on labor force use. This is why the trade unions were successful in Italy and say, well, there must be rules for closing down, because otherwise nobody will go to work, and we will do a general strike, and employers had to accept it. After the pandemic, we see still a little bit of structural power under labor shortage. I will say something more about that. It's a bit more complicated. Associationally, however, it's not an easy time for any organizations. Donatella spoke about it a bit this morning, but it's very difficult to organize a workplace meeting in pandemic conditions. It's very difficult to organize a demonstration. Sometimes it's even forbidden. Yes, we have social media and so on, but the expert is Hans-Jörg, so he actually knows about the topic. It's not as simple for labor to use those tools. Maybe with post-pandemic is a bit different, but still a question mark. Institutionally, because the government needed social consensus when taking such huge decisions, we saw in many countries, basically everywhere in Europe, governments needed the social partners and labor much more than before. So that was a positive effect. In theory, also in recovery policies, but as Chiara Saraceno said this morning, it's more mixed whether actually this is an opportunity or not. And socially, well, this is a big difference. Let's remember the financial crisis 2008-2009. What was the dominant discourse? It's the fault of those who have lived above their means. It's the fault of the lazy Greeks. It's the fault of the lazy public sector workers. It's the fault of pensions, and so on and so forth. Then there was also a counter discourse, the fault of the banks. But what passed in politics it's the fault of the debtors, especially in the Euro crisis. The fault is who is in debt and not who is in credit. This was not a debt crisis. It might become, but it's not yet. And the discursive power was all on the side of those who cared, the care discourse we talked about this morning. Probably also in the post-pandemic, there is a positive effect for labor. I mean, this discourse about key workers and so on, the rhetoric is generally a bit more positive for the labor side. So let's see whether this is true. Well, first I explain a little bit the structural power. In 2020, during the pandemic, what happened? A bit strange thing. So the GDP globally fell much more, actually twice as much as in 2009. So this was a huge crisis. Working hours fell much more than the GDP, by 8.8%. And the way working hours were reduced was quite unusual. Usually working hours are lost because people lose their jobs. That's not what happened during the pandemic. During the pandemic, half of the working hours were lost to employment loss, of which 70% towards inactivity and only 30% towards unemployment, and 50%, as many as 50%, which is a lot, through working time reduction. Okay. At the same time, labor income didn't lose as much. So half of the loss of work didn't mean a loss of income for workers. That's globally, obviously, there is a variation. But that basically means that workers were structurally in a relatively strong position. They managed to protect their income, they reduced their working time, and the demand for labor became much more important than the demand for jobs for employees. After the pandemic, we see something similar in what is called in the newspapers and so on, escape from work, big resignations and so on. That's a bit exaggerated, but it's true. Resignation went up. What really is becoming important is that the activity rate socially is going down. It is, especially for demographic reason, and labor immigration has gone down. So again, employers need employees more than the employees need the employers. That's unusual in comparison to previous crises. So this is a source of power. But even more important, I would say, is this rise of discursive power in the public debates about work. This was not something that even 10 years ago was very much discussed in industrial relations, because industrial relations scholars are more institutional, hard people rather than soft. But it's more and more discussed. And during the pandemic, we saw things which were not easy to expect the day before the pandemic. Migrant regularization in Portugal, in Italy, where the government wanted to throw everybody back into the sea. Now they want to, again, to throw them back into the sea and actually do, but in a few months they moved to a regularization, which was relatively small, ineffective, and so on. But the shift into the logic was huge, yes. And the same for delivery workers. There was a big campaign and suddenly it became very important in the public debate. And in the meat industry, that's a good example. In Germany, a sector where for 20 years it was known that exploitation was huge, suddenly a law, and trade unions had campaigned, but to absolutely no result, suddenly a law and then collective agreement were passed. And the leading force in this campaign was a priest, was a parish, a Catholic parish, who was campaigning. So you see the importance of the moral arguments really rising in the public sphere. Now, the collective, I don't have much time now to say, but if we look at the different sectors and outcomes of collective bargaining in Italy as a case of point, because the pandemic was particularly affected Italy particularly strongly, we see a mix of strange things. In metalworking, very important sector, there have been 10, 12 years of horrible collective bargaining results. Very disappointing agreements, divided trade unions, agreements signed only by some trade unions, not by the largest ones, and so on. In 2019, it looked like really it will be another disaster. Then in 2021, despite an employer split, an agreement was reached, which was by far the best of the last 15 years. It was signed by all trade unions. So what is a shift? Agro-industry, the situation was even worse than in metalworking agreements. Employees had already split in two associations. There was no prospect of an agreement being reached in 2019. A good agreement for the whole of the industry was reached in 2021. Agro-industry is very important because even during the pandemic, you need to eat. Okay, so the structural power of workers is particularly strong. Logistics. Other complicated sector, and we have other people in the room who know it very well. Here we see a mixture. We see also the counter-mobilization of employers who signed an agreement with what some call the yellow trade union, the right-wing trade union, the UGL. However, eventually they lost. That agreement was deemed illegal, and another agreement was signed by the other trade unions. So a very mixed situation. But again, this was a case which was very much in the news and very, very, very visible in the public sphere. And then we have the public sector. Public sector includes health. In public sector, it's the opposite. Public sector, there have been campaigns. There was a general strike of the public sector in December 2020. That includes health. However, the trade unions were completely unable to mobilize any discursive power. Actually, the campaign putting at the front the settlement for local authorities and central administration. They are not the most popular workers in the world, okay? Also, they were those who suffered the least during the pandemic. So it was a failure, the strikes, and then the general strikes. They called two general strikes. They were all failures with very low attendance, no effect on the public discourse. They were not even in the news, which is quite unusual for Italy, and the settlements were very poor. So to summarize, the structural power is quite similar, more important for agro-industry and food delivery because we need to eat during a pandemic, but also important for everywhere. Associational power is basically the same. Institutional is more difficult in food industry because it's a new sector. It doesn't have the institutions. And what really makes the difference is the discursive power. In the food delivery, agro-industry, and metalworking, that was used very effectively by labor, and they managed to reverse the trend, the previous trend, whereas they didn't manage to do it in the public sector, where the legacy from the past didn't allow to mobilize any new ideas. Despite the opportunity of talking about care and health. The food delivery is mixed because on one side there is a lot of discursive power, but that wasn't enough yet to compensate the very weak institutional situation. So we have a mixed situation. We mixed agreements and still the jury is out about what is going to happen. This doesn't mean institutions don't matter anymore, therefore. Actually, if we look now at the trend, I'm finishing. If we look now at what is happening now with inflation, the best wage settlement in Italy of all sectors was the one of domestic workers. Why? Domestic carers, domestic cleaners, and so on. Why? Because they were strongly mobilized. Did they mobilize? No. Because they had a settlement, a tripartite agreements, which had foreseen before the pandemic, when people didn't think that would become important because inflation was very low, that safeguarded wage increases to the inflation. in case of a lack of agreement. So there's been actually no agreements for domestic workers, but they are basically the only sector which still have the automatic indexation and have the best wage. I'm finishing. So institutions are still important. Institutional power is still important, especially for defensive fights, defensive struggles, because institutions are in order to prevent change, prevent things going worse. So during an inflationary period, these are becoming again important. But overall, what is interesting in this crisis, the novelty, I would say, because the importance of institutions that was known before, is the discourse of societal power has become more important, and the power resources for labor are much more than in previous periods. This manifests itself in different ways. In countries like the UK, there is going on now the largest strike wave since 1985. In other countries, there isn't. So whether people mobilize through the form of strike or not, through the public discourse, that changes. In other countries, we see the politicization of labor more with discussion about minimum wages, social rights, and so on, rather than through industrial conflicts. But in general, the discursive side, whether in the strikes in the UK or in discussion about labor politics in the continental Europe, have become more important than before.
Mariana, we have reserved exactly 10 minutes for you.
All right, okay.
How it is? Okay, great. Sorry. Okay, I'll start again. So I see all three contributions as obviously like shedding the light on different economic impacts and implications of the pandemic moment in terms of economic policy and of the political determinants of economic policy, and offering overall a fairly mixed but not overtly optimistic assessment about the long-term, legacies of the pandemic in terms of the thrust of socioeconomic policies in the EU and also specifically in the Italian case. And the common thread that I see across the three of them, to some extent, I would summarize it in the following terms. It almost seems that in all three of your contributions, the point that comes up is that the COVID-19 crisis could have represented, or at least for a brief moment, seemed perhaps to represent an occasion for a change either in the dominant consensus around certain tenets of socioeconomic policy, or potentially at least a shock to the system in terms of dominant status quo for what regards, for example, traits of the Italian growth model, and putting into sharp relief some of its long-standing weaknesses, and again a potential to potentially represent an upheaval in long-standing trend of labor weakening in European industrial relations. And yet it seems that, with the benefit of hindsight of looking back 3 years later, this moment of disruption, this moment of potential paradigm shift actually seems to, at least if I kind of take together the points that I think emerge from your contributions, to rather have been fairly short-lived, rather that it is almost a sort of lost occasion or missed occasion in terms of translating the disruption of the crisis of the pandemic moment into a long-lasting transformation of power relations and of the main thrust of economic policy in both European but also national trajectory of industrial policy, of economic policy, of labor capital balance of power. And the question that I kept asking myself as I was sort of reading your contributions and listening to you now is like, why is this the case? In a sense, like, what has happened that has meant that the potential exceptionalism of the pandemic crisis moment has, in a sense, petered out, or at least led in some way to reinforcement of some of the pre-existing structural issues and weaknesses also of policy responses. So I think I'm going to briefly, I guess, ask some questions to like each of the three. which things that I found particularly interesting. So, I mean, I think Mario's contribution provides a very, very effective overview of, again, this sort of window of exceptionalism and apparent change in direction of the dominant thinking around fiscal policy and industrial policy at the EU level, which, however, as you point out, already to some extent seems to be coming undone with the ongoing discussions and the thrust of discussion around the resumption of the SGP, or the Stability and Growth Pact, from 2024, as well as the ongoing discussions around potential suspension of the, or rather, again, putting back into place the restrictions on state aid and so on. And I also, obviously there's all the ongoing discussions around what extent are new vulnerabilities on the aspect of public debt going to emerge again. And we have just seen like yesterday, with the aftermath of the SVB collapse in the US, like the reemergence of like sovereign debt spreads and the tensions around that, and all the discussions around monetary policy, which seems really to point out to this direction that the Hamiltonian moment that we had talked about last year doesn't seem to have been rooted in a kind of new, lasting, let's say, political consensus that can give it, legs to stand on and kind of withstand the changes in the business macroeconomic cycle and the tensions related to that. I just wanted to ask you, Mario, I know that you're an economist and not a political scientist, but as a political economist myself, I'm always interested in like the politics behind economic policy, and I was wondering, from your familiarity with the thrust of economic fiscal policy debates at the EU level, but also industrial policy, how can we account for this difficulty, in a sense, of translating the pandemic exceptionality into a more long-lasting, change in policy paradigm? And I think there's other people in this room that probably have, thoughts to offer on this and might actually have a different assessment about to what extent can we actually, be quite so pessimistic about the, future trajectory of fiscal policy and industrial policy. But, is it a matter of, just a resumption of business as usual, technocratic dynamics of, rule adherence within the Eurozone? Is it a matter of, resurgence of the longer-standing difficulties in forging like a EU-wide, solidaristic approach towards fiscal policy? Is it a matter of, resumption of the long-standing Marxist anxieties around the debt management that there's no political capacity to withstand? Like, and what could be, I would say, like, I would ask myself the position that especially South European countries should be articulating in this current phase in order to prevent, let's say, a regressive turning back of the clocks in terms of the trajectory of especially European fiscal policy and economic governance. I'm very pessimistic about the capacity of the Southern European bloc in the current moment, given the huge diversity of, color of governments, in the Southern members of the Eurozone to articulate a common position. But if there could be, then what could that look like, and how could re-emergence of divergences within the EU be averted, because it seems to me that the risk is very much there of actually seeing the resurgence of those core periphery dynamics that also Dario and Valeria were referring to, resurging very, very strongly. Coming to Valeria and Dario's paper, I think it's excellent overview of the deep-seated structural problems of Italy's economy and how they have been actually aggravated by the COVID-19 crisis in a way that I think dovetailed really nicely with Professor Saraceno's presentation as well. And I think your data show actually really interestingly a picture of continuity in terms of the long-standing trajectory of downgrading of the Italian economy in the European, the broader European political economy, Italy being stuck in a sort of like low competitiveness, low productivity, low value-added equilibrium. And again, here my question, I suppose I would ask you to, or I'm curious about, I suppose, again, what could have been different. And here I was thinking about, something that emerges a little bit from your presentation, but I think it's very much in a sense like the background is, okay, what could be or could have been the role of Next Generation EU and of the Italian National Recovery and Resilience Plan in addressing some of these long-standing structural issues that you identify. Now, again, I have an extremely pessimistic evaluation of the design of Italy's National Recovery and Resilience Plan, because I think, and I think Professor Saraceno was also referring to this, earlier this morning, and Mario as well. There really is no clear vision of what should be or could be an alternative, productive growth model for Italy's economy coming out of Italy's Recovery and Resilience Plan. It's to some extent a collection of disparate projects that were already existing, but without, a sense of where should the Italian development model be heading to. But I suppose the question that I would ask you as, economists very familiar with, I say like the broad overall structural features of Italy's economy is, could there be an alternative to some extent, development model that Italy could have pursued, for example, taking advantage of the resources afforded by Next Generation EU? And if so, what would that look like? Or is rather Italy stuck in a sort of like low, negative equilibrium that is impossible to dislodge? Like, in a sense, is there a space for policies and for politics to turn this very deep-seated situation of stagnation around? And what does your data and your empirical evidence and understanding of the trends tell us about the potential impact of different policies? I have thoughts about the fact that there could be quite a lot of space for policies to at least try to turn some of these trends around, but I'm very curious to hear how would you assess this? And also, why is it so difficult for Italian policymakers to articulate and formulate a different vision for the Italian growth model, which, to me is the question that is forever puzzling. And so, yeah, and this kind of brings me, I think, to Guglielmo's presentation. I'm just going to take 2 minutes, partly because, Guglielmo presented work that we've partly done together, so it's kind of hard to give him comments on our joint work. But I think, to some extent, Guglielmo's, the themes of Guglielmo's work give us a hint about, where we might have to look at in order to understand why is it that the picture that Valeria and Dario were presenting us is so negative. Because obviously the impacts of pandemic, the impacts of crisis are, and economic policy responses are mediated by power relations. They are mediated by the configurations of power resources between actors. They don't emerge in a vacuum. It's not just a matter of technocratic policy making. And I think, in a sense, the weakness, actually, I would say, in the long run of organized labor in the politics of the post-pandemic moment in Italy accounts for a large extent for some of the extremely negative outcomes that we observe in Italy in terms of wage dynamics and capacity to actually turn around the dynamics in terms of domestic demand, purchasing power, and so on. So I would say that I think, Guglielmo, your assessment perhaps almost remains a little bit too optimistic. Obviously I share your analysis about the pandemic moment itself, but I think if we look at where are we now, 3 years later, it seems to me that, again, it's a case of that discursive power resources not really having been turned into a long-term reconstitution of a capacity of organized labor, at least in the Italian context, to really intervene effectively, neither on debates around industrial or economic policy, nor on debates around labor market policy that could, for example, act as a beneficial constraint in terms of wages, in terms of investment, in terms of productivity trends, to reverse some of the sort of like low road to recovery that Valeria and Dario were outlining. And again, the question is like, why is it that Italian labor has not really managed to capitalize on that window of opportunity that existed in the pandemic moment? And, in a sense, it could have been different because in other countries around Europe, it has been different. And I always think of the Spanish case as the most immediate comparator, but Spain is really a case where we see, obviously the political color of government goes a long way in explaining why Spain has gone in a different direction, but we have seen, the Spanish labor movement being able to forge a strategic relationship with the government to pursue, a policy agenda that has an organic vision also around quality of employment as a driver of a different kind of recovery, in which there is a greater role for domestic demand, wage reevaluation in itself as a lever of recovery, reconsideration of putting at the center employment quality, really at the center of the government policy agenda. All of this is happening down the road to some extent, but it seems to be like a completely different from the Italian scenario where which we move. So I suppose the question is, well, as comparativists, what does this teach us about, under what conditions can the moments of opportunity, the windows of opportunity be turned into a reconstitution of power resources, which then can translate actually in a reconstruction of those very same institutions that, as you were saying in your presentation, are necessary to sustain gains in the long run. And if that doesn't happen, then why is it that it doesn't happen? And basically, what the hell is wrong with Italian unions? It would be the question, really. So yeah, I'm going to stop here because I'm really over time. But thanks so much. Lots of food for thoughts.
Okay, I think this time we should definitely allow for some questions from the floor and take a couple of more minutes for discussion to include also the audience. I saw already a hand by Jonathan. There's another hand here behind. There is a third hand, 4 even. I think we should close with this. I have a microphone to offer you. Please.
Thanks a lot. Great panel and also very stimulating wrapping up by the discussant. And I think, Arianna, the way you posed it raises, there's an ambivalence in the way you put things together, which I think needs to be addressed. So on the one hand, there's a question, was the pandemic moment fleeting? And are we going back to business as usual or business before the crisis as usual everywhere, certainly everywhere in Europe? But at the same time, you also say, well, Italy is very distinctive compared, for example, to Spain. I think, part that's right. And are these two, questions the same? So, I would want to push back certainly on the first question. Is the pandemic moment really fleeting? Are we going back, because we're now talking about at the European level, reintroducing some version of the Stability and Growth Pact? Is it going to be the Stability and Growth Pact of the past? If there are going to be some controls over the use of state aid, is that going to be a blanket restriction on state aid for innovation and economic development? Was that even ever the case in past European policies? I would say that if you look more closely, it's of course an open question. We don't know what the answer is going to be. But if you look at the thinking, particularly of the Commission, behind these issues, I think they're very anxious not to go back to the status quo ante. Something that has really changed is the focus on the critical character of public investment, for example, and also the critical character of social investment and social support, and the use of various kinds of collective instruments to ensure that in responding to energy or industrial policy challenges, it's not only the member states who have the most fiscal room who are able to support their economies while others are not. This really has changed, at least seems to have changed pretty fundamentally, and presents, in my view, many more kinds of opportunities for the future to build on particularly the Recovery and Resilience Fund, but its extensions into many other areas. And it's interesting to think about the specifics of different countries in the way they've used their recovery and resilience plans. And what's striking here, I want to link up with what the analysis that Guglielmo presented. We see great variations in the extent to which governments involved social actors and especially social partners in especially the reforms that they have undertaken as part of their plans. And interestingly, that does not seem to be driven very much by, let's say, the unions themselves. It seems to be driven by the strategies of the governments in terms of how they want to craft the reforms and what kinds of legitimacy they want. So it's much closer to your institutional arguments, but it's not always continuity with past institutional patterns. The only country that of the 8 that my colleagues and I have been looking at where you see a clear corporatist continuity is Belgium, where the social partners had to be involved in the plan. And in other cases, countries that never did this before, like Croatia, have involved the unions very centrally in crafting their reforms. And finally, as regards the Italian case, and I'm interested in how people would respond. I mean, my reading of the Italian plan, and it probably reflects very strongly the thinking in the Draghi government and the people around Draghi, is that the areas where they pushed to make big reforms were in public administration, in the administration of the justice system, in public procurement, in competition. So all areas, there certainly are schools of economists who have argued that these are the big failures of the Italian growth model, whether we agree with them or not, but that has been the strategy. There certainly are social investments and social reforms as well, but they're mostly in the areas of education, training, childcare, public employment services, not, let's say, as you've argued, in the labor market model as a whole. And so the question is that a kind of hopeless strategy, or should one perhaps take it seriously and think about what it might in the end?
Yes, I have a short question to Guglielmo because you mentioned clearly this question intersect also some issues pointed out by other presentation, but you mentioned for sectors, for instance, but maybe in order to analyze better the dynamics of collective bargaining also in Italy, it's important to maybe enlarge the perspective because, for instance, there are other sectors uncovered by renewal of collective bargaining and also the data about the period of waiting for renewal of collective bargaining rise in 2022 compared with the previous year, and also the sectors of trade or also private security and so on. And this can be an important point in order also to face the points challenged by the other issue. And the other matter is related to the capacity to collective bargaining to cover and face the challenges, even because the metalworking collective bargaining was clearly an important point in this period, but after the renewal, there is the big issue of inflation, also the indicator of IPCA that doesn't cover the part of inflation imported and for energy problems.
I, I feel in the entire discussion that I shared the view with Ariane, if I understood well, there is a bit too much optimism in the, there is an attempt to see seeds of change, which, in my view, I would bet that they are fading away very fast. I mean, think of another very big exception, World War One. World War One, you had a major change in the relationship between workers and firms because you needed to have war production, etc. End of the war, all the governments said, boys, the game is over. Now, don't think that you can continue to have Social Security. This was exceptional for the war. But now we go back to business, right? I think that what we are observing is something like that. Major discontinuities in policies are bound to be associated with major discontinuity in hegemonic coalition and in power relation, and we don't see it. Yes, so there was a big necessity of the state and the big necessity of regaining sovereignty. But the state was not there. The state was not there because it had been dismantled to different degrees, but everywhere in the West. And the demand for sovereignty has been captured by the populist right that has taken it up as a slogan. So we have the worst of the worst because there is a nationalist slogan with the neoliberal policies, which is the worst of the worst. In all that, I think a good meter is the strength of the labor movement or the weakness of the labor movement. At the beginning of the golden age, there was major changes in the labor power, also associated with international factor, and the discontinuity, the end of the golden age, is associated with major defeat of the labor movement itself. I mean, the miners in England, the occupation of Fiat in Italy. I don't see any change in power relation of the opposite side, let's put it this way. Especially in Italy, and I think, the Italian trade union is shameful. Even the metal workers. I've been involved with the GKN story, and there you had the total absence, not only of the left party, but also of the unions, also of the mechanical union, that is supposed to be the most militant. That was an occasion. I mean, we had even prepared an alternative plan that was feasible, and we had the actors. You had the complete silence, not only of, Giorgetti, you can expect from Giorgetti because he's the parrot of Confindustria, but from the union is a bit more troubling, and I think confirms my pessimism.
Thank you.
So this question is going to be kind of weird, and I should disclose perhaps that I am a microeconometrician because I don't understand very well macroeconomics. So, but there seems to me that there's something at odds with this level of inflation, and I wanted to ask something about it. The narrative is that inflation is that high due to the war in Ukraine. But I also like data quite a bit. So if you look at data, we escaped the liquidity trap in the last quarter of 2021. Well, I don't want to downplay the role that central bankers did in escaping the liquidity trap in 2021, but it starts right after the energy prices started increases. So this inflation perhaps shouldn't be attributed to the war in Ukraine, but to the consequences of the pandemic, which are still yet to be fully understood. And now, well, a question for the future. I know that nobody can foresee the future, but perhaps this high level of inflation has kind of helped EU countries managing the high deficits and the debt that they took for lowering the crisis that the pandemic caused. Now that perhaps inflation is going down, and that in 2024, perhaps, we say, and that in 2024 the Stability Pact will, come into existence again. What should we expect next in terms of fiscal and so on? Thank you.
Okay, now we definitely do not have the time to respond to all the questions that were raised by the discussant and by the participants in the floor. We also do not have the time to explain inflation, I think. But you have a couple of minutes to respond, and you need to be very selective. And we go in the reverse order, which means that we start with Guglielmo.
Thank you. Well, I can, I think, summarize the question into two big areas. One is, was I optimistic, too optimistic? And the other one, why the differences between countries? In particular, why Italy is so bad, which seems to be a recurrent theme. Now, yes, it is true. I'm a bit optimistic because the analysis of the collective bargaining was something I was doing on the pandemic period, 2020, 2021. And that is where I saw, in comparison to the previous 10 years, big sign of improvement in at least three sectors. I took the four sectors which were the biggest and most important ones. That's not the case for 2022. As Arianna yourself, you're studying now in a situation of inflation. Clearly, the collective bargaining system is not working, and the agreements are not being signed at all. And when they're signed, they're not enough. So clearly, the system, which has been let's say, rusty for 20 years, is not starting really again. So that is true. So 2022 requires a bit of another point. Why Italy is so bad in comparison to Spain? Well, on this, I think I would have a sort of answer. In a way, also, why Italy is so bad in comparison to the UK, which is a different case, where also things are going very bad for labor, but at least the unions are trying to do something. They are trying to mobilize. They haven't achieved anything yet, but they are trying. In Italy, they don't achieve it, they don't try. Let's say that would be the 2022 situation. So why? If we go back to the analysis of why there are different the effects of different power relations, as I tried to say quickly, some institutional power resources are very good for defensive fights. They are what prevents the market to destroy you when the market is against you. So institutional power is very important for unions. Employment protections, worker rights in the workplace, social welfare, and so on. That protects you when things are going badly, such as in 2022, or such, in countries which have better institutions. Where you want to advance things, you can get new rights for new categories of workers, like riders, like atypical workers, and so on. You want to establish some new kind of workers. That institution doesn't help, because institutions, by definition, doesn't change. You need the discursive political coalition of power. And that, in a way, explains a little bit. In Italy, trade unions are still relying, as an inertia, on institutional power resources, because institutional power resources in Italy were not bad. I mean, we had very good legislation, we had very large trade unions, and so on. But the over-reliance on that means, well, you protect employment relatively well, and the figures show that employment was protected. That's certainly true. But when you want to try to do something new, it's really, really slow going. Whereas in Spain, where the institutional power resources, only in the UK, were much worse, and therefore the previous crisis was much worse than in Italy. Unemployment went up to 25% in Spain, it went up only to 11-12% in Italy. It was really, really, wages were cut, nominal wages were cut by 20% in Spain. In Italy, were never cut. Whereas they don't have the institution to protect themselves in the bad situation. When there is a good situation, social movements, coalition between unions, indignados, and whatever, and so on, or in the UK, new forms of labor movements of the nurses, and so on, there is much more space of that, because there is much less institutional inertia. So that will be, in a way, my explanation of both why in Italy things are not so bad when the context is bad, but they are not good when the context potentially would give opportunities. And Italy had opportunities, and it's not being taken. That is true.
Okay, very, very quick. I try to pick up some of Arianna's points that I think more or less include also other things that have been raised. Yeah, on the National Recovery and Resilience Plan and what could have been different, or if your pessimism is justified. Well, unfortunately, I think so. And if we look at data on how much Italy experienced a structural downgrade, so how much is needed, I would say that the National Recovery and Resilience Plan is not enough, both quantitatively and qualitatively. Quantitatively, because the amount of resources we now need to, let's say, not only go back to significant levels, but to, let's say, fix some of the problems that we have are much larger, but even more so from a qualitative point of view and from a strategic point of view, that we are not seeing while we are seeing, for example, incentives for digitalization to firms to a very significant extent, which would mean greater import dependency, basically, and no significant structural impact. While on the public goods side of the story, which would be very much needed, we don't see, again, enough resources and kind of strategic and coordinated intervention. Very quickly, I think it is a wasted opportunity, and I had a personal experience in a committee attempting to propose a reform of the social protection system. Well, basically, this has been undermined by the Democratic Party at the time of the Five Stars Democratic Party movement. Why? Because this was a very progressive attempt to enlarge safeguards, which could have been important also on the demand side, and we were in the moment where this positive impact on the discourse about protecting people and also empowering labor was much more present, and so basically this is what I personally experienced. And very finally, on why Italy, let's say, is hit so hardest as compared also to other Southern European countries like Spain. Well, I would, in addition to what is very interesting that has been said by Guglielmo, I also think that Italy is the Achilles heel of the European Union setup from an economic and institutional point of view. So as Italy become weaker and problematic, as it is more, let's say, important within the dysfunctional build-up of the whole European Union. So In this regard, I think that most of the contradictions that now constrain the Italian economy are both internal, domestic, but also, of course, external, and there is a very strong interaction between the two. And this explains the impact during the crisis and the difficulties afterwards too.
Thank you for this great discussion. Scusa.
It's fine, already Dario said. Well, just to add that maybe we cannot expect something different from the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, because basically it has been written by a private consultancy agency, so there's a total lack of democratic debate behind. So at the end, we have a plan which is full of incentive schemes. And so just to make an example, for example, there is the 40% obligation on gender quota, let's say, on the new hirings, but then in the application there is already an escape strategies of companies, because if they operate in specific sector where you do not have equal participation of both genders, so you are allowed basically to not be compliant with this quota. So just to say that maybe something interesting is written, but then there is not an application, and there is a total lack of industrial policy in the rationale of the plan, and this is the main problem.
Okay, on Europe, the last document of last week by the Commission on the fiscal policy guidelines says there is agreement that the 3% and the 60% of GDP reference values of the protocol of the treaty should remain unchanged. So this document is very weak, it's very vague, but basically they will slow down a little bit the constraint on debt, but not on current expenditure, which is, by the way, crazy, because we have more money for investment in the PNRR to build hospitals, but we don't have the money to pay hospital workers to work there in the hospital. So what will be the outcome? That we turn over the public hospital to a private corporation, which will run privatization of health. So this is a very problematic element. Clearly, this is not a really serious document, so there can be lots of, this can be thrown away if there is a different agreement in the council or things like that. But what we see here is that there is a complete lack of ability of translating politically the opportunity for change and the change implemented, because there is no consensus, no narrative, no vision that has owned the change in policy. The change in policy has been ad hoc. As a matter of fact, there have been suspension of both state aid and the Stability Pact, not a different set of rules. And there is no idea that in the new negotiation for the new treaty, there is a radical alternative to sort of the austerity imprinting of the old one. But what is more worrying in Europe is that there are a complete overlapping of different divides. It's not just austerity in Northern Europe and profligacy of Southern Europe. Now you have Eastern European, with the war has produced a complete new divide between Central Eastern European countries with a very strong anti-Russian and military-oriented strategy, as opposed to France and Germany. We have different division on inflation. We have different division on the energy strategy, as well as the division on fiscal policy priorities. So all these elements create an inability of the European political economy to emerge with a strategy worth of this name. And by the way, the US strategy in the war has been basically a strategy of destroying the space for European policy and making strong control about key decision, the priorities of industrial policy, technology policy, and the importance of military spending as a new priority is again something which is made in the US and has major implication in breaking down the European agendas. So this creates a complete incoherence of the political statements. Europe has the fiscal story that we discussed, but then we have the European Central Bank setting restrictive monetary policy, which is going to create bank failures, as we have been seeing in the US, as well as a huge burden on interest payments in public budgets. We have the PNRR, the resilience plan that is, you already discussed, that it goes its own way. We have the Green Deal on the one hand over there. We have energy plans over there. We have the strategic autonomy, high technology plan over there. And there is not a document which puts all of them together, including the increase in military spending. So what is going to be the priority for, and where are the resources if we start to cut national remember the range. Public deficits have been 10% of GDP, 10 percentage points of GDP, the increase in public expenditure. So we are talking about a lot of resources that made possible to overcome the negative side of the crisis. And now we are not going to rely on this tool. Inflation, we can discuss later, but basically inflation is due to the high energy prices, even before the Ukraine war. There is no effect in Europe of demand. There is some effect of demand in the US, but not in Europe. So the problem of inflation is that the fall in real wages is completely, as Guglielmo said, is completely out of the debate about labor relations and let me just add a little point on the Italian trade union. In a way, the discursive power of the Italian trade union of Landini's CGIL has not been small, but has been played, well, CGIL organized the national strike against Draghi's policy, organized the peace demonstration on November 5th. So, but Landini had played his discursive power not on his own core business, industrial relation and wage protection or contracts, has played it on the broader political scene. Why? Because there was no political party occupying this. So the trade union had to play a sort of replacement role to political forces which were not able to organize a political strategy on major national issue and European issue and the war issues. Thank you.
Thanks to everybody in this panel. Thanks to the audience. I think we will have the opportunity to take at least 10 minutes of a break after these exhausting discussions and before we continue with the last panel of today.
Entirety of the different bits of the story are coming out very clearly today. And now we are going into the part of the story which has to do with the specific economic policy and health dimension of the pandemic experience, dealing with the economic powers which have shaped the response in terms of vaccine production and distribution, the power of big pharma corporations, which will be the topic of Giovanni Dosi from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa. We look at the same block of interest and policy from the viewpoint of civil society, citizens, and supranational institution, with Nicoletta Dentico from the Society for International Development. We had Nicoletta a couple of years ago already here for a wide audience talk about vaccine and patents, which was very revealing at the peak of the pandemic. And then I thank Elena Cefis from the University of Bergamo, who will be the discussant. We take the advantage of the time that we have to have some more longer discussion. So other topics that can be brought up after these two speakers can concern the themes of today as a whole, and others can contribute to it. Giovanni.
Well, yes, bad news. The summary of my presentation is that the COVID pandemic has dramatically revealed and indeed deepened a profoundly dysfunctional relation between the public and the private firms, affecting the rate and direction of innovative search in pharmaceuticals. 2, the cost of the search itself for the public. 3, the size of the rent accruing to the pharma industry. I'd like to start from a bit earlier, and I think it's useful to begin with the long history of the pharma industry and the role of intellectual property right, in primis patent. You know the usual argument. Intellectual property rights are necessary incentives to innovate for private actors. Now, the basic question is it necessary that a universal right like health is left in the hand of private profit-motivated actors? But even granted that, which is a big granted, what is the size of the rent that motivates, quote unquote, innovative search by these firms? And a bit more technically, is there a monotonic relation between the size of the rent and the rates of innovation? That is, if you increase the money that they make, does it increase their effort, their innovative effort? It is useful to start from the long-term view. Now, the pharmaceutical industry was born in Germany. It's essentially a German, at the most, Grosse Deutschland with Switzerland. And throughout his history, innovative search has been undertaken, even within pharma themselves, according to heuristics that have very little to do with the monetary reward. I mean, you had inside the German firm before, but firms in general until, say, the 70s, late 70s, you had those that were doing research, and were doing research in some symbiotic relation with the university. And if you read the book by Snyder on the history of pharmaceutical discovery, even those that were working for Big Pharma, there was a sort of deal that they were doing their job, that was doing research, basically. Indeed, in the first 4 decades of the history of the industry, there is no patent protection in Germany. No patent protection. And even after, patent protection is basically against foreign imitation, nothing else. So there is no necessary link between inventive search, returns, and patents. In fact, since the German firms were a tight oligopoly that then became a monopoly, IG Farben, in 1929, they were making, they had a technological lead, and they were making a lot of money without patents. The American industry basically does not exist until World War II. I mean, you still had people selling snake oil that was worse for every disease. I mean, they were barbarians. The things change with World War II. If you want to date, is penicillin. Penicillin is invented in the UK, but is industrialized in the United States. And it is interesting how it is industrialized, because it is managed by the federal government. And the right to produce is given on a non-exclusive basis to various big pharmas, small farmers that then became big, producing penicillin. While the government kept all the appropriation of the knowledge and the patent, the few patents that there were. This is an arrangement that more or less continues until the Bayh-Dole Act. With the Bayh-Dole Act, you allow the university upstream also to patent something that has been discovered with public money. And this is the beginning of the end. If that comes with a jurisprudence that is increasingly pro-pharma, pro-patents, and last stroke, the federal government, by and large, stop paying the Food and Drug Administration that is controlling the authorization for new drugs, and ask the controlled to pay for the controller. And now it's Big Pharma that pays the Food and Drug Administration. Of course, given these changes, the rate of patenting increased enormously. Did the rate of innovation increase? No, it fell. If you go and measure the rate of the actual rate of innovation in terms of new chemical entities, new molecular entities introduced, it is, say, in the range between 20 and 50 per year from all over the world, with a mean around 25, 30. That is a dismal number. Well, of course, then you say, but you see, new chemical entity cost a lot because you take the accounting R&D and you divide it by 25 and you say it costs 2 billion. Well, of course, because you spend most of your money doing Me Too patents, inventing around, marketing. I mean, the book by Marcia Angel, under scientific information come also the prostitute paid by Big Pharma for the congresses of the doctors. And this is part of the numerator. Now, this is the state of the art. Then comes COVID. Basically, there is no antiviral vaccine around. And in a few months, at least 10 new vaccines arrive, and another 10 are in the pipeline, which shows that there was a very big knowledge basis where in the public. In fact, the Big Pharma did not care about vaccines because the best is to render a disease chronic. Think of AIDS. The antiretrovirals make chronic the disease, and so you make eternal the flows of money to Big Pharma. With COVID is different, because COVID is, in terms of infection, is very democratic. I mean, not in terms of death, but in terms of infection, it's very democratic. So it affects rich, poor, gay, straight, everyone. And the government pays an enormous amount of money to Big Pharma to produce the vaccine. Big Pharma accesses the knowledge that was generally totally generated within public institutions and universities. I mean, Harvard, Mainz, San Antonio, UPenn, and still they maintain some capability of at least making use of the publicly produced knowledge. There is a big difference in the way the US government behaves toward big pharma and the Europeans. In the case of the US, they transfer an enormous amount of money, yes, but they use the Defense Production Act, saying, now you must do it. And then they had the Pandemic and All Hazard Preparedness and Advanced Innovation Act, and they form a Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority that administer this money. So, to privatize a war, the idea is there is warlike. I will come back to that. With the war against COVID, to privatize war is always bad, but at least the U.S. privatize it, giving the mandate to the equivalent of Halliburton in Iraq to say you must win this war. The Europeans say, well, I give you money, do your best. How much money do you want? How much do you want? And I mean, do your best. It's like saying, I give you money to go for a war, you decide which war to fight. And I mean, good luck. If you are lucky, you are lucky. If you're not, you're not. That's how. This is the state of affairs that in Europe reveals that the public, and this is also, we were talking about the recovery plan, etc. I mean, if I were told 40 years ago that the state or supranational organization are the business board of the capitalist, citing Lenin, I would have said no. We are talking about Guatemala. Europe or European countries are too complicated to. Now you are exaggerating. Now it is exactly that. I mean, and in fact there is a coherence, Mario, because there is the coherence. They are there to transfer money to the capitalists of various sorts. So they don't need, I mean, the planning is done by the capitalists. You don't need the state to tell them what to do. Say, we know better. The ideology, the market knows better. And this is, so in the end, why we ended up worse? Because even in a crisis in which there was a heavy demand of state intervention, the current setup showed that more or less it can face it badly, extremely, in a very expensive way, without changing it. So I mean the proposal to have the European equivalent of National Institute of Health, the idea of regulating at least a little bit the patenting in life-saving drugs, the more extensive use of Article 27, 31, and 73 of the TRIPS agreement. Nothing of that occurred. And we are talking about developed countries. In developing countries, even worse. With rationing, with and if the dismantling of the state occurs with us, even more so it occurs there. So there is no one that can invoke Article 27, Article 31, because they don't know how to do it. Lula put it, yes, yeah. And said, either you do that, or we nationalize the what I find dramatic is that there is no debate on this. While this could have been the chance of moving the boundaries between public and private, between market and non-market institutions, we are, again, also here, we are back to business as usual. And in fact, I mean, the vulgata is that you see how successful has been this arrangement. And as my ex-student Gary Pisano, that now is on the board of Moderna, tells me, I mean, few billion more to us does not make much difference, right? I mean, we saved humanity. If you give us a few billion, okay. While I think it is absolutely urgent that, for one, to rediscover or discover that health is a universal human right, not even a public good. Is the first human right. Yeah. Yeah. And granted that, I think that patents should be abolished on health-related activities. Remember that I mean, will it stop research by private actors? Switzerland continued not to have any patent on drugs until 1988. And Switzerland is one of the leaders in pharmaceuticals, so it's wrong. And in any case, you want the public, since we are already paying for it, we want the public to go all the way to the clinical testing. In this way, you make, the public will control the rate and direction of search, while now, I mean, with the exception of things like COVID, basically it goes from the highest intensities on easy diseases of all the rich people. Easy because, for example, cancer is for all the rich people, but it's difficult. You have got to reorient completely the search. And if you go all the way to clinical experimentation, then in a sense you rediscover the American penicillin model, in which, yes, then you let on a non-exclusive basis to private actors to produce it, but they've got to charge a marginal cost, marginal prices, marginal cost. I mean, after all, I'm of course exaggerating, but making an antibiotic is more or less like is a fermentation, like making beer. No, I'm exaggerating, but is a complicated fermentation process. And it should be treated as such in terms of production. Second, and then finish, you need, especially in countries that are not present in the big core, in the big oligopolistic core like Italy. We were, but we dismantled it. Farm Italia was a jewel, but we dismantled it. So we have little things, Chiesa, they're minor, and generally we put together compounds that are made in Germany, and then we put it together in Italy. We need, in these countries, we need state-owned enterprises or joint venture, private, public. This is one of the areas where we need it. It's not the only one. Finally, we need the first two things can be national. The third, that is reforming radically the TRIPS agreement in the WTO, this has got to be international, of course. Helping, I'm sure that Lula would be in favor of that. And most of Latin American countries would be in favor of that. Reforming it in such a way that you abolish the playing field between developing and developed country that has never been there before. The countries that were catching up had very little intellectual property right protection. To begin with, the United States, when it was a developing country. And we should go back to that situation. On this, I finish. You see that I...
Thank you, Giovanni.
Very optimistic, right?
The simple. Nicoletta, your turn.
Presentation get started. This should be a COVID moment that we should have grasped, taking Colin's crouch, kind of. We had for some time, even in Italy, even in the talk shows, you know, this discussion about the management of knowledge for a little while appeared. Some journalists were actually also saying that you shouldn't tackle these issues in prime time because these are kind of taboos that you cannot touch, but we did. And then, of course, vaccines arrived and everything, in a way, went back to ordinary, you know, closure. Anyway, thank you for inviting me to this session and for the brilliant panels that I listened to today. I am, yes, belonging to the civil society kind of arena. I've been involved as former director of Doctors Without Borders in Italy in the launch and the beginning of the Access to Medicines campaign when HIV/AIDS was the pandemic. And so I have accumulated quite a 25 years of experience on this very strategic issue. My assignment is about vaccines, patents, and politics. Let me kind of, go through because I only have 20 minutes and these are topics that would require some sort of 20 hours. But what do we have 3 years, after 3 years of COVID, which I think overall, and I share Giovanni's kind of rather less anodyne representation of what has happened. I think we have, in fact, 3 years of state failures and pharma failures, too. Of course, exactly on the 11th of March of 2020, the declaration of the pandemic was announced. And today, I mean, these are yesterday's counts, the WHO counts 759.4 billion of confirmed COVID-19 cases. So someone asked, where is COVID now? It's still going, it's not dead. 13.22 billion COVID vaccines doses administered, and we have 6.9 million deaths, okay? You may say that it is peanuts in comparison with the 50 million deaths people during the Spanish flu, but those were two completely different ages. You know, we are at the time of knowledge, we are at the time of a globalized world, we are at the time of technological technology and knowledge economy. So 6.9 million deaths, it's a heavy toll. More than 1 million people might have been saved if COVID-19 vaccines had been shared equitably with lower income countries. I think this is a responsibility that history will, will judge. We have gone through this. Even with now there are mathematical models incorporating data. This is the Nature article of November 2022. There is a more recent article, which I saw this morning on the way, and it says it would be the lives saved would have been 1.6 million, okay? Still an updated of the mathematical models. As of June 2022, only 30% of the WHO member states, WHO has World Health Organization has 194 states, had reached the 70% target of vaccine coverage, which had been solemnly announced and repeated and iterated in all fora. And as of December 2022, I was in Kigali for the second conference on public health in Africa. Africa CDC announced that as of December 2022, only 24.9% of people in Africa had received one dose. It's been said so many times this morning that the pandemic has disrupted livelihoods, has in a way naturalized inequalities. Chiara Saraceno was saying it, but many people have echoed that. Today, after 3 years of, certainly more investment in health, of course, we were in a pandemic situation, we were in a critical emergency situation, but today, health systems in the North, just as much as in the global South, are on the brink of collapse. No wonder that nurses in the UK have been striking since December. And maybe not all of you are aware of what a disruptive, psychological and institutional and political disruption it is for nurses in the UK to engage on a strike against the public health system that they have and that they cherish so much more than we do in Italy. Now, of course, we have the same problems in Italy. We have voucher doctors. We have a shortage of millions of doctors and personnel, but nothing seems to happen here. It has revealed the structural flaws of a global knowledge economy, as Giovanni had just said, which is actually tailored to advance health privatization and health financialization, because what is it, a monopoly, if not an operation of health financialization? I get as much money as I can from an exclusive right, which lasts 20 years. There are patents on these vaccines which will expire in 2037. So that vaccine is not accessible until then, okay? 2037 in the context of a pandemic. And of course, green, the extension, the evergreening of course, in this case, important tools, but also we have the evergreening, Marcia Angel teaches and explains this very well, the evergreening of frivolous patenting. Or you invented the disease. Actually, Marcia Angel, whom I had the privilege of interviewing for a documentary for Right 3 on Merchant of Diseases, says that the only innovation that pharma companies do is how to evergreen the patent. That's the real innovation that they are. So they invent diseases. So these privatization and financialization strategies have occurred with the complacency of the governments. They have occurred with the complacency of the international community. And of course, this has been, Guglielmo said before, I just like this quote very much because it fits me very well, crisis of opportunity for corporatizations. Well, this is a fantastic operation of extraction, exploitation of a health crisis to profiteer on it. In fact, it's been calculated that 90 billions were gained in 2021 and 2022 by a small handful of companies. Sorry. Now, There has been 2 days ago a number of leaders, Gracia Machel, Stiglitz, launched a letter to the world saying that this is a scar on the world's conscience, what has happened with this vaccine apartheid, this total inequality. And of course, yes, the pandemic is not an epidemiological thing, people. The pandemic is a policy failure. Epidemics, outbreaks, viral outbreaks are not skewed to become pandemics unless and until there is a policy failure that allows this to happen. It has nothing to do with medicines, with the virus. It's got to do with the people, with the policymakers, okay? And this is a kind of a Chernobyl of health. This has been defined by the independent panel on pandemic prevention and preparedness and response of the WHO in 2021. Of course, this pandemic was also, however, a crucial test for decision makers to see whether they were able and ready to fulfill their obligations and their responsibility when it comes to the right to health, because this is a constitutional right that is enshrined in 125 constitutions in the world. Of all the injustices, of all the ruptures, of all the unacceptable things that we've seen, of course, the lack of cooperation among governments has been the first one that we've seen. We've seen it from the very first weeks when Germany was not exporting to Italy, that was in a total plight, the PPIs that were much needed for us. On the other hand, we had absolutely nothing because Italy was not even able to prepare itself. We did not have a pandemic plan, but even we had one from 2006, but even if that wasn't even used because we didn't have anything, we didn't have anything, absolutely nothing. And of course, the failure to secure universal access to COVID-19 vaccines is the most outrageous event that occurred, because we know that the immunization rates have actually controlled the spreading of the virus, and actually they have reduced the risk of the contagion, saving up to 19.8 million lives in 185 countries. So vaccines did not stop the contagion, did not interrupt the infections, but they did have a capacity to basically enable governments to control the kinetic of the virus. So this is what happened. And this is totally counterintuitive. It is totally, missing the point in terms of ministers of health, leaders, heads of states, because the more you create motorways for the virus to go, and the more the virus circulates. And it has time and opportunities to create its own variants, because it is in the essence of a virus to, colonize populations. That's what viruses are about. But instead of considering this, this narrative of wars, the virus, the enemy, we were the enemies of ourselves, because the virus was simply doing its own vital work. In fact, the virus, which I think has been the greatest opportunity we've had. I see the virus as a great pedagogy, as a great pedagogue for humanity, even with its variants, especially when it actually stopped the 12th interministerial conference of the WTO at the end of November 2021. I thought it was a kind of an epiphany, a little thing, something, a pathogen that you cannot see, stopped all the trade ministers from going to Geneva, with an announcement of 24 hours. I was there in Geneva. There was the WHA, the historic special session of the World Health Assembly to go for a pandemic treaty, and at the same time, the World Trade Organization that was to have the 12th interministerial meeting. They all stopped because of this thing. Omicron had come. That was pedagogy in action. And I think it's interesting to read what the rapporteur on contemporary racism has written in a UN report. Whoever is conversant with the UN knows that rapporteurs are not particularly outspoken, but he said that the vaccine inequality is an example of racialized health inequity throughout the pandemic. And the distinction between high-income and low-income countries is directly related to the racist economic extraction and exploitation that occurred during the colonial era, showing that there is a direct link between COVID-19 global inequality and systemic racial injustice in the world. Well, I think that what Giovanni has previously illustrated through the system of knowledge economy that is based on monopoly rights, that is based on the advantage position that has been conquered by governments in the West, who were, run up the ladder because they did not have any patents before, because knowledge was shared. They actually kicked the ladder away from the wall when they were high up and they didn't want others to come up as well. It's an example, it's a perfect example of a racist and a deeply colonialistic way of conceiving the right to development and also the way that we organize the world. Now, I will just, Giovanni, if you allow me, go a little bit into the details of the strange case of the EU public abdication. I'm quoting you, beyond corporate capture, regulatory capture. Everybody seems to have been particularly enthusiastic about, certainly Europe did a series of good things, the suspension, the interruption of the Stability Pact. Certainly this was the first time in which Europe got kind of involved after months of competition within the continent to strike a balance and to strike an agreement with pharma companies as Europe. So this would have been a major step forward. But in fact, it wasn't. In June 2020, Europe, especially after the suspension of the Stability Pact, it all happened in between April and June. They had started with a nice kind of narrative, advocating for global solidarity, vaccines as a public good, as a common public good. All countries, in preparing this thing, I went through a series of speeches of Ursula von der Leyen. At some point, I just, I got a sort of sense of vomiting in a way, all this rhetoric that is totally unacceptable. But even our sort of presumably left-wing Minister of Health, who continued to say, that hope is out of the Pandora box as far as I'm concerned, but he continued to say for months, vaccines as a global public good without even having a faintest clue of what that entailed politically. Because mantras, sentences, rhetorics should be substantiated by some sort of policy measure. These people speak, they don't have a clue, they don't have the faintest clue. Anyway, they started on a good tone, but then things started to change. Well, it was so good that in fact, on the 16th of June 2020, the European Commission signed an agreement with all member states, which was basically grounded on those values of solidarity, sharing, and you have it. But then things changed, and in September, the EU started purchasing this vaccine, started the negotiation with the pharma companies. EU has purchased 4.6 billion vaccine doses, which is more or less 6 times as many as were needed. All the agreements were totally cloaked in secrecy. They were completely, obscure, and still now. This is an open question. You have the European Ombudsman who's dealing with this thing. There is a commission to deal with this COVID crisis that is still fighting to have the CEO of Pfizer going to Brussels to deal and to answer the questions. They still are fighting to get Ursula von der Leyen to share the 100 private messages that she had with Mr. Burla. And basically what we can see here is the EU violating its own rules. The EU has a rule, which is, the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU establishes that EU institutions are required to conduct their work, quote, as openly as possible to promote good governance. I don't think we've talked about governance enough this morning. I think we should, because that's where the core of the problem is. I think you raised it when you were saying that our recovery plan is in the hands of McKinsey. That's a major governance issue, okay? So we started the violations of the laws of the institutional framework and the normative framework that public institutions have given to themselves. And this is the fight that many parliamentarians have engaged to basically get some information, to contrast, this is all the omissions of the page. There is basically one line and a few words of the contrast that are available, because all the rest is completely covered. It cannot be seen. And I spoke the other day with Ellie Metz, one of the Greens that has been together with others most involved in this thing. Only in November 2022 has she been able to go in a closed room to read one of the few contracts, and she was controlled by 4 people. She could not rewrite the things that she saw. She could not, she had to just read and do nothing else, okay? In November 2022, a member of parliament, of the European Parliament. By the way, of course, I'll talk about this later. Now, so as Giovanni said, all the conditions were, all the conditions and restrictions were accepted. We give you the money, you do it. Why? Maybe one of the excuses is because the EU was perceived as lagging behind the UK and the US at the beginning of the pandemic in the capacity to organize an advanced market commitment for these vaccines. But they caught up quite soon, although of course in opacity again. Certainly the European Commission did not have any experience in negotiating with the private sector and with the pharma sector, which is a specificity of its own of the private sector. They sent negotiators. I mean, I can talk about the Italian one with unspeakable negotiator, but I mean, I don't think that others were placed in a better situation, but they had no clue. They had no clue of how sophisticated, how shrewd, how cynical the enormous amount of the legal staff of the pharma companies can be. And then, of course, it was a big feast for the private sector, for the pharma sector. I mean, they were not expecting such a bonanza of opportunities. You have a pandemic, they treated it as business as usual, of course. And so you had these companies, a few companies, holding the IP rights for the vaccine platforms on which Gates, together with some governments, had invested a lot of money, because we should not, I don't want to sound a complotist, because you've talked about a lot of complotism this morning, but this is all evidence given, Gates has, since 2010, invested redirected most of its health budgets to mRNA investments, creating its own pharmaceutical alliances precisely with those German biotechs, which became the solution for COVID. And of course, global access to vaccines also, yes, it's a question of solidarity, but who gets the vaccines first gets its economy first on trail again. So there was a lot of competition issues here. The first comes and the first, relaunches the country. So pharma companies understood that governments had this urge to go back to normal life, and they used it in a very, scrupulous manner. So here I just want to give a few examples of public funding for ineffective international tools that ended up totally in the hands of private sector. I think we are not aware, because as you were saying, there has been no debate on this in Italy, in Europe in general, that for the first time in history, the international community has decided to entrust the management of a global health emergency into the hands of public and private partnerships that have all been originated by the same place, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in Seattle, and which are nominally and technically, by normative standards, entities of private law. okay? These are all foundations based in Geneva. They are private entities. They don't make treaties. They make contracts. And no one of us, not even, Macron can go and have access to the contracts. These are all private transactions. So I need a little bit of history here behind the scene. On the 10th, and from the 10th to the 12th of February of 2020, the WHO convened all its scientific community, the R&D blueprint it's called. It's all the people, the scientists internationally involved in, to say, what should we do now? I mean, we declared the public emergency of international concern on the 30th of January. What are we doing now? And all the science community said, the situation is serious. This virus is serious. It's a very contagious virus. We need to share all the knowledge we have. We need to, collaborate. We need to have platforms that have to be made. This knowledge needs to be shared if we want to tackle the thing, okay? Now, then you have at the beginning of, at the end of February, the Oxford University coming and saying, we have been funded publicly. They were pretty advanced in the work for the vaccine, for what then became the AstraZeneca adenovirus vaccine. And they said, okay, there was a declaration, we shall go public. This time of crisis entails that we make an exception to the ordinary regimes, because this is not an ordinary situation. So anyone that wants to access our knowledge can do so, because in the whole world there are possibilities to, in a way, use. And then, of course, it's a question of vaccines, but it's so much more than that. Vaccines don't exist in isolation if you don't have PPIs, if you don't have oxygen, if you don't have diagnostics. We have created a narrative around vaccines as if the products were isolated and they were not in a context of use that, in fact, has not been considered, because one vaccine has a cold chain of minus 70 degrees, so that's a joke. Anyway, so what was happening in those few weeks? While governments started to realize after February, in which they thought that this would not come to Europe, while governments were dealing with the crisis in their own countries, someone thought, oh guys, I mean, here there's too much speaking about sharing. There's too much speaking about, having a different way of going about science. So in Seattle, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation conceived ACTA, which is this Access to COVID Tool Accelerator, an international tool to manage the pandemic internationally. They created a product which would basically save the intellectual property rights, save it, and also reshape the market for vaccines and reshape completely the dynamic. COVAX was one of the three branches, because ACTA had the diagnostic pillar, the therapeutic pillar, and the vaccine pillar. Of course, the vaccine pillar was huge. All the rest just abandoned to the only other, and everyone concentrated. I mean, literally on the 24th of April of 2020, Gates goes to the European Commission, then they organize at the WHO a big meeting and the launch of ACTA. The only one who knew all the details of ACTA was the conceiver, the creator of it. But all the governments took it because they had nothing to offer internationally. They had nothing to offer. The only thing that they tried to offer was the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool, the CTAP, which 40 governments of the WHO had pushed at the World Health Assembly in 2020. What is the CTAP? It's a knowledge repository. It's a public knowledge repository where companies could have actually contributed their knowledge based on voluntary licenses, so no compulsion, no obligations. But in fact, no company did. They left it completely deserted, okay? So this is what happened, that ACTA Accelerator, I mean, I have to be quick, but you see the entities that are inside it, Gavi, CEPI, UNITAID, the Global Fund are the four major pieces of the architecture of ACTA. Of course, some analysts have started to talk about a super PPP, because this time you don't have a PPP, a public and private partnership. No, you have a public and private, it's a totally hybrid, it's a super hybridation, where the public sector, what role does it have? Basically, it's hosting the scene, preparing the meeting where the thing is launched. It's actually giving the money. That's what, as you can see, these entities received by the EU, especially the EU, France, the World Bank, and so we taxpayers started paying there. We started to pay the R&D, the distribution of things. We paid the vaccines through the European Union, and now we are actually paying, for the third time, we are paying the companies to, in a way, incentivize them to share a little bit of the knowledge they have, not through compulsory licenses, but through fiscal incentives, customs incentives, you name it. I'm almost finished. Now, what was the problem? That the pandemic should not set a precedent in the way that knowledge was managed. The monopoly system that has been created by the WTO, which has, by the way, never functioned since it entered into force in 1999, was not to be challenged, even if the TRIPS waiver, the suspension of the intellectual property rights, not just patents. Because in the case of vaccines, patents is one aspect, but then you have the know-how, you have the clinical data, you have the processes, you also have the trade industry that needs to be shared in order to pluralize the scene of production and research, is a clause of the Marrakesh Treaty that founded the WTO. So it's a clause of international law, because policymakers back then, they knew that they were creating a monopoly system. And they also gave themselves an escape clause so that, in case of need, and COVID certainly was, you could have a way out. Well, this was not possible. We went on and on for more than 2 years, but of course, as you can see, a group of countries, and the EU was the most prominent, the staunchest opponent to the TRIPS waiver, even more than the US, even more than other countries, but basically Switzerland, UK, and EU were the staunchest opponents, blocked it. Now, I'm finishing. What is happening now? What are the policies now? I think this morning we were talking about a super security, or a new securitization. I am very pessimistic as well, because what I see from my point of view of a person that basically spends too much time at the UN and especially at the WHO is that whereas Europe has totally failed on the contractual basis, it has actually tried to gain a geopolitical profile in between the US and China that were fighting against each other, to basically, take stock of the fact that indeed in 2020 they saved the WHO. Europe, France, and Germany invested a lot of money to save this only public agency that had become the battlefield between US with Trump and China. And of course, they started to cashier the political, harvesting of these financial contributions by launching the idea of a pandemic treaty at the WHO. At the WHO, there is already a binding arrangement for international health regulations which should cover the pandemic treaty, but of course it failed miserably during the pandemic. And so they started a negotiation, they started pushing hard for this pandemic treaty, which is basically the first treaty negotiation based on multi-stakeholderism, based, therefore, on the assumption that in the shaping of the diplomatic game, you just don't have the governments, you don't only have civil society, you also have those that have a private, a vested interest in this, okay? So companies, the private sector in its variants, which is the corporate variant and the philanthro-capitalist variants, are all in this game. They were actually the ones pushing this game. Why? Maybe because they want to institutionalize these super PPPs in the WHO. They want to actually make them permanent. The zero draft was released last 1st of February. The negotiation has started. And yeah, there is the route of maybe institutionalizing these entities. Now, and this is my last slide. As civil society entities, we are extremely concerned, because we see exactly what Professor Zappelloni was illustrating this morning. Hyper-securitization, I called it the immunopolitics of the post-pandemic era. I think immunopolitics is a good term, which is the underlying vision of the WHO Accord. No safeguards exist in this treaty, at least so far. Private entities are there, but they are welcome, open-armed, to the private sector in a totally unregulated fashion. There is no compliance mechanism for governments. Arrangements are widely based on soft norms, although it is called to be a binding treaty, but there is a lot of voluntary arrangements in this zero draft. There is a very illusionary financial agenda that advocates for more public spending on the pandemic preparedness and response, but God knows where the governments of the global south get the money from, because they are totally trapped by a growing debt that they have to pay. 54 countries during the pandemic could not afford to invest more in health because they had to pay their creditors. This is another bubble in another time bomb that is going to explode. And of course, the narrow focus is on biomedical solutions. It's surveillance, surveillance, surveillance. Prevention is not discussed. And the drivers of spillovers, the driver of zoonotic events, which whatever the way that the COVID has started, whether in the lab or in nature, in any case, we know that zoonotic events are at the root causes of 75% of diseases, infectious diseases. So, the world is on fire, and we are all saying that we have to act now, but I can tell you as a civil society member that although everybody talks about participation, involvement, inclusiveness, transparency, all of society, all of government approaches, I think that we are operating in what I call a regime of recitative diplomacy. And that is pretty much the same as the recitative democracy that we have at national level. So I'm not very optimistic at all. Thank you. And sorry for taking.
Thank you very much, Nicoletta and Giovanni. I think we had a very excellent opportunity to have very detailed information on what has been going on. It's very rare to have this combination of competence on the industrial and business side, on the civil society and the global policy side. I think it is, I'm very glad that we are doing this here at the Scuola, and in this context of debate with a very strong interdisciplinary perspective. Elena, your discussion.
I will be very brief because actually I do not have any objection. Actually, I have only some comments because I would underline every word. So that's what I was thinking while you were talking is that COVID exacerbate or emphasize a situation created by the IPR, the intellectual property rights, that is not a problem only of the pharma industry, is actually a problem of all the industry. And the COVID has really put forward these type of problems. The point is that, since Arrow 1962 that highlighted the fact that the social return to innovation are always higher than the individual returns, then the intellectual property rights were justified, completely justified. Because they said, okay, we are going to enhance innovation, incentivize individual inventors, giving them monopolies that last for 20 years or more. The point is that there are coming out studies that, really highlights that IPR do not enhance radical innovation. If they enhance marginally increase innovation because, but not only in the pharma sector, I'm talking about really at a large extent. Then they contribute to really heavily to create oligopolies, monopolies based on knowledge. And if we look forward, knowledge is at the base of the digital transformation, the green transition to climate change, everything. And these knowledge barriers are heavier and heavier. Then if we look at the patents, actually what I did a study on the, on the patents, and the patents asked by the 2000 largest innovators in the world, okay? So they covered actually the more than the 85% of patents asking in the world. And what appears is that, there is a small part of patents that are useful from a society point of view, in the sense that or they are put in production or they are cited, because we can see patents as also a source of knowledge. You do a very innovative patent, it contains knowledge on which we can build upon for further knowledge. But then you need to cite the important patent, and this is not the case. Because there is just a 1/3 that is cited, the other 2/3 is not cited at all. So these 2/3 are what we call, usually are called the strategic patents. The companies constituted patent thickets that prevent actually useful research trajectories to be completed, because if you wanted to go in direction and there is a patent thickets, you need to stop there, or you have to go around doing a very cost expensive. But then they are also used for patent litigation. And just if we take the perspective of a society, the welfare of the society, I mean, patents implied a loss of resources, a huge amount of loss of resources from a society point of view, in the sense that in order to do all these patents, firms has to invest lots of money, lots of financial resources, but not only money, human capitals. They need to write down the patents, they need to, find this little bit improvement in order to. In any case, these are losses, huge losses from the society point of view. Furthermore, if we think that, patents, companies suggest that they need patents to cover always higher cost for R&D. And they will add this money also cover the failed innovation. So if you wanted to have a successful innovation, you have to be prepared to pay for failed invention. That is, for invention that went wrong. Failed innovation are important in a learning process, no doubts about it, okay? But the point is, the IPR system has been invented, implemented to reward successful invention. If you claim that you wanted to prolong the life because you needed the money to more money that you extract from this temporary monopoly, because you needed to cover the cost of failing innovation, so more you are failing, more you are allowed to have extensive monopolies. So you are become very lucrative. So it's a really, and the other things that also came out from this discussion, especially in pharma, innovation is risky, so we have to charge high prices during the monopoly time, okay? Because we need to be able to tackle the risk of innovation. The point is that in the last 2 or 3 decades, big pharma has outsources R&D to small life science firms. BioNTech is an example that went out for the COVID. So they have externalized the risk and they actually internalize all the profits. Obviously, again, I mean, they have done with the small firms, the small private firms, what they do with the investment of public money in risky project and basic research, because we cannot forget that, I mean, a big innovation came out from basic research, but the point is basic research is only financed by public money. So what they do is they externalize the basic research, the risk, and they just internalize the profits that come from patents. So my point is, what is the major constraint to put on the table seriously from a political point of view the necessity to keep on, to maintain the IPR? I mean, there are lots of studies that are began to, lots, not so much, but there are studies that begin to doubt of the efficiency of these, and the COVID really has brought up all these doubts, all these things that do not work with the IPR. What Nicoletta was saying, that the states are not even good contractor on the tables of, because on the tables where the rules and are discussed. I mean, I don't know even if they are able to discuss the opportunity to maintain the IPR. I mean, but we should, I mean, as a society, we should do something for sure. I mean, that's it.
Thank you very much, Elena. I'm glad we have some time to open up a discussion as long as our strength and energies support us. I think looking at the whole of the discussion in the different sessions, there are three things that strike me. The first one, the talk about social mobilization this morning had nothing to do with the issue that we discussed today. So there is a complete, except for the campaign on waiver, mobilization, especially here in the rich countries, have completely did not fail to understand the nature of the issues. So this is a bigger challenge. So there is a complete mismatch between the nature of the stakes and what people have been active on. Well, okay. Second point, the complete lack of political force, political ability, political vision to frame the challenge of the pandemic in ways which could be organized through political processes, both on the part of governments and supranational institutions, and from the part of political parties and civil society. So the lack of a political vision of things that is needed to be able to handle it. And third, this complete reshuffling of the national, European, and global level. So we are used to say we have national states. We know that the national states are good at doing something, but now there are supranational processes, and the EU is an interesting experience. And then we have the WTO or something else doing supranational rules. Now there is a complete mess with supranational power being taken over by private interest. The privatization of political decision at the national level, and the EU wandering in the fog. So I would like to
or maybe not.
Or maybe not. So I think these are interesting things that on which some of the previous speakers can also contribute. But now let me pick questions. Riccardo, Luigi. Okay, so many things.
Thank you very much. Now, on this last point that was mentioned by Mario about, let's say, apparently the strange disappearance, so to speak, of, let's say, a process of democratization, of raising issues publicly. So the fact that mobilizations in Western countries failed to address basically the social, political, and economic aspect and challenges that were posed by the pandemic. Well, there's a couple of issues that I would like to discuss, especially also with, one is linked to the structural approach that was introduced by Giovanni Dosi, and the other with Nicoletta. I'm thinking if basically we can talk about the absence of mobilization, or whether, let's say, in a sort of theoretical dialectic between democratization and expertification, I don't know how to frame it, or technocratic mobilization, there has been, let's say, something that we can maybe frame in a better way. So given the scientific, techno-scientific complexity of the issues at stake, there is a growing difficulty, but that's not linked to the fact that people are ignorant or are not educated enough and so on. But there is some complexity that creates the condition for a mobilization at another level. So just an example, on environmental issues at the European level, lots of NGOs, environmental NGOs, are working, let's say, contesting issues that are extremely scientifically complex at the level of the European Commission, where basically the politicization of the issue resemble more the technocratic arena, so with epistemic communities that basically enter into a debate or even into a conflict, so to speak. So not that there is no conflict, but simply conflict takes another type of shape, another form. So the other issue is regarding, and then I stop, the more structural perspective that was tackled by Giovanni Dosi. So if there is this privatization, let's say, of not only profits, but of knowledge, what are the potential counter movements? So Michael Buravoy, let's say, interpreting Gramsci, the idea of the modern prince. So the modern prince for Gramsci was a political party, of course, that was not only something that need to be organized politically, organizationally, also on the level of the hegemony, of constructing the knowledge of the time was the revolutionary intellectual, but in this new hegemonic perspective, it can be something else. So how can we organize, or at least shape new alliances between core experts working at the university or at the key sites of knowledge production, and filling the gap with the mobilization in society that was. Thank you.
Luigi?
Yes, thank you very much. Basically,
couple of points. One is stimulated by what you said, Mario, about the disconnection with the social organization, whatever. Partly Riccardo already addressed it. Partly it has to do with the difficulty in engaging in scientific debates without losing the ability to construct a counter narrative or whatever. Because at the moment in which you accept to go down to the terrain of scientific debates, you make things more complex rather than simplifying them, because you enter scientific controversies or whatever. So it becomes very difficult for a movement to engage at that level. Then there was the contingency of two dynamics. One was the campaign against the anti-vaccination campaign. That was precisely a short time before the COVID-19. So there was a cutting of voices because there was a, they say, anti-scientist, anti-science and conspiracy theory and whatever. And the other was a discourse of the global movements, the Friday for Future and whatever, because they made the campaign for science in general, not without any making any distinction within. So it can be understood in terms of the discourse, but it's militates against the possibility to distinguish which science for whom and whatever. So so this was contingent in the historical moment. But the main point that struck me was both presentations is that to make a sense how the things are as they are and how difficult, because we can ask ourselves, so what we can do, how we can take it, is to reconstruct the long process, the long genealogy of the process, because it was mentioned the Bayh-Dole Act, but the TRIPS agreement, but also if you go backwards, but also closer, the problem for Europe to enter a discussion into this negotiation with Big Pharma is clear from the fact that for a long time in the EU programs, Horizon 2020, but also beforehand, there was a kind of agreements with the pharmaceutical companies that establish what are the flagship programs. So it is public money given to them, and they decide what is the good research to be done and whatever. And so there are institutionalized constraints that led to this kind of aphasia or inability of European Commission. It's a long story. And this long story is also related to a long story of a narrative, which also has been addressed, that private is better. So private is the place where innovation is done. To speed up the shift from bench, from lab to market, or from farm to fork in another sector, you have to let private companies go on. So this is the problem. And the last point is what I hinted this morning, the way in which these dynamics are not hampered, but are facilitated and accelerated by unpredictability. So why this COVID-19 accelerated this process is not by chance. It was part of a dynamic that started before, and where unpredictability of these events is an accelerator, is not something that hampers it. And a very quick question for Nicoletta. So is in this negotiation that you are following on WHO about this big agreement, you say that there is no attention to surveillance and whatever. So
the opposite. I said it's only about surveillance.
Surveillance. But what precisely is the role given to the preparedness issue? Because before COVID-19, the preparedness plans and whatever were at the center of WHO. So I'm just wondering what is the destiny of preparedness, because in Europe there are this mechanism in the food sector, but in the health sector it's a little bit obscure to me. what is the value. So this is a very tiny question.
Thank you, Luigi. Stella, you want to intervene? Then Andrea, no? Dario, and Jonathan.
Yes, thank you both Nicoletta and Giovanni for 2 excellent talks, for having given us such a comprehensive report on the situation and the issues that came out prior and during the pandemic. I would like to take this opportunity to build on the first point raised by Mario, a political question rather, on collective mobilization challenging intellectual property rights on health-related products and technologies. And I mean, it's quite obvious that whatever the picture that you painted today is one of deep unaccountability and transparency, exploitation, extraction, everything on the side of, for Europe, and with massive global health implications and ramifications for the rest of the world, which, you know, raises the question, why have we not done anything about it yet? Now, in Europe, it's quite obvious why there is no collective reactions to this arrangement of the pharmaceutical industry vis-a-vis our own political institutions up to the pandemic time. I think the only kind of campaign prior to the pandemic pertained to the therapies for hepatitis C, and this also was quite short-lived and carried out by international health rights organizations. Now, and going back to the theme of the day, like, when did this COVID moment get lost for Europeans resisting the patenting system? So much for Europe as well as for the rest of the world. I have seen that there has been a number of collective actors pre-existing to the pandemic, as well as created over the course of the pandemic, to push for no profits on the vaccine and on the on the pandemics rather. And there was an initiative kind of on the part of all of them, uniting them and using it as an advocacy tool in the European Union to bring to the Commission this European Citizens Initiative against the patents on the vaccines, and it went terribly poorly. After which point, I don't really see much coordination, at least on the side of new collective actors, but only the people that were already advocating for global health rights in Europe. So yeah, why and when did this COVID moment get lost? Thank you.
Yeah, very quick. It seems to me that with this panel we switched from a perspective where crisis could be windows of opportunities to the acknowledgement that to a certain extent crises are inbuilt in the socio-economic development that is before, and that then can very well result in a worsening of the contradictions that were before. So I was wondering what this ongoing war could mean in terms of the development concerning the blurring boundaries between states and big corporations in the next future. We are doing some work on the relationship between big techs and government in pursuing war, in managing technologies that are directly related to warfare activities. And there, for example, there are some let's say, new ways of merging, so to say, actions by the state or the governments and pursuing of strategic interests by big corporations that, by the way, in some cases or in many cases, own and manage key technologies, infrastructures, and knowledge, making them more and more, let's say, indispensable as partners, so to say. So how this may, in a way, relate with the stuff that you have been discussing.
Thanks. This is really a very powerful panel and a very depressing panel, but I don't disagree with the analysis. I wanted to raise 2 points. One is about the role of the European Commission. And the other, I wanted to pick up the point that was made over here in the first question about comparing this case to other cases which are, highly technical, but where civil society is involved, and also to pick up Mario's question, why not more mobilization? So, one point that you made at the very end, Nicoletta, was, of course, that the Commission had no experience in negotiating these kinds of the things that went wrong in the early phases, and probably also the fact that they paid too much for the vaccines are a function of that lack of prior experience. But I think it's probably true that looking back from the point of view of the Commission, this is seen as a success, and not entirely unfairly, in that in the end the rollout of vaccines in Europe was relatively successful, and also that's reflected in the death rate. So from that, if you like, compared to what you were talking about, narrow perspective, I think it is probably seen as a success, and indeed it's the foundation for a whole new set of activities developing the capacities that were explored during the pandemic. So I think that's quite important. The other thing, which is I think it is indeed puzzling why there was not more mobilization from European society. And it's, as you said, it's not just the technical dimension, and it's not just that it's a question of powerful private interests. Let me draw a contrast with a recent initiative of the EU. So the EU just in the process of passing a deforestation regulation, addresses the import into the EU agricultural products which are produced on deforested or degraded forest land, and imposes very demanding obligations for due diligence on the companies which and in the legislative process, the interchange between the Commission, the Council, and the Parliament, in which transnational civil society was very involved. If anything, the regulation became more stringent, so more commodities were involved, requirements to include elements of human rights and rights of indigenous peoples were involved, and the obligation to engage with producer countries in partnerships to mitigate the impact on those countries and on smallholders within them was strengthened. And so the question is, like, why do we in this area see both organized civil society campaigns having a big impact and the European institutions picking these things up and acting on a global issue beyond its borders, but not on something so fundamental as access to vaccines, where one can make a show tried to do that nobody is safe until everybody is safe. Puzzle to me.
Okay, many thanks for these presentations and these panels, but also the previous ones raised many points. I think the only point I would like to raise is is more about is more a comment than a question. Nevertheless, it's about this idea of socialization of risk and privatization of profits, which may be called also the risking, and it happened in various ways, not only the financial one, but also the commercial one, but also potentially the long term of side effects, which were actually put on the shoulders of the state again, without any kind of responsibility from the companies producing the vaccines on the long-term potential side effects, and also who will pay for those side effects, the state again. And I would add also a fourth kind of the risking in the sense that also this profit is not taxed, because big pharma is among the biggest users of tax havens and other kind of jurisdictions for avoiding and evading taxes. So we have basically four more than three, at least four kind of state paying for something that indeed is appropriated and grabbed by the private. And so the question may be, okay, do we have some instruments? Is there something that can be done, politically speaking, not only in terms of advocating against it and comparative, take some comparative examples, but in practice, what can be done that is into the governance that right now is available for the state in, of course, the Western state. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulia. Giovanni.
Well, very many questions.
Optimism.
No, there is a point that is keeping going up in my head, also in the discussion that of the previous section, that I mean, there is almost the presumption that public authorities are confused. They are confused, they don't understand, they might be extremely clear, because, like the majority of health economists, are directly or indirectly paid by big pharma. This answers also your question. I mean, why you have a Deforestation Act and you don't have a anti-IPR Act in pharmaceuticals? Because the poor garimpero in Brazil that illegally tries to find gold, cutting down the forest, does not pay, is not organic to the capitalist establishment in Brussels. The traders ship the goods are, but there are many. I mean, that they don't pay enough, and that they are not like Pfizer. Pharma industry is very concentrated. I mean,
hemp is an exception in the industry.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, Giovanni, but even experts working at the WHO, I mean, people are saying that the exceptions that are allowed to the pharmaceutical sector are not to be seen in the automobile, even in the fossil fuels. I mean, in no other sector, because they produce products that are for life, okay? You can, they have a psychological leverage that no other sector has. Can I just give, in 2019, the WHO, with the Italian, I mean, in 20 years of attending governing bodies of the WHO, this was the first time that I was proud of being Italian, because the Italian government, the first Conte one, proposed a resolution that was actually approved and which was called a game changer, a resolution on transparency in government's negotiations with the pharmaceutical sector, introducing some ideas that before governments accept a price, they should have information from the pharma sector that at the moment they don't have. Pharma sector tells Giovanni that, you got the best price, Mario, you got the best price. They tell me, you've got the best price, but the three of us cannot actually reveal the price that we have bargained with the private sector. So the idea of this resolution was to break this mafia system, because that's what it is, and introduce transparency. I will pay you, because I'm a government, I am your best investor. I'm not going to buy a drug for 1 year or for 5 years, but I'm going to buy it for a long time. I'm a long-time investor. So this position has never been actually valued and used in the negotiation between governments and pharmaceutical companies, okay? So it passed with only 3 governments that actually did not accept it. UK, Germany, and Switzerland, okay? The others, even the US said, but yeah, that's good. No, they called it a game changer. That was May 2019. 6 months later, COVID arrived. Who has heard about this resolution? Who has used this resolution? Nobody. Nobody. And it is people that are experts, even legal experts of governments, saying that what happens with the pharmaceutical sector happens with no other sector. They are very inside the system. They are,
they're like the robber barons, but they are camouflaged like benefactors and so on. No, and I think that not recognizing that 2 things. First, that increasingly public institutions are becoming, especially in Europe, a sort of bancomat for private companies. With decreased competence of the bureaucrats themselves, that generally are second-rate economists, trained, so ideologically keen on agreeing with big pharma, but big fossil, big everything. So ideologically keen and homogeneous. Often some of these people go to work then in the private sector. In the US, it's, the revolving door happens all the time, that you go from the FDA to big pharma. So you go from the controller to the controlled after being paid formally by the controller, by the controlled, all your life. And this, I mean, this would be easy to change. What can be done? I mean, this has to do with the organization of the governance and the establishment of a public technocracy. A public technocracy that is liable to the public, but is as independent as possible from private interest. I mean, with the esprit d'etat that once upon a time there were a successful government in the Prussian bureaucracy, in the French bureaucracy, and a sort of even contempt for the money that they had to govern and manage. I mean, this has completely changed over the last 40 years. I mean, one of the major damages of the neoliberalism has been this one. I mean, the government is the problem and not the solution. Great thinker Ronald Reagan. I think the other thing is recognizing that this issue of health, but also the issue of climate, can be resolved, can be dealt with, or resolved, I don't know, can be dealt with if you recognize the conflicting interests that there are in society. That they are not us, and their interest is not us. They don't. They are there to make money, and we are here
to save our health and to save the environment. And these are, I mean, the idea of corporate social responsibility is like flying pigs, like the Swiss Navy, I mean, things that don't exist. And this is also why either you don't have mobilization, like on pharma, IPR, etc., or you have mobilization, but there's not any objective, like Friday for Future. I mean, I will go on bicycle on Friday, okay. But there are 60 major polluters in the world. And if we don't name them and say, please or don't please stop, I mean, yes, I will go with the bicycle. We all go with the bicycle. But I don't think that we are going to solve the problem if we don't recognize the fundamentally conflicting nature of our claims. And the same, I mean, this is especially dangerous in the case of health, big pharma, etc., because they are dressed up like benefactors. They do, I mean, what is it? You give me a few billions and I save humanity. What's wrong with that? Very difficult to, even if it is easy, because, for example, you can abolish patenting on all pharmaceutical related. Indeed, I mean, simple and is a cost, negative cost.
Exactly.
Nicoletta.
Very good that professor of the university is actually saying that we should, because when I do that in my circles, I'm labeled as a bit cynical, as kind of lecturing all the time, because the problem is that civil society has also today lost a sense of the political economy of why we are here. They have been taught to, I think that there is a major role. I'm sorry, I'm in kind of a university, an academic place, but I think there are most universities that are still financed, especially in the science sector, by the private sector. So, you produce soldiers and you produce, and institutions are also, someone this morning was talking, or this afternoon, I don't remember, about the loss of knowledge, the loss of institutional memories that is a trajectory that is, systematically pursued to substitute people with new people, with, more precarious people. Something that, I'm 61, and something that I find really a crime towards young generations, so please don't get trapped up in that, especially at the UN, is the use of new generations, of new people, very bright people, that are so passionate about entering the gilded gate of the UN because they think that they will have a career there. They give them 6 months contracts, maybe 1 year, and these are soldiers that will never say no. They will never say no. Plus, because many of you, I'm not saying you, but many of you are being trained to consider that the private sector role in policy making is natural, is normal, and that philanthrocapitalism, which is the other variant of the way in which the corporate capture is pursued, is actually doing good because it's financing a lot of the civil society organizations. Even some of the ones that produce reports on inequalities, they're all financed by the philanthropic sector. So how can you say no? My organization, which tries not to transform, a lion into a vegetarian, is totally isolated at the moment. I mean, that's a fact. But I mean, I didn't want to be a victimist here. I'm good that you're just encouraging me to go on.
Yes.
Anyway, at 60, you can do whatever you like. Anyway, so no, I wanted to respond a little bit to Riccardo about these democratic processes that jumped completely. I would like to remind all of us that Italy twice passed a resolution that is it's a binding arrangement in Parliament, actually stating that the Prime Minister, Conte first and Draghi then, when talking in the Council of Europe, they should actually promote the IP waiver. And these people were stopped by the bureaucracy, the delegation of the bureaucracy in Brussels. Don't do that. So this did not happen. The European Parliament twice passed resolutions asking the European Commission to, basically endorse the IP waiver and to give a very serious justification why they were opposing it. Because actually it would be coming to a benefit even for Europe to go for an IP waiver, okay? Commission did not do it. You had about 100 of the 140 members of the WTO going for an IP waiver. We did have a mobilization on the IP waiver. Guys, we have forgotten that it was COVID time. You could not really go in the streets and be, plentiful, visible with your bodies, but there was a huge demonstration on this. I mean, we even convinced the Pope to speak about IP waiver during the Christmas celebration of 2021. So, we did a lot of work. Even in Italy, Lily Gruber was talking about the IP waiver. This is, by international standard, quite a miracle. But there was a page on the Corriere della Sera. These are the frontliners of those private interests who would never do that. So there had been a climax of political debate that was trying to convey this message. But then vaccines arrived. That's where, Stella, the things started to, we got the vaccines. And therefore, we were feeling safer. Things were easier for us. And, the rest of the world can wait. Because unfortunately, this is more or less what usually happens. Because we have also interiorized, policymakers, societies at large, we have interiorized that we come first. And after all, the first months of the COVID was America first, UK first. UK did not send out any vaccine for a long time. Biden did it. And even Europe started doing it when they had more than 200 million doses that were kind of a bit embarrassing. After hoarding, you had 2 million. But actually, 100 million of them were refused because their expiry was 2 weeks. You can't use vaccines. Not even in Europe you can receive vaccines which have an expiration date of 2 weeks, okay? So we did the most horrible colonialist things. Let's say it. Let's say it. And yes, of course, it gets usually, this has happened recurrently in the access to medicines fight, which is actually the most structured in the global health arena, because since we had reached the level of societal consensus that was the one that we had during HIV/AIDS. But then if you get into the waiver thing and into the technicalities of it, you lose the people. This is not a scientific thing, it's a political issue, but it has a very strong technical connotation. And if you get into the technicalities of it, I myself lose attention, because you lose the political agenda, which is who owns the knowledge that is funded by the public money. And therefore, I am much more enticed to engage, to leave my own constituency, which has also, I think, is looking at the finger but doesn't look at the moon today. They've lost a unique opportunity with COVID to actually start seeding a discussion on overcoming this way of managing knowledge. And I agree with Professor Pagano, who is actually, talking about IP monopoly capitalism that doesn't function and is a systematic misappropriation of public goods. So I think this would be the time to seed this conversation. I don't know if everything is lost. I still want to cling to a little bit of hope, thinking and imagining that we are still in this Gramscian interregnum, but certainly it's very tough. The space is getting narrower. I see very little light, or maybe the light in the tunnel is that other train coming against us at the moment. Yeah. So this is a big of a problem. EU consider the private sector as partners, officially partners. So that's what the UN now does. the UN signed an agreement with the World Economic Forum in June 2019, de facto becoming a public and private partnership also. This model functioned a lot. It was Davos people going to countries with the WHO people to deliver PPIs, to deliver, and that's not good action. It's actually entering intelligence, understanding mechanisms, understanding weaknesses, understanding opportunities that you have, because Davos represents the private sector. It doesn't represent anyone else, the private sector. So when you have transformed the UN system into a PPP, into a public and private managed thing, well, I don't think we have much left, and that is a problem. So the conflicting interests are no longer recognized. The conflict of interest does no longer exist because it has been enshrined in the governance. And that's what we are trying to highlight as a very serious problem. Liabilities. I don't know who mentioned, you mentioned liabilities. Liabilities have become such a stumbling block that they even, in a way, prevented donations. Because if a state has a liability on the side effects, on the adverse effects of a potential tool that was still under an emergency registration, so everything done in a very kind of accelerated fashion, the state donates the vaccines to another state, and at this point, it is not clear who gets the liabilities. Whereas Europe can maybe sustain some of the liabilities, certainly Burundi or Rwanda or Chile or you name it.
Not
cannot.
Pfizer. And not Pfizer.
No, of course, no, they were totally exempted from liabilities. But this liability, I'm not particularly, Jonathan, I'm not particularly positive on this success story. Of course, that's the narrative. And of course, there were positive elements into this, okay? But leadership for me is also recognizing that because it was the first time, you also committed some mistakes, which is a very problematic thing. The European Commission is not at all willing to recognize that there were areas of perfectibility. Let's put it very nicely with a very gentle understatement. No, they resist giving the information to the parliament, to the commission, to the commission, COVID commission that has been created, not to me, to the members of the European Parliament. This is really tragic. It is a crime, I think. It's a governance crime, okay? This question of liabilities actually sets a precedent. And from now on, the problem is that we have kind of stretched the bar, and the pharma companies will not do the product unless you secure them all the liabilities which had never been secured before, okay? And there is a fantastic piece which I shared by Political. This is an investigation which was conducted for 7 months by a group of 8 journalists, basically saying that 4 foundations manage the thing, the whole COVID thing. And there is a fantastic example. When you were saying, the governments walking in the smog, some of them would like to see a different arena, would like to do something. As soon as they do, as is the case of Belgium, you have the company Janssen going to the people of the Belgian delegation at the WTO, at the WHO, in the European Union, saying, don't you ever try to support the IP waiver, because if you do, Janssen will no longer support the investment, the foreign direct investment in Belgium for the construction of a new research and development. So it's it's a system of corruption, of intimidation, and even diplomatic intimidation. We, as Geneva Global Health Hub, we carried out, I can say it here, we carried out 2 research and advocacy on the pandemic treaty. The first one, I put it in the slide, but some of the respondents, which I cannot mention, they did not even want to be mentioned in the report. They said, please, don't quote me, don't even anonymously, don't insert this sentence because I'm afraid of being identified, some of the countries from the global south were pushed to supporting the pandemic treaty because that was the condition for them to get the vaccines in 2021. So we are at levels of, and by the way, and I finish, something that we are a bit researching with Professor Pagano is that now, while we're talking about WTO, WHO, the real place where innovation is conducted is actually NATO. The resuscitation of NATO has made the WTO basically like the saloon where you go and see what others are doing, but the real stuff is no longer there, happening there. It is this expanding NATO, which now includes Japan, it will include Australia, it includes new countries, is the place where the real heavy innovation of the West is going on, where there you don't only have IPs, you don't only have intellectual property rights, but you also have military secrets which don't last 20 years. They are never ending, okay? So this pandemic, then I don't know, you are the researchers, I want to have a piece of evidence that crises are opportunities. I think this is a statement that has no scientific evidence. But anyway, if there is any opportunity, it is for those that were already stronger before the crisis occurred. And certainly what we see is a shifting of the geopolitical arena, of the geopolitical, even the geopolitical dimension of the role of science and innovation, part of which, part of the war that we are now seeing, I think was seeded, was created during the vaccine competition between our Western vaccines that work so well and the stupid Chinese vaccines that don't work very well.
Not to talk about the Cubans.
The Cubans, which have never been mentioned, but the fact that a country like Cuba has been able to produce 12% of all the vaccines that have been circulated and, use without patents or with public patents, pediatric vaccines that not even Pfizer has been, they were the first one to produce pediatric vaccines, involving, a series of interactions and negotiations and also bilateral agreements with many countries of Latin America, Argentina, Chile, because every scientist knows how good Cuba is in doing research, except that the WHO will never approve the Cuban products because according to the regulatory standards that have been set according to competition and market logics, the Cuban vaccines will never be authorized. So the problem is, what can we do with these institutions? What do we do with these institutions? And when you ask what can we do, well, I think that we have nothing to lose. My kind of tagline finally is and maybe it's also my residual optimism is we have nothing to lose. We can go wild at the moment. This is a time to go wild. It is a time to see the conversations that will not happen here. I will certainly not see the change I would like to see, but I am called to struggle now for you guys to basically pick it up, continue, and maybe see it, I don't know, in 40 years. Because we will have other crises. I invite you, I brought, and then I will send you, this antimicrobial resistance, which is the report that took all my summer last year, makes COVID a peanut thing.
Yes.
A peanut thing. Now, the whole world is actually looking at antimicrobial resistance as a R&D issue. And the problem is the blame game of the doctors prescribing too many antibiotics. Well, that's a macro fake news because basically we have created a development model, an industrial model, an economic model that is grounded on antibiotics. Glyphosate is an antibiotic. So, we are focusing on doctors, and in the meantime, we are spreading antibiotic resistance through industrialized agriculture. But of course, the pandemic treaty does not talk about this. The pandemic treaty does not talk about animal farming, which is based on antibiotic use. So COVID is nothing in comparison with this.
Please, Nicoletta, stop.
Well, Nicoletta, may I tell you next
But we have nothing to lose, so we can go wild.
next major discovery, the COVID virus has been invented by Putin and the Wagner Group.
Yes, fantastic.
This is
But also, I'm coming from India, where just to respond to Riccardo again and other things, what can we do? Indian peasants have been able to challenge. They have been able to mobilize, because we talk about IPRs on drugs, we never talk about IPRs on seeds. They have been able to contrast Monsanto. They have been able to fight the big bosses, the big crooks, as the Indian doctors call them, on patenting neem. They have been able to mobilize the masses, let's say. So let's learn from the global south, because they have really the knowledge which we have to learn from them. Over.
Thank you very much to everyone for this long and patient and very intense day. We have learned so much, and we have a lot of agendas to work on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie. Grazie a voi.